Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Competitions with heavy commercial backing didn't demand the same level of rigor as the regional conferences. In official leagues, referees were highly trained, subsidized by the Alliance, and often traveled between regions to broaden their knowledge of different Pokémon. Their decisions carried weight born of years of experience. But in today's doubles competition, most referees have been temporarily recruited. Some came from city gyms, while many others were still students of the Pokémon Referee Academy. Eager but inexperienced, usually between 16 and 20 years old. They lacked field-tested judgment, but their theoretical knowledge was solid enough for smaller matches. Players 489 and 490, please report to Arena 123. The match will begin shortly. I repeat, players 489 and 490. The announcement echoed across Central Park. Shisaw, who had been strolling leisurely, rose from his seat. He glanced at Lando, still absorbed in a nearby duel, and said evenly, "Time to go." "That's us." Lando flinched at the reminder. She had heard her number called, but nerves had rooted her in place. The thought of dragging down her boss gnawed at her. She forced a stiff nod and followed Shisaw toward the eastern side of the park. Arena 123 lay tucked away in a quieter corner. Few spectators bothered to wander this far, and only scattered clusters of people lingered by the surrounding fields where other matches raged with more enthusiasm. Their referee was a boy no older than 18, wearing a crisp white cap. The shine in his eyes betrayed both nerves and excitement. It was likely his first time officiating. After checking the 4 contestants' number plates, he hurried back to his stand. Raising a green flag, his voice cracked slightly, but carried across the field. "Players, take your positions. The match begins soon." Shisaw and Lando's first opponents were a pair of muscular youths in karate uniforms, their resemblance suggesting they were brothers. "Release your Pokémon," the referee commanded. "Go, Hitmonlee. Hitmonchan, let's go." The brothers threw their Pokeballs with perfect synchronicity, revealing 2 fighting types radiating confidence. Lando hesitated. Her roster was limited to Beedrill and Ponyta. After a moment's thought, she chose Beedrill. Its flight and harassment tactics might at least buy Shisaw an opening. Buzz, buzz. The insect's wings thrummed as it brandished its gleaming twin stingers, circling with exaggerated bravado. It jabbed threateningly at its opponents, clearly trying to provoke them. Lando winced, covering her face. Beedrill had picked up those taunting habits from training with Weevil, but without Weevil's bite to back them up, it was just reckless. Still, against fighting types, the best counters were clear, flying, or psychic Pokémon. Shisaw calmly unclipped a Pokeball. A burst of white light revealed a tall, elegant figure. Gardevoir emerged gracefully, ruby eyes locking onto the 2 fighting types. The young referee stiffened. He'd never seen this Pokémon before. Panic flickered across his face. How was he supposed to announce something he couldn't even name? Quickly, he snapped a photo and shot it to the referee group chat. "Referee, nervous veterans help. What's this Pokémon that looks like Stephanie?" "Spicy God Judge, humanoid. Hoenn region. Psychic type, I think. Name escapes me." "Referee, I don't care about the typing. I need the name." "Laya Longman. That's Gardevoir. Rare and Hoenn. You've got a high-level match on your hands, kid." Relieved, the rookie referee tucked his phone away. Above the arena, the red-green light spinner buzzed and flashed. After 3 seconds, it froze, red side first. "Team A attacks first. Battle begin," he shouted, pointing his flag toward the fighting brothers. "Brother, let's crush them right away," the younger one barked. "Hitmonchan, fire punch, target Beedrill." The older brother's voice followed, steadier. "Hitmonlee, jump kick." Hitmonchan lunged, muscles rippling, fist igniting with flames. Well-trained, its body balanced power and speed in perfect harmony. Against Beedrill's frail defense, a direct fire punch would be devastating. One clean hit could end it instantly. The two brothers hail from the Chengdu Jinzhengryu Gym, a martial arts dojo with more than a century of history. Though not recognized as an official alliance gym and closed to formal trainer challenges, it was renowned across the Chengdu region for producing fierce martial artists and powerful fighting-type Pokémon. Their style was direct. Personalities like fire, attacks like thunder. Hitmonchan, with its sprinter's physique, embodied explosive speed. Muscles honed for combat allowed it to dash 100 meters in just 9 seconds, and when it slid across the arena floor, its right fist ignited in flames, boxing glove glowing hot. Known for mastering elemental punches, fire punch, ice punch, thunder punch, its attack coverage was wide and merciless. Beside it, Hitmonlee lunged forward, legs coiled like springs. With a sudden leap, it twisted midair, driving a jump kick straight at Beedrill. Upper strike, lower strike. Hitmonchan's fist and Hitmonlee's kick formed a deadly pincer. Lando froze. She'd never fought a doubles match before. Her experience was limited to one-on-one gym challenges, and the pressure of 2-on-1 left her paralyzed. The brothers' strategy was simple. Overwhelm the weaker Pokémon first, then crush the remaining one in a clean 2-on-1. Lulu, confusion now? Shisua's calm voice cut through the tension. Gardevoir's eyes shimmered with blue-violet light. Psychic energy rippled outward in an invisible wave. WHH. Hitmonchan's blazing fist halted just 10 centimeters from Beedrill's carapace, as if it had slammed into a wall of cotton. Shocked, it struggled, but a powerful force yanked it backward. Wrapped in psychic light, its body floated helplessly off the ground. Hitmonlee's soaring kick met the same fate. Suspended in midair, its deadly strike froze, then twisted aside as confusion dragged it into place beside its partner. TC, psychic, the younger brother cursed. The unfamiliar opponent had revealed its type, and the disadvantage was obvious. He needed to break this control fast, but Lando recovered quickly. She had spent enough time with Shisua to pick up his decisiveness. Beedrill pin missile. Buzzing furiously, Beedrill surged forward, wings slicing the air. It raised its stingers, launching volley after volley of glowing white needles. Thud, thud, thud. Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee, suspended like targets, could do nothing but endure the barrage. Bug-type attacks weren't especially effective against fighting types, but pinned in place, even resisted strikes accumulated damage. They groaned through clenched teeth, shielding their eyes instinctively. Anything but a direct hit there. The older brother stayed composed. He knew they couldn't hold out long under confusion. The only chance was to break the psychic restraint. Hitmonlee, use helping hand, he barked. At once, Hitmonlee clasped its hands, body straining as white energy flowed from its muscles. Its strength dimmed as it poured vitality into Hitmonchan. The younger brother's eyes lit up. Hitmonchan, vacuum wave, full power. Muscles flared as Hitmonchan absorbed the boost. Its aura surged, straining against confusion. With a roar, it broke free, fist slicing the air. Boom! An invisible shockwave of compressed air blasted forward, faster than the eye could track. Beedrill, mid-attack, had no chance to dodge. The vacuum wave, now supercharged by helping hand, struck its head like a cannon blast. Beezy, the impact rattled its senses, dizziness washing over it. Beedrill's flight faltered, its body wobbling as it spiraled downward. It wasn't knocked out, but had been thrown into a confused, drunken state, its stingers flailing wildly. Beedrill, Lando's cheeks burned with anger. She clenched her fists until her knuckles whitened. That reckless bug, ever since training with Weevil, it had picked up arrogance and bad habits, taunting opponents, showing off, letting its guard down. Now it had paid the price. After this match, she thought bitterly, I'm teaching a lesson. This embarrassment ends today. Illusion. Gardevoir's mental storm suddenly covered half the field at this command. He lightly touched the air with 2 fingers, and a blue-purple illusion wave first spread out, followed by a subsequent mental burst, and circles of beams like whirlpools blasted forward. Confusion has a power value of 50, and Psybeam has a power value of 65. The power value of illusion is as high as 90, and psychic skills are double restrained against fighting Pokémon. How fast the thought is, how fast the illusion is. Hitmonchan, who had just landed on the ground and had not yet stood firm, had no time to react, and the purple beam of illusion hit him head-on. Abby! Hitmonchan's eyes bulged out, and severe pain spread throughout his body. His body was completely out of control and flew backwards. With a bang, he hit the wire mesh behind him. The huge force caused the specially made alloy wire mesh to be severely deformed, and a human-shaped dent appeared on the surface. Shoo! Shawarang half knelt on the ground. It had just used help for Hitmonchan, and its physical strength was already very little. Now it was even difficult to stand up. Lulu looked at Shawarang quietly, raised her right hand again, pushed back, and confusion drove her whole body and also flew backwards out. The 2 brothers in distress hit the wire mesh one after the other, squeaked, and slowly moved down, eyes closed, trembling all over. It seemed that they were seriously injured. The young referee looked at the stopwatch in his hand, waiting for the last 10 seconds. The 10 seconds were over soon. Hitmonchan and Shavrin showed no signs of waking up. Swish! The green flag waved, pointing to Hisoka's side, and announced loudly, Shavrin, Hitmonchan has lost his ability to fight. So the winners of this elimination match are Hisoka from Viridian City and Lando from Dark City. Hisoka was born in Viridian City, so his ID card belongs to his hometown Viridian City for life. Even if he is now the official gym leader of Dark City, he cannot change his birthplace. Not to mention gym leaders, even region elites cannot change their birthplaces. Viridian City, Rocket Team, Underground Base. On the projection screen, a game just ended, and the back of the figure walking out of the venue can be vaguely seen. It is the back of Hisoka, with a silver hollow headband and a high-collar jacket. This boy is not bad. Gardevoir is very strong. You can go and get in touch with him. Giovanni's index finger tapped lightly on the mahogany tabletop. Persian at his feet hit yawn, narrowed his eyes, and leaned forward to rub his trouser legs. Persian, what do you think? Meow. Persian jumped into Giovanni's arms and nodded lazily. Ariana smiled slightly, picked up the folder in her hand, and said, Name, Hisoka, born in Tokiwa City, Kanto. Age 16, official gym leader of Dark City, silver-level bounty hunter. 6 months ago, he defeated Tyson's elite team leader Mondo in the attack on the St. Anno, and has a very good personal relationship with Alliance investigator Karama. Hearing this, Giovanni raised his mouth and said, This kid is interesting. He is a bounty hunter and an Alliance gym leader. He had a conflict with Tyson. It doesn't matter. In the 21st century, talent is the most important. If he is willing to join our rocket team, we will forgive the past grievances. After the game, I will send someone to contact him. Ariana nodded, picked up the remote control, and began to switch the monitoring screen. This time, the screen came to the 111th battlefield. Among them was a trainer from the Hoenn region, who was also the 12 key observation targets this time. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Blaziken, Heaven Fist. Huh. A loud and powerful roar, a tall and sturdy humanoid body, with a back straight like a pine tree. A handsome V-shaped sharp beak is like a mask covering the face. Behind it is a roll of white and flowing feathery hair, reaching to the waist, lean and well-shaped muscles all over the upper body, and white fluff on the chest. The sharp claws are bent like a fist, and the red flames at the wrists are rising fiercely. The long thighs that occupy 2/3 of the body are bulldozed on the ground, and the rock and soil are cracked. The blazing flames are also on the legs of this humanoid Pokémon. The speed at which it bursts out is too fast, and ordinary people can't see its movements with the naked eye. I saw a red shadow flash, and the next second, its figure appeared right below the opponent's Snorlax. The body was slightly bent, the back muscles stretched, and the waist muscles were tight, like a spring. It twisted suddenly. The heavy punch never relied on the strength of the arm. If you want to fully exert the power of the Sky Punch, you must assist the waist and back muscles at the same time. Bang! The heavy punch collided violently with the body, and Snorlax screamed, and its chin was hit high and tilted back by this Sky Punch. A height of more than 2 meters and a weight of 1,000 pounds could not withstand the opponent's heavy hammer. Snorlax fell heavily to the right. As a normal Pokémon, Snorlax, even with excellent defense, could not withstand such a terrifying force and the double combination of the fighting skill Sky Punch. So strong that Pokémon called Blaziken is so powerful. Yeah, he's handsome and so powerful. So, what region is Blaziken from? I want to capture such a Pokémon too. The audience watching the game had their eyes full of excitement. Although they had seen this kind of Pokémon for the first time, after one game, Blaziken's powerful strength and cool appearance had completely conquered them. Wow, you were so cunning, you actually got rid of a rival first. The boy called Yu, with short brown hair 097, is not handsome, but his kind and sunny smile makes people feel very close. Morrison, then you should speed up too. Yu joked, but you have to treat me to dinner tonight. Morrison is an orange-haired boy wearing a samurai kimono, with a fat body and a ponytail behind his head. He snorted in dissatisfaction and waved his short and thick fingers forward. Swampert, earthquake. Blaziken, jump up. Yu commanded. After Blaziken defeated Snorlax, he still stood there. Earthquake was a large-scale group damage skill. It would not only hit the golem, but also possibly hurt Blaziken over there. Blaziken hummed softly, bent his legs slightly, and with a whoosh his body shot straight into the sky like a rocket. The audience below covered their brows with their hands. Looking up, this Pokémon obviously couldn't fly, but this jump was dozens of meters high, which shocked them. Blaziken has extremely strong waist muscles and well-developed foot tendons. It can easily jump over a 30-story building, calculated as 3 meters per floor. If Blaziken jumps with all his strength, the jump will be 100 meters high. The feathered long hair behind him stretched out like a glider, put his hands at his waist, bent his body backwards, and used the friction between the feathered long hair and the air to keep this action, which allowed Blaziken to stay in the air for a short time. In the Hoenn region, there is a custom that every October, many trainers with Blaziken will gather at MT Chimney to hold a Blaziken high jump competition. Whoever's Blaziken jumps the highest on that day will be rewarded with a year's free hot spring ticket by the organizer Loveridge Town. And if someone's Blaziken can break the record, the reward will be even more generous. The current Blaziken high jump record was set by a fire-type elite in Hoenn 60 years ago. His Blaziken limit is 524 m, directly jumping over the 7th peak of MT Chimney. That fire-type elite is the first official owner of Loveridge Gym. Swampert pressed his body down, and his developed forelimbs and arms violently pounded the ground. As one of the 3 water-type starters in the Hoenn region, Swampert also has the ground-type attribute, which allows it to completely rely on the power of the earth to be immune to the electric-type skills that should have restrained it. The cracks of Earthquake spread forward quickly. Golem had no way to deal with such a large-scale skill at his speed. Golem's heavy body fell into the cracks caused by Earthquake's ultimate move. The violent vibration made it dizzy. Although it had not completely lost its fighting ability, it was trapped in the pit and could not move. Finally, Swampert used a water gun to take away the last bit of Golem's remaining strength. The green flag waved and the referee's high-pitched and steady voice sounded. Snorlax, Golem has lost his fighting ability. Blaziken and Swampert have won. So the winner of this elimination match is Yu from Littleroot Town, Hoenn Region, and Morrison from Oldale Town, Hoenn Region. A week ago, Yu had just come to Chengdu Region from his hometown Hoenn for a trip. After completing the first gym in the city, he saw the news about the doubles match. Rainbow Casino did a lot of publicity in the early stage. Almost all the first-tier and second-tier cities in Chengdu region had advertisements for doubles matches. Yiyu is very interested in the first artificial Pokemon is full of interest, so after registering online, he immediately rushed to Kanto and also contacted his good friend Morrison as a partner for this doubles match. Little fat man Morrison has no interest in 3D dragons. His biggest hobby is to enjoy local delicacies. Yiyu made an appointment with Morrison. As long as he won the championship of this doubles match, the 3D dragon would belong to him, and the 1 million cash reward would take Morrison to taste all the famous delicacies in Kanto and Chengdu. Regarding the Pokemon doubles match, the Rainbow Casino officially plans to hold it for 3 days. First, the second day will be mainly a knockout match, and the top 32 will be decided as quickly as possible. With high-quality doubles matches, the live TV broadcast method on the third day will attract a lot of attention. In the first day of the knockout match, most of the participating trainers did not hide their weaknesses because they did not know each other and no one wanted to be eliminated in the first game. They all took out their main 5. The sun sets, the moon rises, and the Rainbow City at night seems more lively than during the day. The crowds surge on the streets, and many trainers and tourists along the streets are talking about the doubles matches during the day. Not only Kanto, but also Chengdu region trainers, as well as some from Hoenn and even the Sinnoh region, showed off their talents in the competition with Pokemon they had never seen before. Rainbow City, the second most developed city in Kanto region, is not inferior to Saffron City, which ranks first in terms of economic development. Rainbow Commercial Street not only has luxury goods from multiple regions, major Pokemon beauty salons, high-end clothing, but also many residents from Chengdu and the Orange Islands who come to Rainbow City to open specialty restaurants. About 2 streets away from the Beauty Shop Street is the famous Food Commercial Street in Rainbow City. As a top first-tier city, the shops here are very expensive, and the city planning is distributed in the form of commercial streets. For example, the special clothing commercial street, luxury commercial street, perfume commercial street, etc. are crisscrossed but very harmoniously and neatly located in the center of Rainbow City. Brother Shisua, this southern-style restaurant is very good. Sister Vivi and I have eaten here twice, and the taste is really great. After not seeing each other for many days, Meichi has become more mature than before. Under her short red hair, there are 2 pink diamonds inlaid on her pink earlobes. Wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, with her C-cup breasts bulging out, Meichi likes to wear denim short skirts and a pair of red and white sports running shoes on her feet, which looks very fashionable and beautiful. Shisua just went to the food street with Lando and was going to find a random restaurant to deal with today's dinner. But he didn't expect to meet Meichi and Vivi, who were out shopping in the crowd. Vivi was still in that elegant and pleasant posture, with a slight smile on the corner of her mouth, revealing 2 dimples. Her intellectual and gentle temperament is like a breeze, making everyone who comes into contact with her always feel happy. Patting Meichi's shoulder, he smiled and said, "This girl recently took an order and made a lot of money. She always invites me out for dinner." Hearing this, Meichi stroked the hair by her ears a little embarrassedly and explained, "That's because Sister Vivi helped a lot, so I thought of repaying her by treating her to a meal 10 times. There's no need to treat her every day. I haven't gained a lot of weight in the past few days." Huh. Hee hee. For a moment, the laughter of Hisoka and Vivi rang out at the entrance of the restaurant, making Meichi blush. This so-called Southern Flavor restaurant is actually mainly based on the local dishes of the Orange Islands. The Orange Islands are a tropical archipelago, which was called the South Country in ancient times. Although it belongs to the Kanto Alliance, the local customs, food culture, etc., they are completely different from those on the mainland. Because they have been in the tropics for a long time and have long sunshine hours, compared to the spring-like weather in Kanto, the people of the Orange Islands generally have darker skin, and their skin color is mainly bronze. "Welcome." Pushing the door open, 2 waitresses in bikinis bent over and smiled. They have dark skin, red lips, white teeth, and good looks. Except for the skin color, they completely meet the aesthetic standards of most men. This is a typical Southern lady. Their black is beautiful, of course not as pure black as African blacks, but some bronze skin similar to Brazilian beauties. People in the Orange Islands generally believe that it is healthy to get such a skin color under the sun. The restaurant business is very good, almost full. The humanistic quality of this world is very high, especially in some big cities. Looking around, there are crowded heads sitting, but no noise can be heard. Even if they need to talk, the guests will deliberately lower their voices for fear of disturbing the guests at the next table. Meichi told the waiter that she had already reserved a seat. The waiter picked up the intercom and confirmed with the front desk, then smiled and stretched out his hand to the left, saying, "Okay, Miss Meichi, please go over there. The seat you reserved is table 36, right by the window." After nodding and thanking, the four people came to the window seat indicated by the waiter. As soon as they sat down, Meichi looked excited, stared at Shisua's eyes, and asked, "Brother Shisua, are you really the official gym leader recognized by the Alliance in the Dark City?" Shisua smiled and nodded. "Yes, the gym has been open for 2 months." "That's so mean," Meichi said angrily. "If Mr. Kurama hadn't come to the breeding house that day and talked about the news about you, I would have been completely in the dark." Hisoka didn't know how to answer, so he could only wipe his nose awkwardly. At that time, there were a lot of things to do with the opening of the gym, and then he went to Stone Town to perform bounty missions and competitions in the nature reserve, and the incidents about Phoebe's evolution and Rhydon's evolution. Although he went to Rainbow City several times in the middle, he didn't think of going to see Meichi because he had something to do. As if he noticed Hisoka's embarrassment, Meichi immediately changed the question and looked at the blue-haired Stephanie, who had been bowing her head and not speaking beside him. With a playful smile, she said, "By the way, Brother Hisoka, you haven't introduced who Stephanie is next to you? Could she be your girlfriend?" Meichi's words shocked Lando. When she heard what she said, her face immediately turned red, even to her neck, and she couldn't help but lower her head. Look at what she wore today. The gym's black uniform, camouflage military pants, and military boots. With her hair tied into a ponytail, she looked like a country girl Stephanie. Whether compared with the youthful and energetic Meichi or the elegant and beautiful Vivi in a snow-white dress, she looked so vulgar. Stephanie's wife loves beauty. Now she met two beauties who are better than her in both figure and appearance. And the other party is so familiar with the boss, Lando couldn't help but feel a little inferior. Her name is Lando, a staff member of my gym, and also my disciple. Shisua took the initiative to help her out, so that she would not be so embarrassed. Lando took a deep breath, plucked up the courage, raised her head, and smiled. "Hello, I am Lando. Nice to meet you." "Hello, I am Vivi. Please give me your advice for our first meeting." Vivi nodded. So he's just a disciple. Meichi thought to herself. She is well informed. Meichi, who comes from a poor family, has been living out since she was a child. She worked as a waitress on the Saint, and for 2 years, and has been to many regions. People like Banduo are from a small place and can't pose much threat to her. And she is prettier than the other party. After she has learned enough and passed the junior qualification certificate of breeder, Meichi will ask Shisua to join his team and overcome this difficulty step by step in the name of taking care of Pokémon. It's delicious. The southern dishes here are really top-notch. Morrison ate happily with ham in one hand and prawns in the other. While eating, he shouted, "Yiyu, why don't you eat? Anyway, I'm treating you today, so eat as much as you want." Yiyu was helpless and blushed a little. He whispered, "Morrison, eat quietly and don't disturb other guests." In the whole restaurant, their table was the noisiest. Huiyu had seen several times the eyes of the guests at the neighboring tables. The chewing sound, the noise, the constant noise from behind made Meichi's forehead pop up. She couldn't help it anymore. She looked back and saw a little fat man with orange hair and wearing a rustic kimono eating and drinking. His eating manner was ugly and unheard of. Meichi clenched her pink fists and shouted in a delicate voice, "Hey, little fat man, do you know that you should keep quiet in public? You are making so much noise that we can't eat." Seeing this, Yiyu quickly stood up and said apologetically, "Miss, I'm so sorry. My friend has a straightforward personality. When eating, he didn't know how to continue. He could only pull Morrison's clothes quickly, hoping that this guy would be restrained. It was too embarrassing for him to be caught in the middle. I should not have eaten here. I might as well have gone to the street to get some snacks. You, why do you care what they do? Morrison looked indifferent, sucked his greasy fingers, and then slowly said, Hey, little girl, don't call me fat. I just look a little more plump than ordinary people, not fat. And besides, we paid. We can eat whatever we want. You have no right to control. You. Meichi stood up angrily, put her hands on her waist, and wanted to curse, but when she thought of Shisua's brother next to her, she couldn't do anything that would damage her demeanor. Yiyu. Shisua felt that the name was familiar. By the way, during the day, after the game, he heard some tourists talking about this name. He used the three major families of Hoenn region, Blaziken, and his partner Morrison was also the three major families of Hoenn, Swampert. In his previous life, Hisoka didn't watch much of the anime Pokémon. He only finished the first chapter when he was young. After that, he entered society and started his own business. He had no time to watch those anime, and most of the plots were already very vague. The name Yiyu, plus the use of Blaziken, some of the past plot memories emerged from his mind. It seems that this trainer from the Hoenn region will use his Blaziken to compete with Ash's Charizard in the future Chengdu MT Silver Conference. I remember that in the end, it seemed that Yiyu's Blaziken won the game and successfully advanced to the finals. But later, Blaziken seemed to be too seriously injured and did not participate in the finals. Yiyu did not become the champion of that MT Silver Conference. 5. I'm so angry, this fat guy. After leaving the restaurant, Meichi was still indignant. With that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D, like pig behind her, she was so angry. Pig is an animal similar to a pig. It is stupid and dirty, but it is the main meat animal for most people in this world. It's not as expensive as Wagyu beef. The price is affordable. Similarly, pig words are also commonly used to insult people, especially those fat people who overeat. Brother Shisua, since you are participating in the double competition, you promised me that if you meet that fat guy in the competition, you must teach him a lesson slowly. Women love to hold grudges, regardless of age. Shisua could only go along with her and nodded in response. No problem. If we are assigned to compete together, I will definitely help you teach him a lesson. Vivi and Meichi wanted to invite Shisua and others to stay in the breeding house, but considering that the other party was a Stephanie family, it was not convenient for a grown man, and he had already booked a single room in the Rainbow Hotel. If he didn't stay there, wouldn't it be a waste of more than 20,000 yuan? Lando didn't want to go to Meichi's place. To be honest, she didn't like this Stephanie who was prettier than herself, and she felt that the way she looked at the boss was a little wrong. Late at night, lying on the luxurious bed in the hotel, Lando was not sleepy at all. She tossed and turned, but could not fall asleep. She didn't know why she always felt a sense of crisis in her heart. She felt that she was useless. She was just a bystander in the games during the day. She could only rely on the boss's strength to crush rival. The boss could 1v2. It didn't make much difference whether she was there or not. She picked up the bank card on the bedside table. Inside was a red envelope of 200,000 yuan that Shisua had given her, which was counted as a bonus for the day's winnings. Lando originally wanted to use the money to buy beautiful clothes and some brand-name cosmetics. But now she changed her mind. It was still a distant luxury to expect Ponyta to evolve into Rapidash. She planned to use the money to buy a Pokémon with good potential to enrich the team. 200,000 was undoubtedly a huge sum of money in the eyes of this little girl from a poor city, but she didn't know that it was impossible to buy any rare Pokémon with only 200,000. Even if someone was willing to sell it, they were either scammers or the Pokémon had some kind of physical defect. The Kanto Pokémon, Charmander, Squirtle, Ivysaur, even if they have ordinary qualifications, the lowest price will not be less than 200W, because this Pokémon has 2 stages of evolution. As long as they can complete the final evolution, their strength will not be weak. 250. And some senior breeders have been evaluated as the Pokémon with outstanding potential, excellent qualifications, and intelligence, or other rare Pokémon, then sorry, this sentence can double their value. In this world, one of the most profitable professions, senior breeders are one of them. And to become a senior breeder, you must pass the 7th level qualification certificate, such as Miss Vivi. She's a senior breeder with a 7th level qualification certificate. Vivi is a regular breeder, and she is not willing to make those black money, so she never agrees to some black market merchants to identify the qualifications and potential of those Pokemon of unknown origin. There was no conversation all night, and Hisoka did not have any psychological pressure. He slept very comfortably that night and still got up on time at 6 in the morning. After washing up, he went out for morning exercise. Rainbow Hotel, the Sky Garden on the top floor. A brown figure jumped around in the garden, nimbly and swiftly. Hizuo stood aside with his arms folded. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and threw a small yellow ball in his hand. Buniri was still in midair at this time. When she saw the yellow ball flying, she moved to the right side quickly and flexibly, and at the same time, her left curled ear stood up straight. Meow. Just like a tennis ball hitting a tennis ball, Buniri's erected rabbit ears accurately hit the incoming yellow ball. With a bang, the long ears swung and the ball immediately flew back. The ball flew past Hisoka's ear and finally hit a banana tree behind him. The ball was deformed and embedded in the trunk. It is conceivable how powerful the ball that was hit back just now was. The trunk of the banana tree is indeed a little softer than other trees, but you have to know that Buniri is a baby Pokemon who was born less than a week ago. When other Pokemon of the same age are still crying for food, this little guy has already formed initial combat power. Hisoka is in after Buniri was born. He never deliberately trained her, but sometimes they would play and interact with each other to cultivate the relationship between them. The energy radiation of the colorful gems was the same as he thought for young Pokemon, especially Pokemon eggs. The Pokemon egg was constantly exposed to energy radiation when it was nurturing Buniri. As a result, after Buniri was born, she had the potential far beyond her peers. She did not have the 3-day sleepiness period of young Pokemon, and the little guy was very smart, and so far she has learned 3 skills. In addition to the slap, sedge skills that had been used before, she also learned Dizzy Punch and Quick Attack. Okay, stop, you're doing great. Shisua nodded with satisfaction, not sparing his praise. Children need more praise to help them build up their self-confidence. Buniri immediately became happy, ran over, rubbed his trouser legs a few times, and then jumped into Shisua's arms, using her soft and small body to roll around him to show her closeness. Little guy, come here, open your mouth. Shisua took out a chew stick to feed. Buniri saw the chew stick, and his black eyes showed anthropomorphic joy. He immediately held the chew stick with his little hands, opened his mouth, and took a bite. Crunch, crunch. Sweet, crispy, and nutritious. The little guy likes to eat this kind of food made from his own eggshells the most. Buniri eats very quickly. An 8-centimeter chew stick didn't last a minute in his hand, and only some crumbs were left. Carefully tumbling the last bit of crumbs, the little guy raised his head at a 45-degree angle, looking at Shisua eagerly. Still want to eat? Shisua smiled without saying a word and remained calm. How could he not understand what the little guy meant? Seeing that his master didn't respond, Buniri's eyes were full of tears. He held his stomach with his little hands, pretending to have a stomachache, and stared at Shisua with his shiny black eyes. Well, I really lost to you. Shisua shook his head helplessly, took out another stick, and this time he didn't hand it directly to Buniri, but shook it in front of it twice and said, "We have 3 rules. The last one is that you can't eat too much for breakfast. Do you understand?" Buniri nodded repeatedly, not knowing whether it could understand or not. Anyway, it was fine as long as it had something to eat. The little guy was very strong, snatched the stick and stuffed it into his mouth. The little mouth opened and probed, and it was crunchy. After a while, the second stick was completely destroyed by it. The eggshell was originally tasteless, but it was rich in trace elements needed by young Pokemon. In addition, it was crushed with a pestle, poured with sweet and nutritious Miltanknia milk, and added with some medicinal plants that nourished chi and strengthened bones, and baked in the oven for 30 minutes. It was fragrant and crispy. Not to mention Buniri, Shisaw, who had not yet eaten breakfast, couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he smelled the crispy aroma. An excellent Pokemon trainer must have a lot of breeding knowledge, and, at the very least, be able to personally tailor the most suitable food for his Pokemon. Central Park, Battlefield number 97. Brother, the trainers from Kanto region don't look that good. The purple short-haired boy looked at the trainer, who was completely suppressed on the opposite side, and couldn't help muttering. Shinji, remember what I have taught you. The purple ponytailed youth on the side said sternly. As a Pokemon trainer, you should not underestimate any rival. Shinji curled his lips, but didn't dare to refute his brother, so he could only nod. I know. He played several doubles games yesterday, and did me a good one. With the strong combination of him and his elder brother Reiji, they could easily solve the game every time. The first round of rival between Shinji and Reiji brothers today is a young couple. The male trainer commands a water Pokemon. The female trainer commands a 10-song fire Pokemon. Reiji folded his arms and commanded calmly, Drapion, Venoshock. Shinji was also unwilling to be outdone and shouted loudly, Skorupi, we're going to Poison Barb. Drapion is a well-known toxic Pokemon in the Sinnoh region. It has a violent personality and feeds on other bug-type Pokemon or some small Pokemon when it is young. When dealing with Pokemon larger than itself, it will use toxins to attack. Its claws, tail stinger, and fangs all contain toxins. Normal lives in desert areas. Wild adult Drapion often attacks trainers and Pokemon crossing the desert. Even if trainers ride off-road vehicles, they cannot escape the attacks of the Dragon Scorpion. Their strength is amazing. The claws on both arms can easily tear apart the metal chassis of a car. Therefore, this ferocious and cruel Pokemon is called the Yellow Sand Demon by people living in cities on the edge of the desert. Drapion's Venoshock aimed at the fire Pokemon with soft and shiny hair, and a ball of dark purple venom filled with a sweet and fishy smell poured down. Trainers distinguish between poison type. There's a very simple way to tell the severity of a Pokemon's toxins. Smell them. If they smell foul, it means they are not toxins. If they smell sweet or fishy or even have some strange fragrance, then you have to be careful because they are 100% toxins. Fire Pokemon, Flamethrower. The female trainer was full of confidence in her fire Pokemon and immediately issued a counterattack order. There is a special organ on the right side of the heart of the fire Pokemon, called the Flame Bag, which allows the fire Pokemon to spray high-temperature flames up to 1,700 degrees in a short period of time. Compared to other fire Pokemon, which generally have flames of 900 to 1,200 degrees, this special organ gives the fire Pokemon an advantage in temperature. Woo! The fire Pokemon took a deep breath, raised the fluffy hair on its tail high, and then opened its mouth wide. With a bang, a column of orange-gold fire sprayed towards the venom in the air. The idea of this female trainer was very simple, which was to use the high-temperature flames of the fire Pokemon to evaporate all the venom. The two brothers did not cooperate with each other, and they fought each other completely. Shinji Skorupi is the Earl Dervish form of Drapion. Without Drapion has powerful claws on both arms, but his personality is equally fierce. Once the tail hook pierces the enemy, it will never let go until the enemy's poison takes effect. Silver-white poison barbs hit the water Pokemon, and the water Pokemon immediately fought back under the command of the male trainer. The water column shot into the air and touched the poison barb. The water stream spit out by the water Pokemon was comparable to a high-pressure water gun. The poison barbs that came from the air were washed away by the water and fell to the ground. Daitat. The 1,700-degree flame came into contact with Drapion's venom, and the terrifying high temperature instantly melted the dark purple venom. Please give me flowers? Well done, fire Pokemon. The female trainer waved her pink fist vigorously, and a trace of joy appeared on her pretty face. But she didn't know that Drapion's hunting trap had just been set. and the high-temperature flame of the fire Pokémon was the key to triggering the trap. Pokémon from the Sinnoh region. Outside the wire fence, Hisoka stood with his arms folded. Buniri, who was 15 centimeters tall and only the size of a Barbie doll, was dozing on his shoulder. His matches today were all scheduled in the afternoon. When he had nothing to do, he would go to other battle venues to see the competition. 0. Drapion was notorious in Sinnoh. When Hisoka broke through the firewall and surfed the internet in Sinnoh region, he saw several news reports of Drapion attacking people on the forum, so he remembered this Pokémon. There are the most local players in Kanto, followed by the Orange Islands and Chengdu region. There were also a few from the Hoenn region, and the least number of people in Sinnoh region, only the two in front of him. As for Unova in the other hemisphere region, I'm sorry, Rainbow Casino is not able to advertise there at the moment. And even if it advertises there, since the two regions are too far apart, it takes half a month to fly there, so there will be no trainers from Unova region coming to compete. Vivi and Meichi said they would come to watch his game in the afternoon. In recent days, the number of tourists in Rainbow City has increased significantly, and their store is doing very well. However, in order to cheer up their good friend, they can only try to finish their work in the morning, close the store in the afternoon, and go to watch the game. As for that girl Ando, I don't know what's wrong with her this morning. She keeps nagging Hisoka and asking about the location of the black market. Pokemon Live trading is banned by Alliance, so you can't find a location of the black market on the map or navigation. Not being able to find it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. For ordinary people, maybe he has lived in this city all his life and will never know where the local black market is. Of course, if you look for it deliberately and have an acquaintance to introduce it, it is relatively easy to find the black market. Open the door to do business. How can you sell items without customers? The forces of black market transactions are complicated and cumbersome, with many wealthy families, poacher organizations, and even some Alliance senior officials as umbrellas. Unless some major vicious incidents occur, Alliance Normal will keep a blind eye. The high-temperature flame of 1700 came into contact with the venom in the sky, and most of the dark purple venom was quickly evaporated, and a trace of sweet and fishy smell filled the field. Drapion, Poison Spike 013. Lacey's voice sounded again. Roar. Drapion made a demonstrative growl, and his arched upper body suddenly shook violently, and the purple-black triangle poison spikes seemed to rain down normal, making a tinkling sound and falling on the rocky soil around Drapion and Skorupi. Ricey was obviously prepared to use poison spikes as a defensive countermeasure. Both water Pokemon and fire Pokemon are creatures that walk on four limbs. They cannot fly and cannot cross the poison spikes on the ground. Hisoka, who was watching the game from the sidelines, covered his mouth and nose. Because of the wind direction, he also smelled a hint of sweet and fishy smell, but because of the distance, the evaporated poison gas could not have any effect on him. Woo! The first to bear the brunt of the poison gas spread was the fire Pokemon that rushed to the front. It felt the sweet and fishy smell rushing into its nostrils, and its breathing gradually became difficult, and its brain was a little dizzy. Drapion is the #1 toxic Pokemon in the Sinnoh region. Local scientists have conducted experiments and found that the toxicity of the venom secreted by a Drapion is about 2.5 times that of Arbok and 2.1 times that of Seviper. Venoshock was evaporated by high temperature, causing most of its toxicity to disappear, but the remaining scattered poison gas still has a considerable negative impact on Pokemon. Fire Pokemon, what's wrong with you? The female trainer also noticed that her Pokemon seemed to be a little bit wrong. The fire Pokemon was shaking its head and backing away and seemed restless. Don't worry, dear, I'm here. The male trainer quickly comforted his girlfriend, then looked at the water Pokemon in front of him and ordered, Water Pokemon, use Rain Dance. This move was very correct and standard. The small-scale Rain Dance skill can just make the poisonous gas in the air drip by rain. Similarly, the power of the water Pokemon's own water skills can be enhanced in rainy weather. However, he forgot one thing. This is a doubles match, not a single fight. Rainwater will indeed dissipate the poisonous gas, but it will also seriously affect the fire Pokémon. Although the two are a couple, there is not much tacit understanding between them. Lacey has participated in the Sinnoh Lily of the Valley Conference, Hoenn Evergrande Conference, and Chengdu Silver Conference. Now he is only missing the Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference. It is definitely too late this year. He plans to challenge the local gym after the Indigo Plateau Conference. 3 regional conferences, 24 official gym badges. Although Lacey has never won the regional conference champion, his worst result is the top 16. At the Hoenn Evergrande Conference, he even made it to the finals and was just a little bit away from becoming the champion of last year's Evergrande Conference. Such a top elite trainer with countless practical experience. His prediction and planning are definitely not comparable to the 2 half-baked players on the opposite side. Looking at his eager younger brother, Reiji whispered, "Let Skorupi crawl behind Drapion later. Drapion will throw the little guy over with his tail. The target is K. Your Skorupi learned Thunderfang not long ago. Let's work together to get rid of the water Pokemon first." Shinji nodded and said excitedly, "Brother, don't worry, I won't let you down. Skorupi, do as you say, crawl behind Drapion." Under Shinji's command, Skorupi's 4 arthropod legs moved flexibly, and in the blink of an eye, it climbed onto Drapion's thick lower body. At this time, the rain dance skill of the water Pokemon has been activated, and the drops of rain have cleared the air that was originally filled with toxins. At the same time, the fire Pokemon seems even more listless in the rainy weather. Its body temperature is rapidly losing, and the originally fluffy hair is wet and hanging on both sides. It keeps snorting, and sparks are constantly coming out of its mouth. Seeing this, the female trainer couldn't help but put her hands on her hips and yelled, "Ahai! Are you stupid? Fire Pokemon obviously hate rainy weather the most. Why do you let water Pokemon use rain dance?" The male trainer, whom she called Ahai, smiled bitterly and didn't dare to respond. He only thought of using rain to disperse the poison gas, but accidentally forgot about the fire Pokemon next to him. Roar! Drapion opened its tail claws and grabbed Skorupi, who had crawled behind him. After lifting Ahai, it suddenly swung it hard. Its tail hook could easily break a copper bar as thick as 2 fingers. Its strength was quite amazing. Skorupi drew an arc in the air and pounced on the water Pokemon in front of it with its fangs and claws, hissing continuously. "Skorupi, lay Dangya." Shinji's order followed. The water Pokemon was on full alert. The owner behind it was in a bad mood, which made it feel helpless. Now, it could only rely on itself. It was about to open its mouth to spray water gun to knock the opponent down. Drapion, scary face. It is impossible for Lacey to let the opponent counterattack so easily. Roar! The piercing roar made the water Pokemon shudder, and then an inexplicable fear spread from the bottom of 3.4's heart. Drapion itself looked extremely ferocious, and it had a talent bonus when using the scary face skill. At this most critical moment, a slight distraction could be fatal. The negative effect of Scary Face made the water Pokemon's movements stiff and slowed down. Skorupi rushed to the face, and the 2 front claws of the forelimbs vice gripped the fish fin ears of the water Pokemon, opened its fangs, and the crackling spark flashed in its mouth. Hiss! Skorupi made a low roar representing an attack, and bit the water Pokemon on the head. The Pokemon's soft face was hit in the vital part of the face. It was the electric move that the water Pokemon feared the most. The water Pokemon rolled on the ground desperately in pain, but it was useless. Skorupi's personality is extremely fierce. Once the bite rival is launched, it will never let go unless the opponent loses the ability to fight. Bam! The water Pokemon fell down, eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, looking like it was broken. Skorupi's teeth were still gnawing on its facial muscles, hissing in its throat, and its tail swung behind it. Water Pokemon. Male trainer Ahai shouted distressfully, and then hurriedly took out the Pokemon ball to take the water Pokemon back. The water Pokemon left the field, and the effect of rain dance disappeared immediately. The rain became sparse, and After a few seconds, it stopped falling. The fire Pokémon shook its body desperately, trying to get rid of the rain on its body. This wet feeling made it very uncomfortable. When a fire Pokémon launches a fire attack, because there's a fire bag organ in its body, the surface temperature will be as high as 900 degrees. If it suddenly encounters water, the body temperature will drop sharply, which will put it in a dangerous state of temperature disorder. Contest condition. Drapion stood calmly not far away, staring fiercely at the fire Pokémon with his ferocious eyes, and his big mouth full of fangs opened and closed from time to time. The waves of malice emanating from the wild hunter made people shudder. Def dat. Skorupi was baring his teeth and claws. It was 80 centimeters tall and looked very aggressive. If it weren't for the master's order, this Pokémon with a cruel and aggressive nature would have pounced on the fire Pokémon and bit it. The female trainer finally couldn't stand this atmosphere. Her boyfriend's water Pokémon was defeated, leaving only her fire Pokémon, facing two such ferocious and terrifying scorpion Pokémon. I don't want to fight anymore. I give up the game. The female trainer shouted loudly, and her hands were not slow. She took out the treasure ball from her pocket and took back the fire Pokémon. Stephanie was unreasonable, and the situation became 2v1 after the water Pokémon lost its ability to fight, which was almost a losing game. The tourists watching around would not point fingers at the female trainer for giving up the game. The water Pokémon lost its ability to fight, and the fire Pokémon gave up the game. So the winners of this elimination game are players Reiji and Shinji from Sinnoh Veilstone City. The referee pointed the green flag at the two brothers on his right and announced the final result. The two brothers smiled at each other and walked out of the venue gate together. When they passed by Hisoka, they couldn't help but look at the familiar figure on his shoulder curiously. "Brother, look, it's Buniri." Shinji was a little excited, ran to Hisoka, and asked loudly, "Are you also a Sinnoh region trainer?" "My name is Shinji, from Veilstone City in Sinnoh." Shinji is now just 12 years old, the same age as Ash, and is not the naughty child in the original book who used Pokémon as a fighting tool. His brother, Reiji, is at the rising stage of his life. He did not give up being a trainer and switched to being a breeder because of the disastrous defeat with Brandon. Brother Reiji has always been Shinji's idol since Arnold. If there had not been a series of influences from Battle Frontier, perhaps under Reiji's education, this boy could be stronger than in the original book. Reiji walked up and rubbed his brother's head fiercely. "Little thing, don't be so rude." He turned to look at Hisoka, bent down and apologized. "Sorry to bother you. I am his brother, Reiji." "It doesn't matter." Hisoka smiled and waved his hand, "But I'm not from your hometown. Hisoka, a native of Kanto. As for this Buniri, it was the championship reward I got in a competition. At that time, it was still an egg." "I see." Reiji nodded. Buniri is not a rare Pokémon in the Sinnoh region. This rabbit Pokémon can be seen in many forests and grasslands. However, there are no Buniris living in the Kanto region and Chengdu region, so it is no wonder that Shinji would misunderstand that Hisoka is a trainer from Sinnoh like them. "I watched the game just now, and your cooperation is quite good." Hisoka brought up the topic and was not stingy with praise. Shinji might still be a little immature, but this Reiji is definitely a strong opponent in the next game. "Yu Reiji, I don't know which other outstanding trainers from other regions will participate in this doubles competition." Before Reiji could speak, Shinji jumped out and said proudly, "My brother has debuted as a Pokémon trainer for 3 years, and he has won the runner-up of the Hoenn Evergrande Conference and the Chengdu Silver Conference." Evergrande Conference, do you know? It's equivalent to your Indigo Plateau Conference in Kanto, and it's even better. My brother is 10 points away from winning the championship. This naughty child. Reiji felt a burst of revenge in his heart. It was very embarrassing for his younger brother to talk about his past achievements in front of a stranger. "Meichi, hurry up. Your brother Sisso's game is about to start. What are you still dawdling about for?" Vivi stood at the door of the store, looking at the figure that kept swaying in front of the mirror, and shook her head with a wry smile. She has been putting on makeup for almost an hour, and she is still putting it on. It's just a game, not a formal date. Why is she so serious? It will be ready soon. Meichi chose a pink lipstick and lightly applied it on her lower lip, then bit it hard, picked up a small white bag, and put it on her shoulder. She turned around in front of the mirror. Meichi's figure is plump, especially her hips and chest. Not to mention her peers. Many young women in their 30s can't compare with her. She wore a tight, navel-bearing short-sleeved shirt, a ruby heart necklace on her chest, a denim hip skirt, and a pair of straight and delicate long legs with 7-centimeter high-heeled sandals. At venue 86, the referee looked at the stopwatch in his hand, looked at the ponytail boy with his arms folded on the rest chair, and couldn't help reminding him, "Player Shiso, I can only give you the last 5 minutes. If your partner can't come in 5 minutes, I can only judge you as the loser in this game." The second reminder from the referee came to his ears, and Shisuo just nodded calmly. He had already told Lando about the game time. If he didn't come by the time, it could only be said that it was destined by heaven. This time his rival looked more special, and it turned out to be a pair of monks. The profession of monks is very old, and it is considered the 3 oldest professions in the world along with poachers and geishas. Seeing Shisuo looking at them, the 2 young monks smiled kindly, put their hands together, and made a gesture to Shisuo. Monks are relatively common in Chengdu region, and there are more people who believe in them. Monks are rarely seen in Kanto. Chengdu's ancient history is much more exciting than Kanto. The Warring States period lasted for nearly 500 years, and the legends about the mythical beast Ho-Oh and the 3 mythical beasts under his command are also enduring. Chengdu Ikrutik, the bell tower in the city, is said to be the building where Ho-Oh once lived, with a history of more than 1,000 years. A figure flashed past Meichi and Vivi quickly, and Meichi was hit on the shoulder. "You are walking without eyes." Meichi's hot temper can be tolerated. When Shisuoga is not around, she is too lazy to maintain a ladylike manner. She rubbed her shoulder and looked up. The back is very familiar, especially the swaying blue ponytail with a very simple silver headband on it. Vivi held Meichi's arm and said softly, "Meichi, are you okay?" "It's okay, it's just a rub." Meichi responded with a smile, but she was thinking about another thing in her heart. Shisuoga's game starts at 1 p.m., and it's almost 12:57 now. How come Lando, who is competing as a partner, has just arrived at the park? It's over, it's over." Lando kept muttering, pulling her legs apart and running forward desperately. It was all the fault of that damn profiteer who kept bargaining, but she really liked that little guy. When registering, the casino officials gave each player a rule book, which clearly stated that if you were late for the game, you will be directly judged as a loser by the referee. If it was because of her relationship that the boss was judged as a loser without even playing the game, she felt that she would not be able to stay in the gym anymore. It's not too late. Lando had already seen the conspicuous number 86 venue logo not far ahead. She gritted her teeth and used all her strength to make the final sprint. Time passed by bit. The referee looked at his watch again and shook his head regretfully. Just as he was about to wave the red flag, he saw a beautiful blue-haired Stephanie rushing into the gate of the gym. Huh, referee, I'm not late, am I?" Landu swallowed hard, bent her body, lowered her head, pressed her hands on her knees, and gasped for air. The referee was stunned for a moment and reflexively glanced at his watch. 12:59:47. "Please prepare, contestants. The game will officially start in 2 minutes." The referee returned to his position. Since the opponent was not late, he couldn't say anything. Landu walked to Shisuo's side, lowered her head, and dared not speak. She was already thinking of all the worst results in her mind, being scolded, or even being expelled from the gym. "Drink some water, alter." Lando thought she had misheard. She looked up and saw a bottle of mineral water in front of her. The scolding and complaint she had imagined did not happen. Although the young boss had a blank expression on his face, he did not seem to be too angry. To be honest, when the last minute was about to be judged as a loser, Hisoka did have a rage emotion in his heart. He could accept that he was not as strong as the opponent, but it would be very depressing if he lost the game because of his partner's lateness. He is a rational person. Complaining and scolding cannot solve the problem. Instead, it will make Lando more self-blaming, and he may completely lose his sense of proportion in the next game. Now relying on his own hard power, Hisoka can still fight two people at once, but he has to wait until the next 32 rounds or even the semifinals and finals. The trainers he encounters will definitely become stronger and stronger, and it will be very difficult to fight two people at once. If rival cooperates well, the strength of the two Pokemon working together will definitely be more than 1+1. Therefore, he needs Lando as a target or bait to attract rivals' attention, Li Ming's, so as to share some pressure for himself, so that he can seize a certain opportunity and kill one of rival's Pokemon in 1 second. The monk wearing a red cassock is called Mao Jie, and the one wearing a blue cassock is called Yongquan. They are both monks from the burned tower of a Krutik city in Chengdu. The sacred beast they believe in is not Ho-Oh, but Lugia, who is known as the god of the sea. Mao Jie and Yongquan came to Kanto to practice as ascetics. Compared with the bell tower dedicated to the god of life Ho-Oh, which is prosperous and has never been damaged, their burned tower has become more and more embarrassed, and the number of believers who believe in the god of the sea is also decreasing year by year. Helplessly, they can only go to Kanto to preach, hoping to find an opportunity to restore the burned tower to its heyday in Kanto. The game officially begins. Hiso and Lando sent out Weevil and Ponyta. The two monks Mao Jie and Yongquan sent out Jengar and Owl. The combination of monks and ghost Pokemon always feels weird. Brother Shisua, you must do your best. Outside the wire mesh, Meichi's voice came. Shisua looked over and saw that Meichi's makeup and dress today were quite sexy, which formed a sharp contrast with Vivi, who was elegant and always looked like an amateur. Because a large number of trainers were eliminated in the 3 games yesterday, the number of venues was reduced, and the crowds of onlookers around each venue where the game was being played were slightly more than yesterday. Only in Shisua's field, which had not yet officially started, there were already about 20 spectators standing sparsely around it. Meichi's shout attracted the attention of many tourists. The two beautiful women with completely different temperaments stood together, and the rate of turning back was absolutely off the charts. Anyway, all male tourists could not control their wandering eyes and looked at the two beauties over there. Monk Mao Jie put his hands together, and first chanted a scripture that ordinary people could not understand, then looked up at Jengar in front of him and said calmly, "Hypnosis." Monks in this world have always regarded not killing as benevolence, not being angry as righteousness, and not being arrogant as peace. And conquering Pokemon is only for self-defense and protection. It is said that when monks are fighting Pokemon, normal will try to avoid using skills with greater destructive power. Noctowl Hypnosis. Monk Yongquan also put his hands together. Compared with Mao Jie, who looks ordinary, Yongquan is undoubtedly a handsome monk with fair skin. His temperament is as calm as a spring, neither arrogant nor impatient, giving people a sense of ethereal goodness. Noctowl has 2 attributes, normal and flying. It is a bird Pokemon with developed mental power and high IQ. Noctowl is a nocturnal creature with special structure of eyes. It can easily catch prey in the dark environment with just a little light. And it can also learn a lot of psychic moves, which leads to many trainers and scholars in Chengdu region believing that Noctowl is a psychic Pokemon. Weevil, close your eyes. Hisoka made a decision immediately. The 2 Pokemon of the opponent released Hypnosis at the same time, forming a double Hypnosis coverage area. Even with Weevil's strength, if he does not respond correctly, it is easy to capsize in the ditch. Hypnotized Pokemon will lose all combat capabilities. Whether it can wake up depends on the willpower of the Pokemon itself. Weevil is a high attack and fragile assassin. Once hypnotized by the opponent, there is no fight next. If it were a Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, it might be able to rely on its terrifying defensive ability to resist rivals' attack and delay until it wakes up. There's a big difference between doubles matches and regular Pokemon duels. A trainer who is good at doubles does not mean he is good at singles, and a trainer who is good at singles does not mean he is good at doubles. Everyone has his own areas of expertise. Hisoka does not like this kind of doubles match where he cooperates with others. He thinks he is better at large-scale team operations under personal command. Hypnosis. A Pokémon give a hint to induce sleepiness. The stronger the mental power of a Pokémon, the higher the chance of using hypnosis to hypnotize the enemy. As the saying goes, eyes are windows to the soul. Pokémon often starts with the eyes when it comes to hypnosis. Misfortunes. Mimi. Jengar laughed sinisterly, and the dark pupil in his blood-red eyes slowly moved up and down, and a strange suggestive power spread rapidly. Hoot hoot. Noctowl was the same. Its head turned 180 degrees, and then its slightly dull eyes suddenly changed, and circles of vortex patterns of different colors appeared in its eyes. Phew! Ponyta couldn't help but snorted and took a few steps back. It didn't close its eyes, so it was affected by Jengar's hypnosis at the first time. Ponyta felt weak in his limbs, and the endless sleepiness was hitting his mind. His eyelids became heavier, and he shook his head, trying to regain consciousness. Londuo clenched her jade hands and said anxiously, "Ponyta, you close your eyes too." Phew. Hearing the master's order, Ponyta screamed several times and slowly closed her eyes. Then, under Lando's depressed gaze, she fell down completely, with her limbs sticking out on both sides, her head leaning forward and against the ground, and fell asleep completely. Meichi, who was watching the game outside the field, couldn't help laughing and hurriedly covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking constantly, not wanting to make herself too out of control. That girl named Lando was so silly and cute. Ponyta was trying to open her eyes and resist sleepiness. As a result, she followed the instructions of Sissoko and actually made Ponyta close her eyes at that moment. But she didn't know that Ponyta had already been affected by hypnosis, and she might have a chance to break free from Chui Mian if she fought hard with her will. However, once she closed her eyes, it was equivalent to giving up resistance completely. Almost in an instant, only Weevil with closed eyes was left standing on the field. A breeze blew by, and Lando bit her lips tightly, and her face was not sure whether it was shame or anger. Hypnosis, except for a very small number of Pokémon, can hypnotize rival through physical touch or even voice suggestion. The rest of normal use eye contact to influence rival. The stronger the mental power, the higher the chance of success of hypnosis. On the contrary, if the mental power of the hypnotized object is stronger, the effect of hypnosis will be greatly weakened. Hisoka dare not bet on who is stronger and who is weaker in mental power. Weevil is facing two hypnosis experts, so she can only use the dumbest but most effective method, closing her eyes and not letting rival make visual suggestions. Weevil not only has extremely sharp and sensitive dynamic vision, but also excellent hearing. Close your eyes. 963. The whole body is dark. A pair of protruding ears tremble slightly, listening to the voices from all sides. Weevil double team. Maju. Weevil moved quickly, and one after another identical shadow clones appeared around him, as many as 15. Compared with the past, Weevil's speed became faster and stronger, and the number of shadows he split increased to 15. Donor. This trick is useless, Yongquan said with a smile. Noctowl foresight. Hoot hoot. Noctowl paused his hypnotic eyes, and the focus of his pupils was restored, gradually condensing into a point. The eagle eye scanned all the clones. All the shadows that seemed to be the truth were false in his eyes. Soon, the owl waved its wings and locked on Weevil's entity. The right wing was raised high, and then it swung violently. A round of transparent air blades broke through the air, cut through a shadow clone, and attacked the ninth Weevil in front. Swish! The ninth Weevil curled his lips in a humane way, raised his right claw, and chopped it, with black air swirling at the tip of the claw. The next moment, a black and red half-moon took shape, and with a downward slash, the air cutter of the owl was cut off by Weevil. Although Weevil currently needs to fight 1v2 because Ponyta was hypnotized, both Jengar and the owl are restrained by Weevil. With the dark attribute, she can be perfectly immune to the psychic tricks of the owl. Even the illusion of the psychic Queen Gardevoir cannot break through the dark attribute of Weevil, let alone Noctowl, which does not have the psychic attribute. As for Gengar, it is a Pokémon with high speed, high special attack, but very fragile, just like Weevil. Weevil has the advantage of speed and attribute. As long as Gengar is hit head-on by the street knife test, he will definitely be killed instantly. Most monks are knowledgeable people. Sneasel is not rare in Chengdu, and Yongquan has indeed never seen it. Weevil, but based on the name and appearance, he already had an overview in his mind. He thought that this thing must be the appearance of Sneasel after evolution, but for some reason, Chengdu had never seen or heard of such a Pokémon. Yongquan knew that the dark type was immune to the psychic type. Thinking of this, he decided to cooperate with his senior brother in this game. Yongquan rolled out the rosary in his hand and said loudly, "Noctowl, bless Gung with half reflexes. Since offensive psychic skills are ineffective against Weevil, use it for defense." Goo! The red light in Noctowl's eyes faded slightly, and then a light film as transparent as paper and as bright as glass covered Gengar's body. The light screen skill can weaken rivals' special attack, and the half reflex weakens rivals' physical attack. Use this trick to defend Weevil's offensive and prevent Gengar from being severely injured by rival. Noctowl had just blessed Gengar with half the reflexes, and Weevil had already launched a quick attack. A black shadow was galloping in the field, and even an afterimage was left behind. Agility. Hisoka stood with his arms folded and uttered the name of this move lightly. Agility is a buff skill like Sword Dance. It is not as stiff as Sword Dance when it is used, and it can be applied even if the Pokémon is in the moving contest condition. Ma! Weevil sank her body, put her arms on her waist, and tried to reduce the friction between herself and the air. The effect of agility began to appear, and her speed increased again. The afterimage disappeared instantly, and Weevil's body began to become blurred, making it impossible to lock on her position. The spectators outside the field widened their eyes, trying to see the figure of this Pokémon, but Weevil was too fast, and they couldn't catch the black shadow, even if they saw it with sore eyes. Weevil is more powerful than before. Meichi smiled and chanted softly. She had seen Weevil's competition on the Saint Anne's before. At that time, Weevil was already very powerful in her eyes, but in comparison, Weevil is much stronger now than before. 2.1 Vivi is a level 7 senior breeder, and her vision is naturally not comparable to that of Meichi. Weevil's speed is indeed very fast, which proves that Hisoka's usual breeding and training are very good. However, this super speed cannot last long. Weevil's body temperature will rise sharply due to the intense friction between its body and the air. If the game cannot be quickly decided and drags on, it will have a significant impact on Weevil itself. Goo goo. Noctowl desperately turned his head almost 360 degrees, and his mind was in a highly concentrated contest condition. His pupils turned into points, trying to catch the opponent's trace with foresight. Foresight can find out the true identity of Weevil in Double Team, but it does not mean that Noctowl's dynamic vision can keep up with this speed. The terrifying speed doubled the pressure on rival. Monk Mao Jie was very calm. He felt that Weevil's target might be his own Gengar. Gengar, hide. As soon as Monk Mao Jie gave the order, a black shadow appeared behind them. The target was not Gengar, but Noctowl flying in the sky. A spectator felt a black shadow flash in front of him, and then the black cat-like Pokémon appeared on the wire mesh in front of him. He was about to shout, "Ma!" Weevil looked back at the spectator, his blood-red vertical pupils opened, and his sharp claws stretched out in front of his mouth, pretending to be silent. Endless malice came, and the female spectator's face turned pale in an instant, and she stepped back several steps, staggered, and sat on the ground. Maju 22 stretched his muscles with both legs, and then suddenly exploded. Bang! Assist the elasticity of the wire mesh, and his body shot straight into the sky like a rocket. The wire mesh of the enclosure shook violently under this force, especially the place where Weevil had just borrowed the force. The wire mesh was seriously deformed. Frozen Fist. Hisoka shouted loudly. Maju. Weevil stretched out his left arm on his back at this moment. It was left-handed, and the left arm was much stronger than the right arm. The cold air was filled, and a light blue frost wrapped around the claw fist. The attack came from below, and when Noctowl reacted, it was too late. Weevil swung his left arm hard, increased the force of the punch, and tried to kill with one blow. Bang! From bottom to top, this full-strength frozen fist hit the owl's abdomen hard, and the frost spread, and the feathers on the owl's abdomen were quickly frozen. D. A high-pitched and shrill scream, ice flying, hit the owl's most vulnerable abdomen again. Weevil did not hold back at all, so you can imagine how painful this heavy hammer must be. Noctowl could no longer bear it. His eyes rolled back, and he hooted a few times and fell from the air. Yonquan did not have the same determination as his senior brother Mao Jie. Seeing that his Pokémon was so badly injured, he quickly ran to the field on his clogs and caught the owl when it landed. He quickly took out a jar of homemade herbs from his cassock and applied ointment to the owl's injured abdomen, then looked at Hisoka with a hint of indignation in his eyes. As monks, when Pokémon fight, normal will not let Pokémon go all out, but attack 70% and leave 30%, meaning that God has the virtue of loving life and needs to leave a glimmer of hope. But he did not expect that the player he met today would not only not hold back, but also be so cruel. Hisoka didn't know what the monk was thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. For him, a 1 versus 2 match must not be dragged on. Although Weevil has an attribute advantage, it can restrain the 2 Pokémon of rival. But he is very afraid of one skill of Gengar, which is Destiny Bond. Ghost Pokémon have many strange skills. Even if they can't beat you, they can disgust you to death. After a Destiny Bond, Weevil's strength is better than that Gengar, but it has not reached the level of overlooking and crushing. If the opponent plays Destiny Bond, both will lose their combat ability at the same time and enter the near-death contest condition. There was only one hypnotized Ponyta left, and the opponent was an owl in its prime. Just think about it, and you know how the game will end. So Hisoka's starting target was Nighthawk. At this moment, the owl was seriously injured, and the situation on the field became 1v1. Weevil imitated Hisoka normal and stood in the field with arms folded, while Gengar was invisible in the air. Weevil was very relaxed now. She knew that Gengar didn't dare to attack first, because the opponent was afraid of her attack. If she attacked first, once she caught a shadow, she could severely injure him with a street knife test. The situation seemed to have suddenly become a stalemate between the 2 pets. Since you don't dare to show up, I will force you to show up. Hisoka raised the corner of his mouth and commanded lightly, Weevil, sword dance. Ma! With his claws crossed, Weevil turned his body and danced a battle dance on the spot. As his dancing posture blossomed, the muscles in his arms began to bulge noticeably, and bloodshot gradually covered the whites of his eyes. Under the 410 sword dance contest condition, Weevil could not move or defend, so he had to bet on whether Gengar dared to attack. When attacking, the damage of Ghost-type skills was halved for Evil-type Pokémon. If he did not attack, he would have no chance to fight after Weevil Sword Dance was added. A casual touch from his sharp claws would be enough to make Gengar's scalp numb. As for Destiny Bond, as long as he could kill Gengar in 1 second before the opponent launched his attack, he would not be afraid of Destiny Bond. Weevil was much faster than Gengar. Before, it was only 1v2, and he was afraid that the owl would help him. Now, even if they both died, there was still a sleeping Ponyta standing on the field, and the game would still be won by his side. Mao Jie was worried and looked at the increasingly terrifying momentum. Weevil clasped his hands together and silently recited a few scriptures. He really couldn't bear to see Gengar being severely injured. The monks in this world are actually very taboo about dying together. Hurting others and yourself is a sin. So no matter what the result of the game is, Mao Jie will not actually order Gengar to use Destiny Bond. Hisoka doesn't understand the monk's routines, and he has too many predictions in his heart. I gave you 200,000 yuan as dividends, and you bought a Pokemon like this? Looking at the little bear in front of him rushing up to play with Buniri, Hisoka was a little amused. There is a famous Ursaring forest in Chengdu. Every September is the day when Urserings are in heat collectively. After a week, countless Teddy Ursa eggs will be born in that forest. Poacher gangs, bounty hunters, will sneak into the Ursaring forest during that week to look for Teddy Ursa eggs or capture some newly born Teddy Ursa cubs. Ursaring individuals are very strong, 2 meters tall, weighing 200 kilograms, with a violent personality and hate anyone or anything that breaks into its territory. Especially female Urserings in the estrus and egg-laying stage are full of aggression. In that forest, there are many poachers who are torn to pieces by rage Urserings every year because of stealing Teddy Ursa eggs. However, money can make people happy. Teddy Ursa has good potential, and the evolved Ursaring is also very powerful. It was once very popular among Chengdu trainers, and the black market price has been rising year by year. In recent years, the Chengdu Alliance has discovered that the number of Ursaring in the Ursaring forest has decreased significantly, so they began to crack down on the poaching gangs that gather in September every year. With the market supply decreasing and the demand remaining unchanged, the price of Teddy Ursa has naturally increased year by year. Teddy Ursa is not a rare Pokémon in Chengdu, and its black market price is far less than that of the local 3 starters. A Teddy Ursa with ordinary qualifications and potential is priced at around 120,000 to 150,000. It will be more expensive in the Kanto region because things are rare and expensive. But it doesn't need to be 200,000 unless it is a Teddy Ursa that is rated as A grade by senior breeders. Then the price may reach more than 500,000. Awoo! The Teddy Ursa bought by Lando tried hard to make a fierce expression, but short limbs and petite furry body betrayed it. The little guy wanted to grab the chew stick in Buniri's hand because the smell made him drool. Buniri was naturally unwilling. Both Pokemon and animals have the habit of protecting food. Teddy Ursa trotted over and waved his little hand. Buniri was born not long ago, but his reaction was quick. He jumped on Teddy Ursa's head with a rabbit kick, which was full of force and made Teddy Ursa roll on the ground for several times. The white crescent pattern on the forehead had 2 red marks in the blink of an eye. "Be careful," Lando shouted distressfully and ran over and picked up Teddy Ursa in a hurry, trying to comfort the little guy. Teddy Ursa didn't appreciate the childish voice. He took out his anger for being kicked by Buniri on Lando and bit her arm. Lando felt the pain and let go of Teddy Ursa. The little thing chased Buniri on the other side again. This time it was not a small fight. The sharp claws popped out from the little bear's paw and performed crazy fury swipes. Seeing Teddy Ursa's actions, Shisuo frowned. He finally felt that something was wrong. He stepped forward quickly. Without waiting for Teddy Ursa to attack Buniri, he grabbed its fur and grabbed it in midair. Dex DX! Teddy Ursa struggled desperately, and its sharp claws stretched out, trying to attack the human who caught it. Unfortunately, Shisuo was standing behind it. No matter how he shook, he couldn't attack the back. Teddy Ursa was not big, but it was really strong. If Shisuo hadn't been physically strong and had been radiated by the energy of the 7-colored gem for a long time, he might not have been able to control it with one hand. Lando covered his bleeding left arm, walked slowly to his side, and said anxiously, "Master, I'm fine, don't hurt the baby." This girl is really stupid. Shisuo smiled helplessly, grabbed Teddy Ursa and put it in front of her, and said, "Let me ask you, do you know what Teddy Ursa's personality should be like?" Lando pondered for a moment and shook his head. Teddy Ursa is almost invisible in the Kanto region. They mainly live in the big forest and plain valleys in Chengdu. Shisuo continued, "Teddy Ursa is a Pokemon with a timid nature. Look at the one you bought. It is aggressive and has a bad temper. I believe it is Ursaring. Maybe Teddy Ursa has just arrived in a strange environment and is a little uncomfortable." Lando lowered his head and explained, "When I bought it, Teddy Ursa was obviously very well behaved, and it can also use the Frozen Punch." Frozen Punch. Hearing what Lando said, Shisuo became a little interested. Teddy Ursa's evolved form Ursaring is not a smart Pokemon. With a manic personality and a stubborn mind, there are not many Ursaring who can learn the Frozen Punch. A Teddy Ursa can actually learn the Frozen Punch, which proves that this little thing has some talent, or one of its parents is better and inherited the Frozen Punch. As for the possibility of using a skill learning machine, it does not exist. The skill disc of the Frozen Punch is much more valuable than a Teddy Ursa. Remember, a merchant will never sell goods at a loss, no matter if he is a profiteer or a German merchant. You could do the Frozen Punch. Hisoka held Teddy Ursa in front of him and stared at the little guy's eyes with a smile. Awoo! Teddy Ursa was not to be outdone. He raised his little paw and slapped it suddenly, and a trace of cold air hit his face. Bang! Of course, Hisoka would not indulge this bad-tempered little thing. When its freezing fist came towards him, he quickly pulled the distance between them, then raised his left hand and smashed his head. Without any force, Teddy Ursa covered his forehead with a cry, and a small red bag quickly emerged from his forehead. Black's eyes were instantly tearful, and he looked at the man in front of him with a hint of fear, not daring to be presumptuous again. Teddy Ursa was thrown to the ground, and his little brain turned, knowing that a good man would not suffer a loss in front of him. Since he couldn't beat this human, he would just give in for the time being. His black eyes rolled, and he immediately ran to Lando's legs and hid behind him timidly. Lando didn't care about the place where Teddy Ursa had bitten her before. She had already regarded Teddy Ursa as her own Pokémon. Maybe he attacked her before because he was shy and afraid. She believed that as the two of them spent more time together, as long as she took good care of Teddy Ursa would definitely like her. When evaluating the potential of a Pokémon, advanced breeders have several 887 standards, including whether the bone development is good and outstanding, whether the fur and skin color are healthy and beautiful, and whether the IQ and EQ are qualified. Pokémon that meet the high standards can be considered to have good qualifications and outstanding potential. However, there is another most critical point, which is also the point that many trainers will ignore, that is, the character of the Pokémon itself. There's a big difference between a Pokémon with a good character and a Pokémon with a bad character. Even if a Pokémon has all the hard conditions that are very outstanding and even has the talent of a quasi-god, it has serious character defects, such as being timid by nature and afraid of fighting. Trainers who are lazy, like to slack off, don't like training, and have extremely violent tempers and will attack themselves. At this time, some people will say that I am an excellent trainer and I can correct the shortcomings of Pokémon's personality in daily training and communication. This sentence is correct. Pokémon's personality defects can be corrected, but it also takes a lot of energy. When Hisoka conquered Rhydon, he found that this big guy had some personality defects. It has been almost half a year now. Rhydon has evolved into a super iron Tyrannosaurus, and his personality defects have been greatly improved, but in daily training, Hisoka can still detect some shortcomings. There's a saying in the previous life that it is easy to change the country, but difficult to change one's nature. The smarter the Pokémon, the more likely it is to have personality defects, and some Pokémon may even suffer from mental illness. Shisua was sure that the Teddy Ursa bought by Lando had a big character flaw. It was very cunning and smart. It knew how to use its cute appearance to confuse others. In fact, it had a violent and vicious personality. It just looked too small, and others didn't want to believe it. A Teddy Ursa with the temperament of Ursaring was much smarter than Ursaring. It was interesting. The next day, at 9 a.m., the Central Park was particularly lively. After 2 days of competition, more than 900 trainers from multiple regions had only 16 doubles teams left. The casino officials arranged 2 helicopters for a full-scale live broadcast. The trainers who successfully entered the top 16 walked onto the platform arranged by the casino one by one. This is a temporary stage for commendation. The top 16 players, 32 of them, stand in a row in the center. Behind them is a long table covered with red cloth. Stacks of cash are neatly placed on the tablecloth. From left to right, the cash in the middle is undoubtedly the highest. On the top is a Pokémon ball that seems to be made of pure material. The button is also printed with the 3-color small rainbow logo of the Rainbow Casino. This is a premier ball. In some large-scale events, The organizers often customize some exquisite Pokémon balls as event commemorations. Of course, due to the financial strength of the organizer, the quality of premier balls varies. The 3 premier balls for the champion, runner-up, and third place are of different colors. The champion is pure gold, the runner-up is pure silver, and the third place is bronze. They are all very exquisitely made, reflecting the economic strength of the organizer. The champion is rewarded with 1 million cash and a man-made Pokémon created by modern human science and technology, the 3D Dragon. In particular, this 3D Dragon is the Zero Machine created by Dr. Akihabara, the first in the true sense. Chasing the powerful and rare Pokémon is the theme of this world. Why would a city event in Kanto region attract trainers from multiple regions to participate? There are even Sinnoh trainers who are geographically far away. The 1 million cash prize is far less attractive. The key is this 3D Dragon of Unit 0. The beautiful host dressed beautifully, wearing a red long skirt and orange curly hair, walked slowly onto the stage. Her facial features are not very delicate, with big eyes and a big mouth, but her temperament is outstanding, with both the vitality of a girl and the maturity and elegance of a young woman. "Hello, you, it's Miss Vivian." The fat man Morrison bumped his partner's shoulder and whispered. Yu nodded and chuckled. "Yes, I didn't expect that Rainbow Casino could invite Miss Vivian to be the host. I really didn't expect it. Recommend a driving story for an old driver, which is also a Pokémon fanfiction, the justice prosecutor who entered the dimension. P.S. Female readers must not read it. Vivian is not well known in Kanto and Chengdu region, but in her hometown Hoenn region, this host can be said to be well known. She is the resident host of the Hoenn region Pokémon contest. The contest has been rapidly promoted and popularized in recent years, and Vivian has made a great contribution. Her hosting style is diverse, with both girlish fickleness and mature and appropriate responses. Her language is humorous, and she can quickly get along with the coordinators participating in the contest. Last year, the Hoenn region selected the top 5 dream lovers for men. For the first time, Vivian surpassed Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny with a high number of votes and won the title of the most popular dream lover. Vivian raised a microphone and said generously, "I am honored to be invited by Rainbow Casino official to be the host of today's Pokémon doubles competition. I am from Hoenn region and a Pokémon contest host named Vivian. I know that there is also Chengdu region in Kanto, and contest competitions are not popular, but I believe that in the near future, Pokémon contest competitions will be popular in the 2 regions. In addition to trainers and breeders, you'll have a third choice, that is, Pokémon coordinator. Dada." Morrison was the first to applaud vigorously, and his small eyes looked at the back of Vivian, standing not far away with admiration. Yu also applauded. He did not worship Vivian as much as Morrison, and he only had some intimacy with this beautiful host as a fellow countryman. After all, he was a real Pokémon trainer. The dense audience under the stage, driven by the atmosphere, also applauded and cheered. Most of them did not understand what it meant to be a Pokémon coordinator contest, but it didn't prevent them from quickly falling in love with this beautiful host with outstanding appearance and Hideki manners. The top 16 matches were allocated by drawing lots. Vivian instructed the staff to put the glass box in the center of the stage. "Now please invite trainer Yu and Morrison from Hoenn region to come forward and draw lots." Vivian shouted with a smile. Morrison quickly pulled Yu's clothes, ran forward in small steps, and said excitedly, "Miss Vivian, I am your fan. Can you please give me an autograph?" "Of course, my little fellow." Vivian covered her red lips lightly, approachable. She asked the staff to bring paper and pen and signed 3 beautiful characters on it. Morrison took the signature with satisfaction and put it in his arms. The solemn look made Yu at the side shake his head helplessly. He didn't expect that his good friend actually had the habit of chasing stars. Yu stepped forward to draw lots, spread out the white paper. Their group was number 7. If the next doubles team drew number 8, then the game would be 7 versus 8. The drawing lasted only 10 minutes. 16 groups, and 32 contestants came forward to draw lots one by one. Shinji and Lei Si brothers drew number 11, Hisoka and Lando drew number 3, which means that they will play in the second game today. The venue for the top 16 is no longer the temporary venue surrounded by barbed wire as before, but a switchable 250 by 550 super large battle venue built in Central Park using region conference standards. There are a total of 4 venues that can be switched, namely Grassland Venue, Rock Venue, Water Venue, Ice Venue. Every year, many privately held or contracted events are held in Rainbow City Central Park. In view of this, the Rainbow City government started to build this multifunctional large venue 5 years ago to meet the needs of organizers. Seeking flowers is expensive to rent such a venue. The Central Park Responsible Agency charges according to the number of games. The cost of one game is $580,000. If the venue is seriously damaged, the organizer needs to pay another part of the repair costs. In a crowd, 2 shiny bald heads are particularly conspicuous. The handsome appearance of monk Yongquan has attracted the eyes of many female tourists. After all, monks in the Kanto region are quite rare. 00. Donor, your seal just has a little inflammation of the tongue coating, which will lead to loss of appetite. Gently apply this potion boiled with nectar grass a few times, and it will be completely restored. Yongquan held a listless seal in his arms, gently stroked its head, then took out a jar of potion from the pocket in his cassock, poured out some, and smeared it on the tongue of the little Hapian. Strangely enough, the seal did not seem to resist Yongquan, and allowed the stranger to apply the potion of unknown origin on its tongue. The medicine worked wonders, and Seal's originally slightly red and swollen tongue quickly calmed down. Although the medicine did not cure the disease, it was much more normal than before. Thank you, Master. Seal's owner is a young girl with some freckles on her face. She looks at the handsome monk with gratitude. Yongchuan's face flushed, and his left hand kept turning the beads. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but couldn't. After taking a deep breath, Yongquan went all out and stammered, "Donor, this bottle of medicine costs 200 yuan." After speaking, he quickly lowered his head and silently recited the scriptures, not daring to look into the other person's eyes. The girl was stunned for a moment, but looking at the red cheeks of monk Yongquan, she couldn't help but chuckle. This laugh almost made Yongquan collapse. It was too embarrassing. He grew up in a temple next to the burned tower and had never done anything. The monks in this world have always been of high cultural level, well-versed in the present, and good at ancient medicine. They can treat both people and Pokémon. The ascetic monks cannot carry any property with them during their training. They need to beg for alms along the way to survive, but begging for alms does not mean begging. The monks have hands and feet, and they pay attention to equal exchange. They will take some medicinal plants in the forest and then use ancient methods to make ointment, 297, or liquid medicine. When they meet some ordinary people with physical illnesses, the ascetic monks will come forward to beg for medicine. The price is not only cheap, but also mild, and it is not worse than modern medical equipment. If you go to the Pokemon hospital for a disease like Seal, you can't leave without spending thousands of dollars. The girl didn't have a Pokemon Pokédex, so she couldn't enjoy free medical treatment at the Pokemon Center. In comparison, the potion recommended by the handsome monk in front of her was absolutely worth the price-performance ratio. Such a large bottle only cost 200 yuan. After helping Seal to wipe it several times, there was still a lot left. If she encountered the same disease in the future, she could still save some medical expenses. Thinking of this, the freckled girl readily took out 2 green 100 yuan bills with the indigo plateau pattern from her small bag. Thank you, donor. Yongquan took the 200 yuan and quickly stuffed it into the cloth bag. The girl walked away, and the monk Mao Jie came over and said lightly, "Junior brother, don't feel ashamed. We use our talents to make money, which is the truth of heaven and earth. The god of the sea will also be proud of us." Yongquan put his hands together, bowed, and replied, "Senior brother, I understand, but I was just a little uncomfortable at first." Master Mao Jie, Master Yongquan. When Hisoka passed by, he couldn't help but call out the names of the two. "It's you." Yongchuan's face hardened. The opponent Weevil was too cruel. His owl is still lying in the Pokemon Center. Mao Jie is older and has a stronger mentality. Although he also has some complaints about yesterday's game, at least he will not show it like Yongquan normal. Donor Hisoka, although there are differences in the victory and defeat of Pokemon, it is not a fight of life and death after all. I hope you will not be as unforgiving as yesterday in the next game. Yesterday's doubles match, Mao Jie finally chose to give up. Jengar's strength was not as good as Weevil's, and his attribute was suppressed. The opponent's sword danced again. He could not think of any way to turn defeat into victory except the Destiny Bond skill. In desperation, for the safety of Jengar, he could only choose to give up. Historic smile. Master Mao Jie, you misunderstood. I can only say that I don't understand the monk's beliefs. Ponyta was hypnotized at the beginning. I need to face two Pokemon at the same time, and I have to prevent the Master's Jengar's Destiny Bond, so I can only get rid of Master Yongchuan's owl first. Is the best strategy. Hearing this, Yongquan snorted. The game has been decided. There is no point in talking about the severity of the attack. The opponent is merciless and goes all out. To put it in a good way, is respect for rival. Since the two masters have come to Kanto to seek the way, I wonder if they are interested in becoming the abbot of place. Hisoka explained his purpose. As soon as these words came out, not only Yongquan, but even Shoji, who had a calm expression, couldn't help but tremble slightly. Although Dark City is poor and backward, and its economy is underdeveloped, it is precisely because of its underdevelopment and undeveloped resources that the ancient buildings of the Hatsong era are perfectly preserved. In an unnamed foothill about 5 kilometers north of the current Dark Gym, there is a temple building. Shisuo has visited it. This temple covers an area of more than 2,000 square meters and is a small temple. I heard that the master said that this temple was built 500 years ago. The history of the temple began in the Hatsong era. It is well preserved and can be restored to its previous appearance with a little renovation. At present, Dark City has ancient fossils under its banner, the Pokemon Protection Area. If coupled with the rise of an ancient temple, will surely attract more tourists. If you want a temple to develop, it is naturally inseparable from some respected monks. Although the two monks, Mao Jie and Yongquan, are young, they are kind-hearted, knowledgeable, and have superb ancient medical skills. They are more than enough to be the abbots of 10 small temples. Knowing that the other party is the official gym of Dark City, the identity of the gym owner, Mao Jie and Yongquan are completely relieved. Hisoka's suggestions are simply a pillow for sleepiness. They want to preach in Kanto. What better starting point than to have a temple of their own, starting from Dark City? The city will start from 2.2 and then gradually radiate to other cities, which is really a great merit. The masters are reserved. Shisuo did not let them give an answer in person, but said that they would reply after the doubles match today. If they are willing, they can go to the Dark City with him, and if they are not willing, they could just smile and pass by. The two monks looked at each other, and they were naturally willing. Thinking about the wind and rain, sleeping outdoors in the night, it would be such an achievement and luck to have a temple that belongs to them. Of course, there is no reward without merit. Mao Jie and Yongquan have already decided that after going to the Dark City, they will treat local civilians for free for the rest of their lives without accepting any money as a reward. Milotic Freezing Ray. Hisoka raised his arm and waved. In the water venue, Milotic wandered on the water surface, and a very cold force gathered in his mouth. A blue-white light ball gradually formed in front of his mouth, and then 3 blue rays of light shot out and landed at 3 points around rival Gyarados. With the 3 points as the center, a triangle range was drawn. The pool water froze quickly, and the ice layer was thick enough. In the blink of an eye, Gyarados' strong blue body was trapped in the ice layer and could not move. Outside the venue, Vivian, the host, stood on the podium, holding the microphone, and was a little excited. It's unbelievable. I didn't expect that I would see a Milotic in the Kanto region. Many of the audience here may not know this beautiful Pokemon. It is called Milotic, a Pokemon from the Hoenn region, an immune Pokémon that countless Pokémon coordinators dream of. Mr. Wallace, the Alliance champion of our Hoenn, has such a Pokémon. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the audience. They were already curious about this beautiful God 22 Pokémon that they had never seen before. After Vivian's words, everyone looked at Milotic with more enthusiasm. Even the top trainer of the Alliance champion level chose Milotic. It can be imagined that this Pokémon must have excellent potential and must be very powerful. It seems that the guy I met yesterday may become my next strong opponent. Reiji leaned against the player channel, looking at the situation in the field. He had full confidence that he could make it to the finals. Among the top 16 players, there was a Hoenn trainer using Blaziken who could be considered an opponent, and he didn't take the rest seriously. This was not arrogance, but a clear judgment of his own strength. Shinji looked at the Milotic in the field with great envy and asked, "Brother, does Miss Cynthia, the Alliance champion of our Sinnoh, also have a Milotic?" Reiji pinched his head. Miss Cynthia was the Pokémon trainer that he and his brother admired the most. She became the regional champion at the age of 20. What a genius. It made countless trainers who were old but couldn't even touch the elite path feel ashamed. Shinji clenched his fists and vowed in his heart, "I must also capture a Milotic. I must have such a powerful Pokémon." Situation in the field, Gyarados was locked in the ice layer and began to struggle madly. His muscles swelled. Huge power surge crack. The ice layer on Gyarados' abdomen began to crack. "Lantern, protect Gyarados," the girl shouted tenderly. This time, Hisoka's rival is two girls. One is a trainer from Kanto's Jintian City, named Anna, and the other is a trainer from Chengdu Signwood City, named Qiandao. Lantern is a fish Pokémon in the Chengdu waters. It likes to live in the deep sea. It is not only a water Pokémon, but also has the most restrained water-type electric attribute. The combination of the two makes this cute-looking Pokémon become a deep-sea totem in a sense. Water conducts electricity, and when electric skills are used in water, the damage will be higher. Remembering what the boss had told her before, Lando looked at the mid-air Beedrill, shouted loudly, "Beedrill, spread poison spikes." "K." Beedrill flapped its wings, and three-sided black poison spikes scattered from the huge poison barb mouth at its tail. Compared with the poison spikes spread by Drapion, Beedrill's poison spikes were only the size of a thumb cap and much less toxic. They were just the most common black. Milotic, Twister controls the situation. At Hisoka's command, the poison spikes that had just fallen into the water were immediately swept up by the Twister. The howling hurricane brought up the water in the pool, and countless black poison spikes could be vaguely seen circling in it. With a simple combination of skills, the players in the top 16 will definitely become stronger and stronger. Hisoka will give Lando some tactical coaching these two nights to let her assist him better. Under the potential energy of the high-speed rotation of the Twister, these sharp poison spikes revealed a hideous appearance. Once the Pokémon was caught in it, the poison spikes would tear their skin. Milotic closed her eyes and tried her best to control the Twister. Her mental power was consumed crazily, and the pink scales on her forehead were shining. The Twister, covered with poison spikes, first swept up Lantern, who was trying to protect Gyarados in front. Without even a scream, when the Twister swept up, this Lantern was caught in the wind, spun straight up, and then fell heavily into the water, belly turned over. Dozens of black, three-edged poisonous spikes pierced its body. Lantern fell. The only remaining Gyarados was still struggling to break free from the ice, and the traces of ice cracking became more and more serious. It seemed that Gyarados would be able to escape with his superpower soon. Twister's remaining power was not exhausted, and the poisonous thorium was looming between the water and wind. At this moment, Anna's face was anxious. Lantern, her teammate Qiandao, had lost his ability to fight. She was the only one left to deal with it, which undoubtedly increased the pressure. Gyarados had not yet broken free from the restraints, and Twister had already attacked. In desperation, Anna made a decision to fight head-on. Gyarados, destroy the Death Ray. Roar! Hearing the Master's order, Gyarados stopped struggle and the huge mouth full of sharp fangs opened wide, and an orange-red light ball quickly appeared above its huge mouth. Twister attacked at high speed, and the iconic orange-red rays of the Destruction Death Ray gushed out, and the strong recoil made Gyarados' huge body couldn't help but lean back. Boom! It was deafening. The Destructive Death Ray was powerful and had a very terrifying penetrating power. The 5-meter-thick water spout was directly pierced in the middle. The ray had a high temperature, and a large amount of rolled-up water was evaporated. Milotic slowly opened his eyes. Twister could not continue and disappeared in the air. The remaining water flow was accompanied by a large number of nails falling from the air. Seeing that the crisis was temporarily resolved, the expression on Anai's face did not relax at all, but became more worried. What if Twister's attack was resolved? The sequelae of the Destructive Death Ray began to appear. Gyarados frowned, and he felt that his whole body was in a stiff contest condition, and he couldn't even lift his tail. The Rainbow City Game Center has supporting hotels, restaurants, gambling machines, and all kinds of video games that are popular all over the world. It is also a well-known tourist attraction in the Kanto region. For one of the iconic buildings of this city, the residents of Rainbow City generally have an aversion to it. Many children of the residents are addicted to the various video games in the game center, which has led to their loss of ambition and addiction to games. Few people know that the largest shareholder behind this game center, which has been in business for more than 10 years, is the #1 dark organization in Kanto, Team Rocket. No matter in which world, as long as there are creatures like humans and form a collective, there will definitely be factions, regional alliance, dark organizations, corporate groups, etc. One person or more people come together for the same interests, which leads to the emergence of parties. The 4 generals of Team Rocket are divided into 2 factions, which is almost known to everyone in the organization. Boss Giovanni has no intention of intervening at all. As the leader, what he has to do is never to suppress one of the factions, but to balance the 2 forces. The way of checks and balances means the art of the emperor, from the ancient emperor to the current corporate management, from governing a country to the development of a company. It is the same. What the superiors have to do is to balance the internal factions. Unless the other party is selling out the interests of the organization, they must not be suppressed by force. Archer and Ariana are the strongest faction, in charge of the Rocket's military and financial power. Archer leads the Rocket's most elite Disaster Beast Corps, a mysterious force that has existed since the founding of the Rockets. The Disaster Beast Corps only obeys 2 people. Giovanni is the top, and Archer is the second. Giovanni's majesty and power are unmatched in the Rockets. One is that trainer's strength is unfathomable. Earth Giovanni firmly holds the 4 in the Rockets. Since ancient times, only the name and the tool cannot be faked. Giovanni wants not to be sidelined by the growing party power under his hands, and the knife in his hand must not be abandoned. Top of Game Center, Chairman's office. Proton, are you crazy? Petrol couldn't believe that his longtime friend would have such an idea. He wiped the purple hair on his forehead and said sharply, "You know that Ariana and Giovanni may be watching the live broadcast of this doubles match. You also know Ariana's idea, which is to win her over, and this matter has nothing to do with you." Petrol, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket, is in charge of the assassination team of Team Rocket. He is good at disguise. No one has ever seen his true face except for some senior staff. The guy Petrol called Proton is also one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket. Among the 4 generals, Proton is the youngest, but he is the most cruel, both to people and Pokémon. Proton crossed his legs and leaned on the desk. He couldn't help but scratch his right ear with his right little finger. He said lazily, "Women are women. They are too conservative. Do you think those trainers will join Team Rocket because of some persuasion or some kind of captivate?" Petrol thought of the 32 top players that Team Rocket contacted after the Indigo Plateau Conference and the Silver Conference every year. To be honest, only a very small number of trainers with bad intentions can't stand the captivate and join Team Rocket. Most of the trainers who can enter the top 32 of the conference have better families and excellent talents. As long as they work hard, they will have a bright future. In contrast, joining the notorious dark organization, once discovered, not only will you be alliance wanted, it will also affect the reputation of the whole family. Therefore, many members of the Rocket team were recruited from welfare institutions in various cities. Only those orphans who have nothing will ignore the risks and join the dark organization for the sake of profit. From this point of view, what Proton said also makes sense. With his legs retracted, Proton splashed, pointed to several groups of pictures on the monitoring screen, and said, "Look at the Pokémon of these top 16 players, how powerful and excellent. It would be a waste to put them in their hands. They may be the running dogs of the Alliance in the future. Why not let us snatch them back, whether it is distributed to the brothers in the organization or sold to other vets?" Proton's words made Petrol fall into a state of fundraising. It is true that Giovanni did not say that these contestants could not be attacked after the game. He and Proton are connected in interest. If this seemingly crazy idea succeeds, neither Ariana nor Archer can say anything. We must take action before Ariana sends people to contact these trainers. Petrol thought for a moment and expressed his own thoughts. Proton spread his hands, stepped forward and hugged Petrol. "Good brother, you go contact Zakla, sir, now. As for the implementation of the subsequent plan, it depends on me." Petrol sighed. Zakla, Surd, and ORM were his direct subordinates, and they were also the three strongest people in the assassination team. They were called the Three Beast Warriors in the organization. To be honest, he didn't want to send these three capable subordinates to carry out this mission. If any unexpected situation occurred, causing any of the Three Beast Warriors to be arrested by the Alliance, it would be a great loss to their own forces. Petrol left the office, and Proton's attention was refocused on the photos in his hand. Sinnoh, Hoenn, and Shisuo from Kanto. These three trainers were, well, his key observation targets. Blaziken, Empoleon, Gardevoir. These rare and powerful Pokemon will all be in his pocket soon. Milotic, give it one last scald. After Gyarados used the Destruction Ray, he fell into a period of stiffness contest condition. Taking this opportunity, Milotic and Beedrill launched a continuous attack together. When the stiffness contest condition disappeared, Gyarados was almost exhausted. The boiling scald washed over the surface of his skin. Even though Gyarados' scales were very hard, he could not withstand the damage of scald without any physical strength. He raised his head and roared, and then hit his head on the ice, completely losing his ability to move. The referee waved the green flag. Gyarados, Lantern, lost the ability to fight. So the winners of this game are Shisuo and Londuo. Donphan, Typhlosion loses its ability to fight. So the winners of this game are Reiji and Shinji from Sinnoh region. The two brothers stood on the left side of the player command platform, raised their hands, and enjoyed the cheers of the audience. The Pokemon they used in this game, Reiji took out his Earl Dervish Pokemon, Empoleon, which is the final evolution of Sinnoh's three major Pokemon Piplup. The Pokemon used by Shinji is Electabuzz, which is a Pokemon that the local audience in Kanto fully recognizes. There will be victory and elimination. The battle is not only about the strength of Pokemon, but also the game between trainer command strategies. Vivian walked back to the center of the venue, holding a card reader in her hand. Solation took a look and said with a smile, "Now, please invite Yu and Morrison from Hoenn region to compete against Braun and Green from Chengdu region." At the same time, the electronic screen 627 above the audience seats began to fan at high speed, and the rectangular electronic screen was divided into 4 parts, representing 4 venues. The Dajuo. Ding! Indicator light stopped and landed on the split screen with the rock icon. The venue for this competition is the rock venue. The referee shouted and looked at the staff not far away. The two nodded and the staff pulled the switch. The originally flat and open grassland venue began to split from the middle to both sides. It is the crystallization of modern human technology and a fully automated multifunctional battle venue. The lawns sank, the rocks were jagged, and the rock pillars grew. The ground paved with rock soil and stones completely simulated the environment of the Valley Stone Beach. Please get ready, both players. Yu and Morrison have already reached the command platform, and similarly, Brown and Green have also climbed onto the opposite platform. The red flag was raised high, and then dropped down with force. Cap, the game begins. At the command, the 4 players on both sides threw their Pokemon balls at the same time. Go, Flygon. Do well, Brellum. Morrison wiped his nose and said with a smile. Hercules. Quagsire. The Pokemon sent by Brown is Hercules, which has the dual attributes of bug and fighting, and is ranked in the first tier among all the bug-type Pokemon. Although this Pokemon has no evolutionary form, it has amazing strength. Its big horns can even easily pick up enemies that are 20 times its own weight. It has a gentle personality and likes to eat pollen and sap. It is very popular among Chengdu trainers. Every year, the national park in the north of Chengdu, Goldenrod City, holds a grand insect catching conference. At that time, Hercules and Scyther raised in the national park became the 2 most popular bug-type Pokemon. Green's Quagsire has the same dual attributes of water and ground as the Swampert used by Morrison before. The ground type makes Quagsire no longer afraid of electric skills, but it also has an additional point of being restrained. Both Swampert and Quagsire are extremely afraid of grass Pokemon because the leather skills can restrain them 4 times. The rules of the doubles game require both sides to throw their own Pokemon at the same time, and the game is not allowed to change Pokemon. The players on both sides can only choose which Pokemon to send out according to the venue environment. As for whether they can have a restraining advantage in terms of attributes, it depends on luck. Flygon and Brellum are both native Pokemon in Hoenn. Most of the Kanto audience and some Chengdu audiences are completely unfamiliar with these 2 Pokemon. At this time, Vivian, the host, needs to introduce them. Flygon is also a relatively rare Pokemon in our Hoenn. Looking at its appearance, many people may think it is a bug-type Pokemon at first. Vivian showed a playful smile with shallow dimples, which is very attractive. Flygon is not only not a bug-type Pokemon, it is a true dragon Pokemon. As soon as these words came out, there were constant exclamations from the audience, and many viewers looked at Flygon with excitement. No one thought that such a dragonfly-like creature would be a dragon-type Pokemon. In the minds of most people in this world, dragon-type Pokemon represents strength and rarity. Dragon-type Pokemon are very intelligent, almost as smart as psychic-type Pokemon. They can learn powerful skills of multiple attributes and are pursued and sought after by countless trainers. In the black market Pokemon live transactions, the price of Dragon-type Pokemon is always higher than other Pokemon, and they're often out of stock, and you can't buy them even if you have money. 10 years ago, the Wild Wilderness Reserve under Fuchsia City was established because of the rumor of the existence of Dratini. Overnight, many trainers from all over Kanto, even Chengdu region and Orange Islands gathered in the Wilderness Reserve to capture the extremely rare Mini. The final evolution of Dratini is the symbol of Kanto region, the quasi-god Dragonite. Especially when the Dragon Elite Mr. Lance led his invincible Dragonite to the Pokemon World Championship, defeating countless top trainers for various regions around the world. This move quickly made the name of Dragonite known around the world. Dragon, in the ancient language of this world, represents the word strength. Of course, a true dragon Pokemon must have the dragon attribute, not just the word dragon in its name. For example, Gyarados and Rhydon in Kanto, Ampharos in Chengdu, etc. Although these Pokemon have the word dragon in their names, they do not have the dragon type, so they cannot be considered dragon Pokemon. Yu has been traveling in the Chengdu region for a while and has some knowledge of Quagsire and Heracross. He lowered his head and whispered in Morrison's ear, "You are lucky. That Quagsire has both water and ground attributes like your Swampert, and is most afraid of grass-type Pokemon." Morrison nodded and responded, "That Heracross is obviously a bug-type Pokemon at first glance. You have to help me keep an eye on it." The 2 teams of Pokemon can only be said to have mutual restraint. Flygon is 4 times weak to ice. Since ancient times, water and ice have been inseparable. that Swampert is likely to have learned Ice-type skills. Breloom restrains Quagsire, Quagsire restrains Flygon, and Heracross restrains Breloom. Breloom, Bullet Seed. Morrison is impulsive, and his philosophy is to strike first and then suffer, so he immediately issued an attack order. Quagsire is an amphibious Pokémon, and its swimming speed is not fast in water, and it is even slower on land. Bullet Seed's shooting speed is very fast. Breloom opened his mouth, and a series of green seed bullets were continuously fired forward, just as the skill name describes, a machine gun. Brown knew that his partner Quagsire was most afraid of grass-type skills, and he must not let Quagsire be killed by the opponent first. Otherwise, the next game would be 1 versus 2 dash, no chance at all. Heracross, stand in front of Quagsire. Heracross moved to the left, opened its hands, and raised its hard shell to stand in front of Quagsire. Boom, boom. Bullet Seed's bullets all hit its chest. Quagsire is afraid of grass-type, but Heracross is not. It is only afraid of flying-type Pokémon, because bugs are also 4 times weaker than fighting. Santoon. At this time, Yiyu's order also came. Flygon, flying in the air, gently flapped its diamond-shaped wings, and the blue light of its hemispherical, crystal-like red eyes flashed, and the power of the ground type began to work. Heracross staggered, and it felt that its body was sinking. Looking down, it found that the originally solid rock ground was rapidly turning into sand, and it could no longer stand on hard objects. Quagsire uses Freezing Ray on the quicksand. As you guessed, the trainer named Green, his Quagsire really has ice skills. The energy of Freezing Ray hits the surface of quicksand, and the rock soil that was originally spreading sand turns into hard ice. Heracross, Million-Ton Horn Attack. Each player wants to take the initiative in the rhythm of the game, and it is impossible to let the other side take the initiative all the time and gradually form a control situation. Heracross emits a growl that matches its name normal, sinks its body, and the white light on its forked horn shines, aiming at the direction where Breloom is, and the horsepower is full, and a huge force that is enough to lift several tons of weight surges. Tilda, a rock pillar blocking the road, was easily shattered by the Million-Ton Horn Attack, and the momentum is not reduced at all. With an indomitable momentum, it is like a land tank, invincible. Quagsire, cover Heracross, use continuous mud shot on Flygon. Quagsire flapped its belly, and a bunch of dirty mud bombs hit, soaring in the sky. Aiming at Flygon's eyes, midline horizontal ellipsis, Flygon had no choice but to flap his wings and dodge, unable to support Breloom. Please give me flowers. Zakla, what do you think Master Petrel called us all here for? A big man with a sturdy back and gorilla-like features squatted on the ground. What attracted people's attention was that a Shuckle was lying on his head and holding another Shuckle in his hands. The person he called Zakla had the body of a 5-year-old child, with a huge head and a crooked black cap on his head. Wearing the White Rocket Team elite uniform, he lay on his back on the sofa, seemingly resting his eyes. Hearing what ORM said, Zakla opened his eyes, covered his mouth with his little hands, yawned, and said, "It's so noisy. You won't wait, Lord Petrel. Come here and ask him in person. I just got the notice just like you. How could I know?" Bang! The door was pushed open, and Petrel walked in slowly with his hands behind his waist. Behind him was a woman with a white windbreaker, tall figure, pale face, black lips, and narrow eyes with strange makeup. Her hair was gathered up and tied in her head, revealing her white forehead. A Persian was following quietly. Petrel walked to the desk, tapped it lightly a few times, turned around and looked at the woman behind him, and said, "Sird, you tell Zakla and Oe about this mission." "Yes." Sird shook her head, looked coldly at the 2 guys in front of her who were called the Rocket Team 3 Beast Warriors with her, and said slowly, "After the doubles match held in the Rainbow Casino, Lord Petrel and Lord Proton are going to join forces to deal with the top 16 players. The key targets are these 3 people." After saying that, Sir threw the 2 photos in her hand onto the coffee table. They were photos of Yiyu and Lei Si. She still had one photo left in her hand, of the handsome young man Ding with a black ponytail. The three beastmen changed out of their iconic elite uniforms of the rocket team. Petrel personally changed their appearances for them, just in case, fearing that they would be exposed. Zakla was born with dwarfism, so she could just pretend to be a child, and children are often the most easily ignored group. ORM's gorilla-like appearance had to be changed. His skin was painted into wrinkles, and his eyes were opened with transparent skin stickers. He instantly became an ugly middle-aged uncle with a simple and honest hunchback. Surd's disguise was the simplest. His hair was loose, and he changed into a white dress. His black lips were painted pink, and his eyeliner was spread. The only thing that remained unchanged was his pale face, like a leech-life ghost. The family of three walked into the audience and looked for their respective targets at close range. What a pity! How could such a pretty girl find a 977 third-class disabled person? A handsome young man looked at the family of three who walked by hold hands in front of him, shook his head, and sighed repeatedly. After the disguise, Surd looked much better than before. Although his expression was still as cold as ice, his delicate and pale face still added some color to him, making him look like an iceberg beauty. "He is my prey." Zakla clapped his hands and made an innocent childish voice. Only Surd and ORM knew that although Zakla looked like a child, he was actually the oldest among the three. The situation in the competition venue was already in a white-hot state. Breloom and Quagsire had already left the field, leaving only Flygon soaring in the sky, and Heracross on the rocky ground. Both Pokémon were panting, obviously exhausted. There were still some clear traces of ice on Flygon's right claw, which should have been caused by the retired Quagsire. Heracross was also in a bad condition, with several claw marks on the hard-shell surface of its back, which were left by Flygon's Dragon Claw from behind. Flygon Earthquake. Yi was ready to use Flygon's air superiority to perform kite tactics against Heracross. The crystal-like, semicircular red eyes flashed blue light again. The next second, the ground shook, the gravel trembled, and a crack appeared under Flygon, and quickly spread toward Heracross. "Heracross, fly up and hide behind the rock pillar," Brown shouted loudly. Heracross can fly, but it can't fly high. The insect wings spread out behind it can allow it to glide at low altitude. "Hera!" After hearing the master's order, Heracross quickly spread its back insect wings and flapped them at a high frequency. When the earthquake crack was about to submerge it, its body flew into the air and finally landed on the rock pillar 10 meters away. Heracross, rock slide. The counterattack officially began. Heracross raised its strong and powerful forelimbs and hard claws, smashed the rock pillar under with a punch, picked up a piece of sharp gravel as big as a wash basin, and smashed it at Flygon in the air. Hera. After throwing one rock, Heracross didn't care whether it hit the target or not, and immediately raised the second rock, relying on his Machamp to hit it continuously. Flygon was very flexible, flapping his diamond-shaped wings quickly, dodging the rocks that broke through the air with his agile body. If there was a rock that he couldn't avoid, he would raise his dragon tail, and the metallic luster at the end of the tail would emerge, and he would smash the rock with an Orbird tail. Heracross has reached the position of Stun Spore, and the plan can be implemented almost. Morrison pushed his side waist and whispered, "Understood." Yi smiled. When Breloom lost his ability to fight and left the field, he actually left a trick behind. The olivine-colored stun spores were scattered in the shade of many rock pillars, a very hidden location, and neither Heracross nor Trainer Brown noticed it at all. Flygon starts Sandstorm. Roar! Flygon spread its dragon wings, pulling away from Heracross, flapping its wings violently, and the power surged. A yellow sandstorm appeared in the sky with a whistling sound and covered Heracross below at a very fast speed. Sandstorm is a skill that changes the weather. In sandstorm weather, except for Pokémon with rock, ground, and steel attributes, other Pokémon will be continuously damaged. Flygon shuttled through the sandstorm, making it impossible to see its figure clearly. At the same time, No one noticed that some olivine stun spores behind the backs of several rock pillars were swept into the sandstorm and merged with the sand of similar color. Heracross was at the bottom wind outlet, with his hands crossed in front of his forehead and his eyes closed to prevent his eyes from being hurt. Countless fine and sharp gravel was wrapped by sandstorm, crackling and hitting Heracross all over. Flygon, Dragon God died. The moment the sandstorm disappeared, Yu immediately let Flygon use its most powerful skill. With a whistling sound, Flygon's dragon wings spread out behind him, and with all his strength, his body quickly spun in the air and then fell from the sky with an incomparable momentum. Heracross, protect. Brown was not too panicked. His Heracross was as strong as the other Pokémon, and the protect move could definitely block the opponent's ultimate move. Heracross opened his eyes, stood up, and wanted to use protect, but suddenly felt numb in his body, and he couldn't raise his strength at all. After a while of swaying, his body fell back and sat back on the ground. Stun Spore took effect. If someone stood next to Heracross at this time, you could clearly see a dozen crystal olivine-colored powders scattered on the joints of Heracross. The situation on the field was fleeting. In such a critical situation, with a paralyzed contest condition, Heracross would not have any chance. Flygon's Dragon God dive was imminent. The sound of piercing clouds and splitting rocks resounded through the field, and the dust generated by the Dragon God's dive to tackle the ground was several feet high. When the smoke and dust cleared, Flygon folded his wings and stood aside. Not far from his feet was Heracross, whose shell was cracked and completely unconscious. The winner was decided. Before the referee announced the result of the game, all the audience had stood up and applauded. Such a wonderful doubles match was worth their cheers. Where there is victory, there will be failure. Pokémon duels are always so attractive because they are full of unknowns and changes. No one dares to say that he will win every battle in his life. Even the region elites and champions were defeated by other trainers before they set foot on this peak road. Even though they have become the top figures of the pyramid now, there are still many powerful trainers who challenge them every year. If they are not careful, they will be successfully challenged and all the honors will disappear. The more honors and admiration you enjoy, the more responsibilities you will bear. Those so-called big men do not live easier than ordinary people. Only 2 hours have passed since the last doubles match, but the result at this moment is completely different. The strongest Pokémon in Yiyu's hand, Blaziken, who performed well in the elimination match and had amazing strength, has lost consciousness. His 1.9-meter-tall body lies on the ice with his eyes closed. Not far away, Morrison Swampert was stuck in the cracks of the broken ice, with his head bulging, his arms falling to the side, and his blue skin covered with injuries, most of which were bite marks. The one who defeated them was a combination of Empoleon and Glisker, and the trainer was the brothers Reiji and Shinji from the Sinnoh region. Blaziken, Swampert has lost the ability to fight. The referee held up the flag and shouted loudly. So the winners of this game are Reiji and Shinji from Sinnoh. The audience responded with applause, and there were also some sighs. Not everyone would support the winner. There were also quite a few trainers who had a special liking for Blaziken and became Yiyu supporters. Blaziken's agile and handsome figure, continuous and fierce rapid attacks, and the perfect combination of fire and fighting. All of this made Blaziken so charming that the people of Kanto who saw this Pokémon for the first time were fascinated by it. Time passed by. The sun set, the moon was in the sky, and Rainbow City was still as bright as ever. From the sky, colorful neon lights flashed all over the city. Tonight, the flow of people in Central Park exceeded 5 times the usual. After 3 days of fierce competition, the Pokémon Doubles competition, which was vigorously organized by the Rainbow Casino and the city government, will start the final championship battle at 7:15 tonight. During the day, many Rainbow City residents had to work or go to school and did not come to watch the top 16. Now the championship game at 7 o'clock in the evening cannot be missed anyway. After dinner early, the family went to Central Park hand in hand. Families with conditions bought tickets to enter, and some tourists who were unwilling to buy tickets or who did not buy tickets stood outside the park. There was a huge electronic LCD screen over there, and the live championship game would be broadcast live later. Similarly, residents from various cities who could not come turned on their own TVs, lock on Rainbow Channel. After such a long period of advertising bombardment, all Kanto people knew about this match. In addition, the Indigo Plateau Conference was about to start, and the audience's interest was completely aroused, just as it was a warm-up for the Indigo Plateau Conference. In fact, most of the trainers with a little vision thought that this doubles match contracted by a private contractor was more exciting than the Indigo Plateau Conference, because the overall strength of the participating trainers was better than that of the Indigo Plateau Conference. The stage lights were gorgeous. A beam of white light shone in the center of the venue. Vivian was dressed up, and the high platform under her slowly rose. At this moment, all the audience's attention was attracted by this beautiful host. Vivian held the microphone in one hand and smiled. After 3 days of fierce competition, more than 900 excellent trainers have devoted themselves to the competition, and it has been a rare visual feast. The trainers who were eliminated do not mean that they're not good enough, but that the people who defeated you are better. As she spoke, Vivian raised her right hand, and the lights followed her gesture and turned to the audience seats in the east. As soon as these words came out, there was a cheer in the field, especially the seats in the front row of the east audience seats, specially prepared for the contestants. Most of the contestants sitting in those seats showed a kind smile and accepted Vivian's slightly teasing words. Vivian opened her hands, and her voice suddenly became high-pitched. Well, now please invite the 2 best Pokémon trainers tonight to enter. Hisoka, 213 Reiji, Shinji. There were shouts from the audience, and the audience was divided into 2 groups, supporting the trainer they liked. However, a discerning person could see that most of the supporters cheering for Hisoka's name were Stephanie's, and many of them were already mothers. Vivi looked around and looked at the excited Stephanie's, and couldn't help but joked, "Meichi, your brother Hisoka is really popular." Huh. Meichi pouted. Although she was unhappy, she knew that these Stephanies could not pose any threat to her. Hisoka and Lando entered the left channel, and the brothers Reiji and Shinji entered from the right channel. The 4 contestants came to their respective podiums, and the surrounding lights dimmed one after another. Snap, snap, and 2 lights shone at the same time. Compared to Hisoka's indifference, Lando seemed very excited. This was the first time in her life that she was under the spotlight and enjoyed the cheers of countless audiences. This feeling was simply amazing. Morrison looked at the 3 stacks of cash on the podium. The first stack was undoubtedly the largest, with 10 stacks of cash piled high. 1 million was gone. Whenever he thought of this cruel fact, Morrison couldn't help but sigh. How many delicious foods could he eat with 1 million? Seeing this, Yu couldn't help but smile and comforted. Although we didn't win the championship, at least we got a 3rd place and got a bonus of 400,000. To be honest, it was a pity that Unit 00 3D Dragon didn't get the championship reward, but Yu was open-minded. If he couldn't beat the opponent because of his inferior skills, then there was nothing to say. He could get a ditto, so he didn't return empty-handed. Who do you think will win? Morrison changed the topic. Compared to the brothers Lei Si who defeated him in Yu, he wanted to see the one called Hisoka win the game. Yu shook his head. He couldn't judge. Lei Si was very strong, there was no doubt about that. At this age, he was definitely a genius with such strength. As for Hisoka, he had never fought, so it was hard to judge him, but he could still understand something from his previous game videos. He was a trainer who liked mental arithmetic, with a high prediction accuracy, excellent Pokémon strength, and extraordinary personal command ability. Tonight, the residents of Dark City turned on their TVs at 7 o'clock under the notice of the Old Man Sure. The economic conditions of Dark City were gradually getting better. All the residents of Dark City respected Hisoka and the Old Man Sure, who led them to wealth. They couldn't miss the game of the gym leader. Nobita, what are you doing? The game of the gym leader, Hisoka, will start soon. Fat Tiger sat on the tatami with a plate of French fries, but found that there was one less friend around him. Sunio came over, grabbed a handful of fries from the plate, and said, "Don't you know that Nobita has already gone to watch the game with his parents?" Fat Tiger was stunned when he heard this, and then said with envy, "Nobita, this guy is so cunning. What's so good about watching the game live? It's crowded and noisy." Sunio said indifferently, but the envy hidden in his eyes still betrayed his thoughts. Beep, beep, ding. The green light stayed on the grass field, which also meant that the last final would be held on the grass field. The machine roared, and the green grass field that had been renovated once again appeared in this large-scale sky competition field. Swish! The red flag was waved high, and the referee looked around at the players on both sides. "Please get ready, for players, the game is about to begin. 3, 2, 1. Reiji immediately threw the Pokémon ball. Dusknoir. His younger brother Shinji followed closely. Happy. One black and one white. Two Pokémon with very different sizes appeared on the grass at the same time. Dusknoir was more than 2 meters and 2 meters tall, while Frostless was only 1 meter and 3 meters tall, just like the opposition between a giant and a child. The appearance of these two Pokémon, not to mention the audience, even Vivian was a little speechless. Her workplace is mainly in the Hoenn region, and sometimes she is invited to Sinnoh region to host several contest competitions, but she has never seen or heard of these two Pokémon. Hisoka's face tightened. He had an impression of these two Pokémon. Thanks to the Sinnoh SR Evolution Laboratory, some of the information he had hacked before, including information about Dusknoir and Frostless, was also a little bit strange. Frostless. Unlike Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, Magmar and Electivire, Dusknoir and Frostless were announced to the public by this laboratory 2 years ago. Of course, they're currently limited to the Sinnoh region, and recently the SR Evolution Laboratory is ready to completely release the evolution of Weevil. Dusknoir is the final evolution of Hoenn Dusclops, but in order to induce the evolution gene, an evolution item, Reaper Cloth, is required. Before Frostless evolved, it was a native Pokémon of the Hoenn region, Snorunt, and only the power of the female Snorunt assist Dawnstone can evolve into Frostless. Without Dawnstone, Snorunt will naturally evolve into Glalie as its strength increases. This is a Pokémon with 2 major branches of evolution. Hisoka's hands moved quickly. He looked at Lando, nodded to each other, and threw out Pokémon balls. Oh! The roar resounded through the sky and the earth, and the white light suddenly changed. 10 Pokémons nearly 5 meters tall, the Mega Giant, appeared at the battle site with a terrifying momentum. Its legs, which were as big as rock pillars, stood on the grass. The ground sank slightly. It was conceivable how terrifying the weight of this giant beast was. Its long and sharp silver horns emitted a ferocious cold light. Its solid and huge body was lined with black armor inside and covered with red armor outside. Its huge arms, like gun barrels, punched each other and made a sound of cracking rocks. Land Tiger Heavy Tank, Super Iron Tyrannosaurus Rex participated. The audience was silent. People opened their mouths and stared at the giant Pokémon on the field. It was a Pokémon they had never seen before. Tonight's championship game gave them too many surprises. This high-level Pokémon duel did not appear at the regional conference, but took place in an ordinary event contracted by a private contractor. This is so damn worth it. This guy is really well hidden. Lacey shook his head and smiled bitterly. The size of this Pokémon is a bit too big. In his life, the largest Pokémon he had ever seen was an Agron leader he met when traveling in the Hoenn region, but that Agron was only about 3 meters tall. Compared with the 5-meter-tall behemoth in front of him, it seems small compared to a big one. Such a huge size must represent amazing physical strength and terrifying defense. With every move, the force generated by Solation's arms is enough to break gold and crack rocks. He, with a crisp and strange girl's laughter, White Miss Drevis shook her petite and cute body and floated to the top of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. With a little curiosity in her amber-green eyes, she stared at Dusknoir and Frostless opposite. She felt a power similar to hers from these two Pokémon. Compared to the shocking appearance of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, Although the white misdreavus is petite and cute in appearance and has an abnormal color, it is still within the range of normal creatures. In addition, the people of Kanto and Chengdu 333 themselves know this ghost Pokémon called misdreavus. With such a good example, people often ignore the Pokémon that appeared with it. Wow, such a cute white misdreavus. Meichi's eyes lit up and she stared at the figure of the white misdreavus. She didn't like the roughness and domineering of the super iron Tyrannosaurus. This is also what most Stephanie thought in her heart. It's really that Flash misdreavus is too cute and the girl's heart is drunk. But why? Such a beautiful and cute white misdreavus is the Pokémon of that stinky girl. Thinking of this, Meichi instantly became depressed again. Vivi's attention was also on the white misdreavus. Of course, her focus was on the golden bead on misdreavus' neck. The beads on the necks of ordinary misdreavus were all red, and even for Flash Pokémon, only the appearance color changed. Why did this kind of magical prop-like bead change? White misdreavus has always been lurking beside Hisoka. If it is not collected into the Pokémon Ball, it will naturally not be logged into its personal profile. The combat power of Lando's 2 Pokémon is too weak, and the auxiliary function is also poor. It is too risky to fight 1 against 2 in the championship finals. Even if the strength of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus has reached the quasi-elite level, if it faces 2 Pokémon with attributes that restrain it, the game will be difficult to play, and it is easy to capsize in the ditch. The little thing of white misdreavus is very hidden. Even though they have lived together for 2 months, Hisoka does not know much about her. The little thing is very smart, but every time he asks her a question, she always likes to act crazy and stupid. You have to be prepared for anything. Hisoka is determined to get Unit 0 3D Dragon, and no accidents can happen. He doesn't want to miss the chance to get 3D Dragon because of the loss in the last game. For this reason, Hisoka used the second mysterious crystal that Blaine left for him on the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Awakened an ability called Hard Rock. This ability fits the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus very well and can greatly reduce the damage of the restraining attribute. Originally, water skills can hit Super Iron Tyrannosaurus head-on, which can achieve 4 times the damage. With Hard Rock, 4 times will become 3 times, plus the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, Kbai, originally trained its water resistance on the uninhabited island. The damage of water skills will not exceed twice. With the current physical strength and defense of Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, it can completely resist water skills. After all, it evolved from Rhydon, who can only swim. Frostless is a Pokémon with both Ice and Ghost attributes. Ice-type moves can cause double damage to Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, but facing Super Iron Tyrannosaurus that has awakened the Hard Rock ability, the double restraint of the Ice-type has been offset. No matter how big the size is, the outcome of a Pokémon duel has never been determined by the size of the 2 sides. Lacey thought in his heart that normal Pokémon will have attributes such as Rock, Ground, and Steel. Judging from the appearance of Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, this big guy is likely to have Rock, Ground type, or both. Thinking of this, Lacey looked at his younger brother beside him. The 2 brothers looked at each other and proceeded according to the plan without saying a word. Frostless Hail. The first move was to change the weather. This type of skill consumes a lot of Pokémon's physical strength, but the effect is also outstanding. It causes continuous damage to non-ice Pokémon and increases the damage of its own Ice-type tricks. Frostless is also a humanoid Pokémon. She is a ghost type and can float in the air. She wears a white mask on her head, with a diamond-shaped hollow pattern on her forehead and 2 ice crystals on her head like a bun. From a distance, this Pokémon looks like a strange girl in a kimono, and her scientific name may come from the great monster snow woman in the ancient legend of this world. With ice crystals flickering on her head, Frostless is silent, her arms lightly spread, her kimono fluttering. A gust of cold wind blows, and the next second, a finger-sized hail rises under the 450 m long large grass field. The continuous hail falls on the body of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, making a dull sound. The super iron Tyrannosaurus raises its mouth corners, sharp teeth emerge, and reveals an anthropomorphic smirk. With its armor defense and the ability of hard rock, these falling hails can't even tickle it. If you can't even break the defense, the so-called continuous damage becomes a joke. The cunning little thing of white misdreavus is very smart. As soon as hail hits her, she hides under the armpit of the super iron Tyrannosaurus. With her petite body, she is the best safe haven. Most of Shinji's attention is attracted by the super iron Tyrannosaurus. Lando's previous performance was very poor. She couldn't even reach the threshold of elite trainer. At most, she was a weak chicken who had just broken through rookie trainer and was still hovering between primary trainer. If it weren't for this trainer, named Hisoka, leading the team, with her strength, she couldn't even pass the first round of elimination, let alone step into the final. It is conceivable that such a weak trainer, how strong can the Pokémon she sends out be? We must first concentrate all attacks to severely damage the super iron Tyrannosaurus. This is what Reiji is thinking at the moment. Dusknoir Shadow Punch. Dusknoir has no lower body, and the body below the waist is all dark shadows. If you only look at the upper body, it may be difficult for ordinary people to believe that this is a ghost Pokémon. The dark golden, one-eyed instantly lock on the super iron Tyrannosaurus, and the big hand that can easily cover the human head suddenly clenched into a fist. Then Dusknoir's right fist gently hit the air in front of it, without a sound of breaking through the air or even the sound of muscle pulling. Of course, as a purebred ghost Pokémon, there is no organ tissue inside Dusknoir's huge body. Just like Frillish's punch, but the next second, a big fist made of shadow energy appeared in front of the super iron Tyrannosaurus, and there was still no sound. The shadow fist was silent and came up with an uppercut, hitting the super iron Tyrannosaurus in the chin. The energy was exhausted and the shadow dissipated. The super iron Tyrannosaurus remained motionless. The shadow punch that was supposed to easily rock smash the stone did not cause any damage to it. Dex. The super iron Tyrannosaurus roared with red eyes. It was angry. It didn't cause any damage, but it couldn't stand being attacked in front of its face. It raised its two huge arms like gun barrels. One hand aimed at Dusknoir, who had just attacked it, and the other hand aimed at Frostless, who had made some movements. Fire! Bang, bang! The gun barrel shook, and round stones the size of basketballs, with the sound of breaking through the air, bombarded Dusknoir and Frostless one after another. There is such a rock blast? Lacey was shocked. The stone bullets that were supposed to be the size of fist became the size of a basketball. However, considering the size of the super iron Tyrannosaurus, this operation actually became acceptable. They must not be hit by the rocks head-on. Reiji waved his hand and pointed, shouting, "Dusknoir, create a gravity field area in front. Frostless, icy wind." Every time Reiji issued an order, Shinji would also respond. Shinji's actual combat experience was far less than his brother Reiji, but he was very smart and knew how to better cooperate with his brother. In every game, he learned to enrich himself. Dusknoir stretched out his hands, opened his giant palms, and surged with mental power. In an instant, an invisible stance filled the front. There was no wind in the field, but the grass on the ground was completely bent down by some force. At the same time, the two ice crystals above Frostless's head flashed blue light again, and his hands and Dusknoir, normal, also stretched forward. A burst of freezing wind, mixed with ice particles, whistled from behind. In hail weather, Frostless's icy wind became more powerful. The rapid spin rock rushed in front of him, but began to slow down gradually 100 meters in front of Dusknoir. Icy wind blew, and the surface of the rock quickly formed layers of frost. "Please give me flowers, 0. Dusknoir's 1. I was almost open to the limit, and the gravity of the force field continued to increase. Finally, all 12 rock wrecker bullets fired by the super iron Tyrannosaurus stopped 3 meters in front of Dusknoir. The impact force completely disappeared, and the huge gravel of nearby rocks fell from the air and hit the grass hard. No one noticed that when the super iron Tyrannosaurus fought Dusknoir and Frostless's double ghost combination alone by Meng Mei, who was hiding behind it, had disappeared. White Misdreavus would not listen to Lando's orders. Before the game started, Hisoka had made an agreement with this little b**************** D to assist the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus well. As long as he won the final game, White Misdreavus would hold the colorful orb and absorb it for a day. Anyway, Buniri has been hatched, and the colorful orb is temporarily idle. The perfect cooperation of the two pets made the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus Rock Blast failed. Poochie, the big guy, snorted. Since Rock Blast didn't work, he would try the power of Rock Cannon. The head of Super Iron Tyrannosaurus was hard again. He raised one arm high, his muscles bulged, and prepared to take away the opponent with a Rock Cannon. Hisoka frowned slightly, gently patted the guardrail in front of him with his right hand, and shouted loudly, "Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, Rock Imprison." Sensing the rage in a master's voice, Super Iron Tyrannosaurus was startled and quickly stopped the rock cannon that was about to be fired, and immediately changed his moves and stepped on the ground with his right leg suddenly. With the tonnage of Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, as long as a little force is applied, it can cause an effect similar to earthquake. Ghost Pokemon can float in the air and not touch the ground, so the earthquake trick will not have any effect on them. It is for this reason that Hisoka did not let Super Iron Tyrannosaurus use the super large earthquake in the entire field. The ground rumbled, and 3-meter-high stone pillars broke out of the ground one after another. 2 of them were directly pushed up from under Dusknoir, Frostless. Frostless was flexible and quickly leaned back. The stone pillar brushed past its forehead and almost collided head-on. Rock-type skills attacking Ice-type Pokemon can cause double damage. The giant rock pillar made of Super Iron Tyrannosaurus can definitely cause an instant kill effect once the inferior overcomes the superior. Shinji couldn't help but clench his fists with his hands placed beside his legs. A drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. That was a 3-meter-high stone pillar. He almost thought Frostless couldn't avoid it, but fortunately, the worst result did not happen. 057, Frostless was lucky, but Dusknoir, who was huge and slow in movement, was not so lucky. His body, over 2 meters tall, was directly pushed up by the stone pillar. After spinning in the air for a few circles, it slowly fell down, with a dull hissing sound coming from its body, and the dark shadow of its lower body seemed to dim a little. The stone pillars that broke through the ground continued to fill up the rival half. Looking around, giant stone pillars stood proudly, forming a huge stone formation. It was no longer the simple 4-pillar blockade during training. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus Rex was at full power at this moment, and it actually created such a spectacle. Vivian held a microphone and shouted in a delicate voice, "It's incredible. No one would have thought that this big guy had the power to change the venue. This rock and prison is so cool. If it goes to the contest, I think the guests will definitely give it 10. There was constant applause in the audience, especially in an inconspicuous seat in the last row. A child with glasses wearing a yellow short-sleeved shirt was holding a banner he drew and shouting loudly. Lacey didn't know what the other party wanted to do, but when he saw the 2 Pokemon surrounded by the stone formation, he felt a sense of foreboding. This rock and prison move would never be that simple. He couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Dusknoir, Shadow, Sneak. As Lacey's voice fell, Dusknoir didn't move at all, but Hisoka, who was standing on the opposite high platform, clearly saw a black shadow flash across the ground and then disappeared. The black shadow moved very quickly and appeared behind the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus in the blink of an eye. The black shadow hid in the shadow of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, making it impossible to detect its location. The ability of Shadow Sneak is quite insidious. It will hide in the shadow of the enemy Pokemon, and it is very concealed. If the operator does not issue an attack order, it will remain hidden, and then give a fatal blow at the most critical moment, and the power of the shadow will bind rival's body. Of course, facing a giant Pokemon like the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, Lacey had no idea of the binding effect of Shadow Sneak, and only hoped to delay the opponent's actions. He looked down at his younger brother Shinji. and his head was light. Shinji understood and immediately ordered, "Frostless, freeze ray." The firing speed of the freeze ray is very fast. With the tonnage and speed of the super iron Tyrannosaurus, it is impossible to dodge it. Although it has terrifying physical strength and amazing defense, it is still an inanimate target. Frostless opened his arms lightly, and a ball of frost-white light quickly formed in front of his chest. As long as he waved his hand and pushed, the freeze ray would shoot out. If the freezing effect of the freeze ray could be triggered, the victory of the game would fall to the side of the brothers Lacey. But just when the freeze ray was about to be activated, a white shadow appeared behind Frostless. Lacey looked closely and found that it was the white misdreavus that they had always ignored. However, how could it suddenly appear here? Ghost Pokemon can be invisible, which Lacey knew very well, because his strongest Pokemon is not Earl Dervish's pet Empoleon, but the Dusknoir in front of him. Dusknoir in Sinnoh region is known as the messenger of the spirit world. It is not only intelligent, but also has excellent mental power. At the same time as a ghost Pokemon, it is impossible for it not to notice a white misdreavus approaching stealthily. Dusknoir did not issue a warning, which proves that it really did not notice the trace of the white misdreavus. It is meaningless to think about these things now. Frostless used all his strength to perform the freezing ray, and he didn't know that there was a cute little thing behind him staring at it with its big amber-green eyes. His harmless appearance almost melted the hearts of the female audience at the scene. The ethereal and weird laughter of the girl sounded, and two balls of dark purple ghost fire appeared beside the white misdreavus, silently, floating towards the trembling Frostless. "Frostless, get out of the way!" Jeune 4.2c shouted loudly, almost jumping off the command platform in a hurry. It was too late. Two balls of Will-O-Wisp hit the two ice crystals on Frostless's head from the left and right. Will-O-Wisp is a fire skill, but it contains the weirdness of Ghost. As long as it touches the body, it will immediately put Rival into the burning contest condition. The flames rose, and Frostless screamed. The freezing light in his hand could no longer be controlled. The ice energy scattered and shot out, regardless of friend or foe. Dusknoir, who was closest to Frostless, was undoubtedly the first to bear the brunt. A broken freezing light hit its side. The extreme cold power made its body stiff, and its left arm that was hit quickly froze. The freezing effect of the freezing light was triggered. White Misdreavus was very cunning. After the sneak attack was successful, she immediately hid her body and disappeared from the spot. She needed to leave this area quickly because Hisoka had told her what might happen next. If she didn't escape this area quickly, she would be in a desperate situation like Dusknoir and Frostless. In fact, before the game started, when Hisoka decided to send the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, he set up several simulated battles in the 3DST software. Of course, Rival was not Dusknoir and Frostless. And no matter what Pokemon Rival sent, the general result would be the same, especially since the current situation was better than the simulated battle. Dusknoir starts Shadow Sneak. Seeing the smile on Rival's lips, Lacey was very anxious, and the ominous premonition became stronger. He dare not hold back anymore, and he had to do something. The energy of the freezing ray was incomplete, and only half of Dusknoir's body was frozen. His left hand could still move, and he snapped his fingers in an anthropomorphic way. The next second, the shadow hidden in the shadow of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus launched an attack. Silently, for arms made of black shadows appeared from behind the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, stretched up, locked the legs, and grabbed the shoulders. In order to delay time, let Dusknoir unfreeze half of his body and remove the Will-O-Wisp burning for Frostless. Will-O-Wisp burning may be helpless for other Pokemon, but Dusknoir can absorb this power and let Will-O-Wisp digest it inside its empty body. The wrapping feeling made the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus very unhappy. It turned its horn, stepped forward with its legs, and with a huge force, its shadow arm was directly torn into two pieces. Perhaps these four shadow arms can restrain large Pokemon, such as Nidoking and Aggron, But for the giant super iron Tyrannosaurus, this force is really not enough. At the same time, the thing that Lacey was most worried about finally happened. Hisoka slowly raised his right hand, raised the corner of his mouth, and said loudly, "Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, use your power to detonate all these stone pillars." The same skill will have different effects in different Pokemon's hands. The same skill will also have different effects in different environments. Rock Imprison, can it only block rivals' actions? A truly excellent trainer can make the most of skill. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus roared with hyper voice, leaped into the air, jumped up to a height of 2 meters, and then stomped hard. With a loud bang, the entire venue was shaking violently in an instant. The audience in the first 3 rows were closer to the competition venue, and they couldn't keep their bodies steady when the vibration came. They sat on their chairs and fell forward and backward. Some of the audience who stood up to cheer even fell with their heads raised, dizzy. Vivian was terrified and didn't care about the host image. She squatted down quickly and held the handrail of the platform tightly. She was standing on a 10-meter-high platform now. If she was shaken down, it would be no joke. Although she didn't use her full strength, relying only on her own large tonnage, the power launched by the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, the effect of earthquake, was so terrible. Its legs had completely sunk into the grass, and traces of metal explosions appeared on the corners of the field. I think the cost of repairing the field after the game is over will be a considerable expense. Central Park doesn't matter anyway. The money will naturally be paid by the organizer Rainbow Casino. Spider web cracks spread all over the field, several meters deep, and quickly spread to the stone pillars. Whenever a stone pillar sank, the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus would raise his hand and clench it in the air. The next moment, bang, the half-sunk stone pillar suddenly exploded, and the huge impact force caused the cracked rock blocks to explode and scatter. Bang, bang, the stone pillars exploded one after another, and the sharp fragments of different sizes and sharp corners covered the half of the field. This scene happened too quickly, and the endless rubble completely obscured people's vision, and it was impossible to see what was happening to Dusknoir and Frostless. White Miss Drevis hid behind the neck of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Seeing what was happening over there, he couldn't help but stick out his tongue. Fortunately, he ran away quickly, otherwise it would be terrible. Some of the scattered rubble also splashed on the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. The big guy snorted and waved his arms solation, easily breaking the rubble. 953. The audience held their breath and waited for the field to return to calm. They really wanted to know what happened to Dusknoir and Frostless, who were surrounded inside after the explosion of the stone formation. What will happen to the Pokémon? Are they safe and sound, or have they lost their ability to fight? Without actually seeing that scene, no one dares to make a decision easily. Brother? Shinji's mind was blank, and he could only look at his brother Reiji with an expectant look. Reiji no longer had the usual confidence, and his right hand tightly grasped the steel guardrail, and the blue veins on the back of his hand were vaguely visible. As time passed, the whole field was silent. The scene of rocks flying everywhere had stopped, and the smoke and dust had dissipated. Looking around, the rubble piled up into a hill in the middle of the half. Dusknoir opened his arms to block Frostless. Although it had tried its best, it still couldn't resist the rocks from all directions. Frostless was restrained by rock. His body was covered with bruises, his eyes were closed, and he fell behind Dusknoir. Dusknoir was still conscious, and it had not completely lost its ability to fight. Could the result of the match change? The frozen half of its body had already been smashed by the flying rocks. It wanted to move its body, and the dark golden eye in the center of its face kept trembling. A dull sound came from its body, and its open arms fell weakly. It slowly turned its head to look at its master behind it. Lacey stared at Dusknoir's eye in a daze, and a smile suddenly appeared on his originally stunned expression. Dusknoir could no longer support himself after seeing this smile, and closed his eye and fell backwards. As Dusknoir fell, the referee raised the green flag and pointed to the left command platform, announcing loudly, "Dusknoir, Frostless has lost his ability to fight. So the winners of this match are Hisoka from Changpan City and Lando from Dark City. The referee's announcement represented the complete end of tonight's championship match. The audience could no longer suppress their excitement. They all stood up and gave warm applause to the protagonist of the night. Although they all saw the young trainer who commanded the giant super Iron Tyrannosaurus for the first time, it did not prevent them from quickly becoming his admirers after this game. Great! I knew that as long as it was brother she saw, he would definitely win the championship. Mei-Chi screamed. Her pretty face turned red because of excessive excitement, and she hugged Vivi beside her, buried her head in Vivi's neck, and twisted it. Vivi smiled bitterly, stretched out her hand to comfort her bestie, and looked at the boy who was fist-bumping with the super Iron Tyrannosaurus on the field. The originally calm heart, C, was inexplicably splashed with faint ripples. In this world, powerful trainers are always the easiest to win the hearts of the opposite S**X. It's too exaggerated to say that they fall in love, but after these games, Vivi's favorability towards Shisuo is rising. Shisuo's performance tonight not only conquered all the audience on the scene, but also every resident who turned on the TV to watch the Rainbow Channel remembered this trainer. The local residents of Kanto were the most emotional because this trainer, named Hisoka, was from Tokiwa City, a local and one of our own. People are xenophobic, which leads to regional discrimination. Residents of big cities like Saffron City and Rainbow City will look down on residents of second and third-tier cities, and similarly, residents of second and third-tier cities will look down on residents of villages and towns. This doubles match was held by Kanto Enterprises and was also held in Rainbow City. Kanto people certainly don't want trainers from other regions to win the championship. That would give people the illusion that Kanto trainers are not as good as Shunsher trainers. You trainer are very strong, of course. This big guy is worse than you. Lacey walked over with a smile. He was convinced of his defeat. He didn't expect that the last rock in prison could be used like this, with indiscriminate rubble flying around. Thinking about it now, he still felt a little scared. Only when he approached the super Iron Tyrannosaurus could he truly feel how terrifying this beast with a body size of more than 5 meters was. This kind of oppression from the genetic layer, as if he had met a natural enemy, made Lacey dare not get too close. Shisuo saw Lacey's preparations, patted the super Iron Tyrannosaurus thigh, took out the Pokémon ball, and put it away. You are also very strong. The Pokémon in the Sinnoh region opened my eyes. Shisuo did not have any pride or complacency. He still treated it with a normal heart. His polite attitude made Lacey very fond of him. Lacey extended his right hand and said with a smile, "If you have time, you can go to our Sinnoh region to have a look. Sinnoh is the oldest region in human history, and the legend of the god of creation was first discovered by our Sinnoh. If I have time, I will definitely go to have a look." Shisuo nodded, also extended his right hand, and shook hands with Lacey gently. Shinji was in a bad mood and kept his head down. He couldn't accept his brother's failure. He secretly swore in his heart that one day he would return to Kanto again, find the man in front of him, and defeat him. The two exchanged greetings for a while, and, at the invitation of the staff, they went to the award ceremony together. Yiyu and Morrison, who were also sitting in the contestant seats, were also invited by the staff. They were the third runner-up and would also participate in the next award ceremony. Bang, bang, colorful fireworks bloomed warmly in the night sky, and the gorgeous light added a few colors to the already brilliant starry sky. 3 beautiful etiquette ladies, wearing luxurious long dresses specially made for the casino, followed closely, showing their graceful figures, each holding a round plate covered by red cloth in their hands. Vivian walked to the podium, smiling. Finally, it was the most exciting award ceremony. Now, please invite the award presenter tonight to present the prizes to the 3 contestants. The elevator slowly moved, the stage lights shone, and a tall woman with red, curly hair appeared in front of everyone. She had a very hot figure, and her legs were almost all below the waist. She was wearing a white tight leather jacket, and the high boots on her feet made a crisp clicking sound when she walked on the ground. This woman is so big. Morrison said secretly. Yu's face flushed, and he whispered, "What are you talking about? She is the award presenter. Why are you so mean to me?" Morrison scratched the back of his head aggrievedly and said, "I just think she is so tall." Yu was speechless for a moment. Behind the demon spirit, not only Morrison, but also Shi Suo and Lei Si felt that this woman was too tall. It was estimated that her height was between 178 centimeters and 180 centimeters, and the key was that she was wearing high heels. Even the tallest she saw was a head shorter than her. "Miss Anna." Vivian nodded and handed the microphone over. "This woman is a major shareholder of the Rainbow Casino, a billionaire with a net worth of billions, beautiful, and in good shape, a real winner in life. You three can stand out from more than 900 trainers, which proves your excellence. I feel honored to present you with awards." The lady named Anna simply said a sentence, and then looked at the etiquette lady standing aside. The first etiquette lady came over immediately, and the order of awarding was from low to high, starting with Yu and Morrison, who were the third runners-up. "Congratulations." Anna handed Yu a bronze premier ball, which contained Ditto, the third-place prize, and a banner card with 4,040,000 written on it. When they leave the stage, staff will deposit the prize money into their bank cards. "Thank you." Lacey took the silver premier ball, which should contain an EV. He handed the premier ball to his younger brother Shinji and held up a banner card with 6,000 written on it. Finally, there was the championship prize, 100W cash for the Mother Machine 3D Dragon. The pure gold premier ball was very delicately made, worthy of being a master's product. Hisoka sighed. After 3 days of fierce fighting, it was finally time to reap the fruits. He couldn't wait to see what was so special about this first artificial Pokémon created by modern human technology. Just when Hisoka was stunned, Miss Anna actually opened her arms and hugged him tightly, and Lando covered her mouth in surprise. No one expected this to happen. Meichi looked at the fiery wrath and couldn't help cursing. "CCBJ, what is this damn woman doing? And why didn't Lando, that idiot, go up and pull them apart?" Calm down, calm down." Vivi hurriedly comforted her, fearing that Meichi would not be able to control herself and rush directly to the podium. It's a foul to hit someone with the ball. Shisua only felt his chest soften, and then it seemed that he was hit by 2 balls. It seems to be quite elastic. Shisua had such a thought in his mind. Fortunately, he was standing on the podium. If he was on the flat ground, he would have buried his whole head in this unexpected hug. "Little friend, don't get me wrong. It's just a small reward for the champion." The warm air blew in his ears, and the lazy and beautiful magnetic bass made Hisoka's heart tremble slightly. He is a young man who has just reached adulthood and is full of passion. Naturally, he will have some normal reactions. The key is that this woman is too charming, especially with this figure. No man can control it. Hiso took a deep breath and resisted the urge to punch her chest with his little fist. "You are too high profile. Someone has already set his eyes on your Pokémon. I advise you to find a place to hide and don't let them find you." As soon as these words came out, Hisoka instantly suppressed all the desires in his heart. His pupils shrank slightly, and his expression became solemn. "Of course, if you really can't handle it, you can call this number. As long as you meet some of my small requests, I will help you solve any difficulties." After saying that, Anna untied her arms, looked at the interesting little guy in front of her, and drew an attractive arc at the corner of her mouth. She blinked and smiled and walked towards the elevator again with a pair of long legs. The figure gradually disappeared on the field. Hisoka didn't know who this woman was, but the other party's private talk just now made him suddenly change his mood because he was happy about getting Unit 0 3D Dragon. No one wants to be calculated behind their back. If what this woman said is true, a gang or an individual wants to use some violent means because they covet their Pokémon, it is impossible to hide. The enemy is in the dark and you are in the light. If you act rashly, it is easy for the other party to catch the flaw. Unless it is a trainer with elite strength, it must be the level of Region Elite 4. If it is just an ordinary elite with his current strength, even if he can't fight, he will still have no problem escaping. Hisoka will not believe everything the woman said, but since he knows it, he must be prepared tonight to prevent accidents. After the awards ceremony, the Pokémon doubles match that lasted for 3 days finally came to an end. The audience left in order. After the passion, what remained was loneliness. Central Park returned to its former calm. After all, it was almost 10 o'clock and most of the audience were already sleepy. Why are you alone? Where is brother she saw? Meichi looked around, but did not find the person she was waiting for. Lando lowered her head and stammered. Master asked me to follow you and Sister Vivi for the next 2 days. He said that he had important things to deal with and would pick me up after he was done. Damn. Meichi lost interest instantly after hearing this. She looked at the little blue-haired girl in front of her and said, Okay, since Brother Shisuo said so, then you can live in the breeding house for the next 2 days. I will take good care of you. I don't need you to take care of me. Lando muttered. What did you say? I said thank you. Lando looked up and showed a smiling look. At 10:30, Hisoka returned to the single room he had booked at the Rainbow Hotel as usual. The room that used to be normal was now full of some discordant factors in Hisoka's eyes. The woman named Anna was strange, and her words were even stranger. Who would target him? Ordinary poachers definitely don't have the courage. After tonight, Hisoka's fame will flourish in Kanto in the near future, thanks to the overwhelming publicity of the Rainbow Casino. By coincidence, it has created a kind of celebrity effect. The Alliance's attitude towards attacking ordinary people and attacking celebrities is completely different. The former is cleaner. This world is vast and sparsely populated. Under normal circumstances, the Alliance will not go all out to track down an ordinary person. As for attacking celebrities, especially when Hisoka is the official gym leader of the Alliance, then ordinary criminal cases will rise to malicious incidents of intentional taunting of Alliance laws. Very realistic, but also very common. Hisoka looked around the room. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, half squatted down, opened his tactical backpack, and took out a silver-white metal box from it. Electronic scanner. The metal rod, as thick as a thumb, can be extended and retracted freely. With a slight twist, the blue light on the top will flash. If there are hidden electronic products around, the blue light on the top will immediately turn red. First, start the search from the coffee table, then the sofa, behind the TV. Finally, in front of a mural for decoration, the scanner emits a red light flashing. Large appliances like refrigerators and TVs will not be sensed by the deep scanner due to different frequencies. Move away the mural, and a micro eavesdropper the size of a fingernail is stuck on the lower left corner. Seeing this little gadget, Hisoka's smile became more intense. What era is it? Still playing the old trick of eavesdropping. Put away the metal rod, and then use the bottom of the rod to hit the micro eavesdropper hard. There was a slight sound of electricity, and a faint black smoke came out, and the eavesdropper was directly smashed into pieces. This violent destruction method will immediately expose the news that the party has discovered the bug, but the guy who is eavesdropping will definitely feel uncomfortable. Rainbow Game Center. A young man wearing a black rocket uniform suddenly covered his ears with a painful expression and quickly pulled off the right earphone. The violent electric sound just now almost broke his eardrum. Butch, what's wrong with you? The person who spoke was a blonde woman. She was also wearing a black-red uniform. Her facial features were beautiful and heroic. Her appearance and temperament were very similar to Jessie, the female member of the rocket team who had been pestering Ash and the other two. Target number 1 discovered the bug. Butch, who had a green middle-parted hair, rubbed his ears. The B********** D just now may have smashed the bug directly, so I received the electric sound on my earphone. How did he know that we had installed a bug in the room? Cassidy crossed her arms, and a puzzled look appeared on her face. The bug was placed by her own hands, and no one else saw it. Butch said anxiously, "Don't worry about how he found the bug. Now hurry up and report this news to Surd." Target number 1 is Surd's prey. Whenever she thought of the extremely pale woman, Cassidy couldn't help but shudder. The woman was cold all over, especially those eyes without any emotion. The three beast warriors were notorious, not only in Kanto and Chengdu, but also in Chengdu. The bounty was as high as 30 million per person. Moreover, they were not welcomed by ordinary players in the Rocket team. They might be afraid of the three beast warriors, but they had no respect for them. Please give me flowers? None of those three people was a normal person. Surd sat on the sofa, gently shaking a glass of red wine in his right hand. Taking a sip of tea, the bright red wine seeped into his black lips, coupled with his extremely pale face, giving people a sense of déjà vu of leech life ghosts drinking blood. At his feet, a Persian with a body like a leopard was lying, with streamlined muscles, sharp claws occasionally popping out from the pads, fluffy and soft golden hair. A pair of wine-red vertical pupils suddenly opened, and a murderous aura from a predator instantly filled the air. Butch, who was standing in front, swallowed his saliva and didn't dare to look at the pair of vertical pupils. This Persian was even bigger than the one of Giovanni's boss. I don't know who would win if the two Persians fought. I don't know why, but Butch actually had such an idea in his mind. He shook his head fiercely, looked at the pale woman who was still drinking tea alone on the sofa, and said respectfully, "Surd, the bug we placed in room 1 has been discovered." Surd put down the wine glass in his hand, and the glass wine glass touched the coffee table, making a crisp ding sound. Still not looking at the two people, he stroked Persian's head with his right hand and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Since we have been discovered, we should advance the plan. Double the number of sentries around the hotel. Do not let the prey escape." "Yes," Butch and Cassidy said in unison. Surd waved his hand, and the two of them understood. They immediately left the room and started to arrange the tasks ordered by Surd. To be honest, Surd was not willing to take over this mission. The risk was too great. It is true that Team Rocket has a huge underground power in Rainbow City, but it does not mean that they can cover the sky with one hand. In a game with Alliance, Team Rocket has always been at an absolute disadvantage. Since ancient times, those who win the hearts of the people will win the world. The people of Kanto support the rule of Alliance and believe that Team Rocket belongs to the Dark Organization and is a symbol of evil. Everyone is the enemy, so it is naturally impossible for them to be the rival of Alliance. Surd has read the information of this young trainer, named Hisoka, several times. It is very simple and surprising. An orphan born in an orphanage can get the status of an official gym leader at the age of 16, and his own strength has reached the level of quasi-elite. Through these games, Surd dares to be sure that the opponent is definitely a quasi-elite, or even stronger. In many doubles games, he almost played alone, and the female partner was just there to make up the numbers. This attack mission was led by Proton alone, and there was no nod from the boss Giovanni. There are factions within Team Rocket, and the four generals are divided into two factions. The main professor is another faction. Rainbow City is Ariana's world, and Proton has little power at all. He can mobilize local Team Rocket members, and only his own lackeys. Proton has become more and more arrogant because of the favor of boss Giovanni. Surd is a very smart woman. She understands that the alliance between Petrol and Proton is to pull down Ariana and Archer and become the strongest force in Team Rocket. Unfortunately, they will not be rival of Lady Ariana. The wine glass is refilled with red wine. Through the glass, Surd seems to be able to see Proton's miserable defeat from this red world. After solving this little trouble, Hisoka took out the pure gold Premier Ball. He couldn't wait to see this artificial Pokémon created by human technology. Press the button, and a unique white light of the Pokeball flashes in the room. A Pokémon with sharp edges and corners that looked like it was made up of multiple pink building blocks appeared in Hisoka's eyes. It looked like a robot toy for children. The 3D dragon did not completely fall on the ground. It maintained a height of about 10 centimeters from the ground. There was a black dot on the huge white of the eye, which was equivalent to the pupil of the 3D dragon. The eyes looked at each other, and Hisoka could not see any wisdom in its eyes. It was cold and dull, as if there was no life. This 3D dragon was the first 3D dragon created by Dr. Akihabara and was named Unit 0 by Professor. People are often full of interest in the word first. Hisoka squatted down and said softly, "Since Dr. Akihabara named you Unit 0, I will call you Unit 0 from now on." When the 3D dragon, which had not reacted, heard the name of Dr. Akihabara, his eyes showed a slight emotional fluctuation, but soon returned to calm. Hisoka reached out and touched Zero's head. The other party did not react at all, did not resist, did not struggle, just stared blankly ahead. Gently stroking the white oval on its forehead, this white oval pattern was not as smooth and flat as imagined. It felt slightly bumpy. Ordinary 3D dragons do not have such a mark on their foreheads. This oval may mark 0 as the symbol of the first 3D dragon. The first meeting did not yield anything. 0 seemed to have no such thing as emotion. Hisoka did not know how to contact him for the time being. Without emotion, there is no weakness. Even if it is rage or disgust, he hopes to see it, but he has been in a daze like this. Hisoka shook his head helplessly and took out a new Ultra Ball again and put away the 3D dragon of Unit 0. As for the Premier Ball, he was worried. Things like casinos must have gangster forces behind them. He was afraid that Premier Ball will be manipulated by the other party. Now is not the time to discover the secret of 0. Hisoka walked to the window, pulled open the curtain, revealing a gap, and looked out of the window. The bright street lights were surrounded by quiet woods. Contest Dragonair fountain, finely trimmed plants, grass, gardens, and some pedestrians passing by occasionally. The eavesdropping device was destroyed, and the other party would definitely take action. Hisoka already had a rough idea in his mind. Only Team Rocket had the courage to attack Trainer in a top metropolis like Rainbow City. And the woman who reminded him might also be a member of Team Rocket. As for why the other party told him, Hisoka could guess that it was nothing more than a factional dispute. Radical hawks, those who take the overall situation into consideration. In the woods around Rainbow Hotel 4.5, one by one, the Rocket's members in black uniforms and masks dispersed in all directions. Each of them had a night vision telescope in their hands to monitor the room 404 on the 4th floor. The hotel has 4 exits, 1 main door, 2 back doors, and 1 underground garage door. At each exit, there are 2 Rockets members guarding. They hid in the dark, quietly waiting for the target to appear. Breaking in directly would be courting death. The Rainbow Hotel is the only 6-star hotel in Rainbow City and a symbol of the city. The police station is only a few minutes away from here. The order from above is not to alert the police. Do you think that guy will come out? Perhaps because he felt too bored, a Rocket Team minion guarding the main gate couldn't help but touch his teammate next to him and whispered. Another minion replied, "I heard from Captain Butch that the target already knew that someone had planted a bug in his room. So it is speculated that the target may know that someone will harm him, and there is a high possibility that he will escape overnight." Cassidy believes that the probability of target number 1 escaping from the main entrance of the hotel is the smallest, so the number of members monitoring the main entrance is the least, only 2. Just as the 2 were staring at the 4th floor with night vision binoculars, they did not notice that behind them, the originally invisible air had a vague contest condition. The next second, Lulu took Hisoka's left hand and appeared behind the 2 Rocket Team minions. The figure of white Miss Drevis emerged. Hisoka pointed his finger forward, the little thing nodded, and showed a cunning smile. Miss Drevis is like Pokémon love to play pranks. A hollow, strange laugh sounded, and a chill came from the neck. One of the minions shuddered and whispered, "Did you hear the laughter?" "What laughter?" "I didn't hear it. Keep a close eye on it. If the target runs away from us, we will be in big trouble." Miss Drevis' hair began to change, and 2 tentacles appeared, then quietly wrapped around the necks of the 2 minions. With a little force, the 2 minions felt their necks tighten and breathing became difficult. They struggled to look back, but found a hideous ghost head staring at them. Their faces turned pale, and they wanted to scream loudly, but they found that their throats were not as sharp as the original hair. The ghost head seen by the 2 Rocket Team members was actually an illusion created by Miss Drevis. The fear was spreading. Hisoka saw the golden bead on Miss Drevis' neck flashing red, and he remembered the research report on Miss Drevis. Misdreavus likes to play tricks on creatures, especially humans. Even if they have masters, they will often play pranks on their masters. When humans fall into fear, they will have violent emotional fluctuations, and these invisible and colorless fear emotions are the best food for Misdreavus. This naughty little thing didn't play a prank on her, probably because she was addicted to the energy radiation of the 7-color gem. With the new energy supplement, Misdreavus was too lazy to go out and astonish others. The two members of Team Rocket were finally scared to death, because in their eyes, the hideous ghost had bit off the head of his companion. Misdreavus slurped the non-existent saliva with satisfaction. He hadn't enjoyed the taste of fear for a long time. Since Lulu evolved into Gardevoir, her mental power has been qualitatively improved. The teleport distance has increased from 500 meters in the Kirlia period to 1 kilometer now. With Lulu, if Hisoka really wants to run, there are really few people who can stop him. Looking at the two people who fainted and the iconic red R character on the chest of his clothes, he guessed correctly that it was indeed Team Rocket who wanted to do something. Lulu has already used confusion, scanned the hotel, and found 14 ordinary members of Team Rocket, for at each of the two back doors from the basement garage and the two in front of him. "Tell me, who sent you here?" Hisoka asked softly. One of the minions had a dull face and blank eyes and murmured, "It was Captain Cassidy and Butch. Besides me, do you have any other targets?" Hiso knew that since the other party wanted to rob his Pokémon, then apart from him, the top 16, especially Lacey and Yiyu, their Pokémon were also quite outstanding, and they might naturally become the target of Team Rocket. "Yes, you are just the number 1 target." Team Rocket continued. Lulu released the right hand behind his head, swayed, and slowly fell to the ground, heading for the same fate as his companions. From then on, except for the 2 people in the main gate who were frightened by Misdreavus, the remaining 12 members of Team Rocket were all hypnotized by Lulu. This trick of hypnosis interrogation was learned from Shirakai's Flash Jengar. Using the physical contact of Pokémon makes the other party fall into deep hypnosis, so as to ask for the information they want. According to this member of Team Rocket, not only him, but also Yiyu and Lacey have become the targets of Team Rocket's operation. The infamous 3 Beast Warriors of Team Rocket personally took action and solved one by one. The 3 Beast Warriors who came to solve him were a guy named Surd. 3 Beast Warriors. For this title, Hisoka could only say that he had heard of it a little. After all, he was not the kind of nightmare hunter who specialized in catching criminals to get the Alliance's bounty. This kind of hunter makes money quickly and is highly valued by the Alliance. But to be honest, you die quickly. You're skilled and daring. If you catch criminals to get bounties, you will naturally be revenged by the other organization or accomplices. These nightmare hunters are very powerful. Elite trainers are not qualified to be that kind of hunters. Without the right skills, they will not be able to catch criminals. Elite strength. To do bounty missions, that's simply my death. Every year, the death list announced by the Hunter official website, Dream Hunters are definitely far ahead. The 3 Beastmen of Team Rocket are rewarded 30 million by the Alliance on the Bounty Hunter official website. If any hunter can catch them all, he will receive a one-time bounty of 100 million and become a billionaire instantly. A bounty of 100 million is indeed very tempting. Then what about Team Rocket's revenge? It is undoubtedly a foolish dream to want to fight a large dark organization alone. Even if you have the title of elite, or even the strength of the regional champion, fighting one against 10,000 only exists in novels. As a large, dark organization spanning Kanto and Chengdu, since the emergence of Team Rocket, the Alliance organizations in the 2 places have worked together to fight against it. It has been many years. Not only did they fail to destroy Team Rocket, but also made this dark organization stronger. Many discerning people know that there are definitely undercovers of Team Rocket in Alliance, and the position they sit in is not low, and there may be more than 1 or 2. But so what? As long as they are not exposed for one day, they are still the high-ranking Alliance officials. The 3 Beast Warriors belong to the middle and upper levels of Team Rocket. They are considered small leaders and only obey Petrol, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket. The other three generals do not have the authority to command Petrol's capable subordinates unless Fuki personally orders. Hisoka is a little curious now. The three beast warriors all have a bounty of 30 million. So how much are the four generals of Team Rocket and the most mysterious boss Giovanni worth? With this curiosity, he opened his multi-function watch, logged into the official website of the bounty hunter, and entered the bounty page. Hisoka usually never cares about this kind of thing because he knows himself and knows his own weight best. He will never touch the bounty mission of the Dream Hunter at present because it is too easy to cause big trouble. Among the four generals of Team Rocket, Archer has the highest bounty, which is jointly offered by the Alliance in Kanto and Chengdu, 500 million Alliance coins, in addition to a Dratini egg sponsored by the Yulon clan. Ariana is second, 400 million Alliance coins, including a Larvitar egg sponsored by MT Silver Laboratory. Proton, 300 million Alliance coins. Magic props, a flame orb. Petrol, 300 million Alliance coins. Magic props, a toxic orb. As for the leader of Team Rocket, Giovanni, no information about him can be found in the bounty mission, which means that Alliance has not issued a bounty for Giovanni at all. It makes sense. If Giovanni is arrested by a bounty hunter, what will the efforts of the Kanto Alliance and Chengdu Alliance for more than 20 years be? Is it a joke? How strong is Giovanni's trainer? Some say he is an elite, and some say he is a champion, but no one dares to say that they have fought with Giovanni. The leader of Team Rocket is too mysterious. According to the memory of the previous life, if the plot does not change greatly, then 1 month before the start of the Indigo Plateau Conference, Team Rocket will create an extremely terrifying artificial Pokémon, and the name of that Pokémon is Mutewo. Mutewo has the power comparable to the top beasts at birth because of the continuous recombination of genes. Mutewo belongs to the psychic Pokémon, but her personality is very violent. Human science and technology can create her body, but cannot breed a real heart. Hisoka remembers that Mutewo seemed to escape in the end, and Giovanni was unable to control her. Fortunately, he escaped. Otherwise, with Giovanni's trainer ability and the assistance of a Pokémon with the power of a top-level beast, it is still a question whether the Kanto Alliance and the Chengdu Alliance can withstand the counterattack of the big boss. As an ordinary citizen, Hisoka naturally hopes that the Alliance will be in power. Although there are many problems and even some darkness within the Alliance, these situations are inevitable as long as it is the ruling party. Team Rocket has the terrifying scientific research strength to create beasts, but in the final analysis, it still belongs to the Dark Organization. In the words of the previous life, it is the underworld. You can't imagine what a country led by the underworld would look like. This is the Rainbow City Police Station. Is there anything I can help you with? It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Hisoka stood alone in the public telephone booth. It could be heard that the policeman who answered the phone was obviously a little tired, and a faint yawn sound came from the microphone. "Miss Police, I want to call the police." Hisoka pretended to be flustered and said anxiously, "I just saw at the Rainbow Hotel. I saw that more than a dozen members of Team Rocket surrounded the hotel gate." The operator was shocked when he heard this, and all his sleepiness disappeared. He held the phone tightly and said loudly, "Are you sure what you said is true? You will go to jail if you make a false report." Hizuo suppressed his smile and continued, "It is absolutely true. They are all wearing those red R and black uniforms. They are definitely members of the Rocket team, Zhao's." After hanging up the phone, the female police officer was still in a confused state. If the person who called the police was not a prank, then the Rocket team was really brave. How dare they? She shook her head. This matter must be reported to Officer Jenny. Whether it is true or false, the police must go to the Rainbow Hotel to check. If the situation is true, then tomorrow's news will explode. Walking out of the phone booth, there was no one on the street at midnight. Hizuo glanced at Lulu beside him. The man and the pet looked at each other and smiled, then put on the tactical backpack and walked slowly towards the distance. This matter must be made a big deal. After the police intervene, the water will become more and more chaotic. Only in this way can I fish in troubled waters. Beep, beep, at 1:05 a.m. After receiving the report call, Officer Jenny immediately organized a large number of police forces to go to the Rainbow Hotel. If what the other party said was true, then the bad nature of this matter was very serious. 5 police cars arrived at the hotel square one after another, with orderly footsteps. Fully armed police officers with net guns rushed out of the cars and quickly dispersed to several important locations in the square to prevent the Rocket team members from suddenly attacking. I am Jenny. We have arrived at the entrance of the Rainbow Hotel. No trace of the Rocket team has been found yet. Officer Jenny walked in front of the team with a revolver in hand. Be careful and alert, and you can let go of any suspicious people. The voice of Mr. Shigemoto, the mayor of Rainbow City, came from the intercom. The sharp sirens have attracted the attention of the hotel. Immediately, the lobby manager in a black suit came to Jenny with 2 security guards. The lobby manager just woke up from his sleep, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and asked, "Officer Jenny, why did you send so many police officers to our hotel in the middle of the night?" At this time, the lights in the originally dark hotel building kept on lighting up, and the guests staying in the Rainbow Hotel opened the windows and looked outside. The sirens just now woke them up from their sleep. So many police gathered at the door of the hotel in the middle of the night. Did something big happen? Every guest who saw this scene couldn't help but start to think wildly in his mind. Officer Jenny raised her right hand, saluted, and said loudly, "I'm sorry to disturb your hotel so late at night, but we got news that a group of Rocket team members surrounded the hotel gate." Hearing Officer Jenny's words, the lobby manager was stunned for a moment. Then a look of crying and laughing appeared on his face, and he said, "Officer Jenny, are you kidding? There is no Rocket team at the gate except your police." Before the lobby manager finished speaking, a sturdy police officer holding a police net gun ran over quickly, stood at attention, and saluted, "Captain Jenny, we found traces of the Rocket team at the entrance of the woods west of the square." The lobby manager was shocked. There really is a Rocket team. Are they crazy? They dare to attack the Rainbow Hotel. This is forcing Alliance to clean up the dark organization in Rainbow City. Jenny's eyes lit up and nodded. Very good. If they resist, just shoot directly. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Jenny saw that the police officer was still standing there, and her pretty eyebrows couldn't help but frowned. The sturdy police officer hesitated to speak, scratched his neck, and smiled awkwardly. "Captain, you will know if you go and see. Those Rocket team members have fallen. The woods around the Rainbow Hotel are all artificially planted to green the environment. There are some small and docile wild Pokémon living in it, such as Bobo, Rattata, Caterpie, Oddish, etc. These wild Pokémon living in the city center are not afraid of humans, but live in harmony with humans, because there are many tourists or hotel staff going to the woods to feed them every day. On the cobblestone path in the woods to the west, more than a dozen Rocket team members wearing red and black uniforms were lying neatly. More than 20 police officers surrounded them from all directions, aiming their net guns at the Rocket team members on the ground to prevent them from suddenly rising. "Did you find out where the phone number was called from?" Jenny asked in a deep voice. The phone signal came from the public telephone booth at number 03, 112th Street, East Avenue. Jenny fell in a deep thought. The guy who called the police was definitely a suspicious person. In the phone recording, the other party said that the Rockets surrounded the hotel gate, but they found many Rockets in the corner of the square. Jenny continued to ask, "What happened to these Rockets?" According to the forensic examination, they were all hypnotized by Pokemon's hypnosis, and the deep hypnosis method was used. Normal is a common method used by our police to question tough criminals. Jenny waved her hand and said, "Take these bastards back. When they wake up, I want to know why they gathered in the Rainbow Hotel, and at the same time, who subdued them." "Understood." "Manager, something bad has happened. Why are you arguing? Can't you see that I'm annoyed?" After returning to the office, the lobby manager immediately called his superior. "This kind of thing cannot be concealed." The waiter panted, "It's really a big deal." A large number of guests are gathering in the lobby, clamoring to check out. The lobby manager's face turned green, and he cursed in his heart. which be asterisk 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 D, is so quick to speak, and it has only been a short time, and everyone knows it. Helplessly, he could only rush to the lobby to appease these guests. If this matter is not handled well, it will definitely affect the reputation of the hotel. After all, no one wants to live in a place where members of the dark organization may appear at any time. Half a year ago, the St. and shipwreck incident that shocked the entire Kanto, more than 50 billionaires were hijacked by the rocket team. The St. and shipwreck caused panic among the people, especially these wealthy people, who were even more afraid that the rocket team would suddenly kidnap them. The St. Anna shipwreck caused a total of 163 tourists to lose their lives and 32 tourists to go missing. Most of the guests who can spend money at the Rainbow Hotel are wealthy. On the top floor of the hotel, the wealthy people who booked the presidential suite heard the news that Team Rocket appeared near the hotel. Without saying a word, they immediately packed their bags and went to the lobby to check out. This place cannot be lived in. Who knows what Team Rocket wants to do? In case of encore kidnapping, these wealthy people will definitely be the first choice. Moreover, the Alliance police are all useless. It has been more than half a year, and the culprit of the attack on the St. Anu, Tyson, has not been caught yet. They only know to blindly increase the bounty. After the St. Anu incident, Tyson's bounty on the Bounty Hunter official website once exceeded the total of the 3 Beastmen, reaching 120 million, and this does not include the bounties privately posted by the wealthy people who lost their relatives in the shipwreck. Tyson is just an elite captain in the rocket team. His status is far inferior to that of the 3 Beast Warriors, but his bounty is worth billions. Both the Bounty Hyena and the Dream Hunter are coveting him. Tyson seems to know his situation. He has not been out on a mission for more than half a year. He seems to have disappeared from the world. Police, bounty hunters, private organizations, alliance investigators. So many people are looking for him, but they have returned empty-handed. Rainbow City Police Department. The city government has ordered that the rocket team incident must be thoroughly investigated. Although they have not made any dangerous moves, terrorist attacks must be prevented in advance. Minister Miyamoto dare not imagine that if a vicious terrorist attack comparable to the St. Anu incident occurs during his tenure, he will not even think about the position of minister next year. Whoever touches my official hat, I will take his head. Zhang, Captain Jenny. A little girl in police uniform walked into the office quickly, holding a blue file in her hand. We have found out everything about Team Rocket gathering at the Rainbow Hotel. Miyamoto looked solemn, with his hands behind his back, staring at the Kanto map on the wall. However, from his right hand that was clenched from time to time, it could be seen that his heart was not as calm as it seemed. The little girl opened the file and read aloud. In order to prevent collusion, we selected 5 members of Team Rocket for questioning. This time they gathered at the Rainbow Hotel to monitor a trainer. Monitor a trainer? Zhang Miyamoto turned around and looked at the police officer and asked, "Do you know the specific situation of that person?" The little girl nodded. The trainer being monitored is the champion of the Pokémon doubles competition held by the Rainbow Casino, the player Hisoka from Tokiwa City. Hisoka. Miyamoto kept repeating. He felt that the name sounded very familiar. By the way, he remembered, wasn't this guy the gym student from Dark City who competed with them for the Fossil Pokemon Nature Reserve in Rainbow City last time? That stinky boy. Miyamoto pondered. To be honest, he had a very bad impression of this guy. In the last gym competition, Kurama that beat ********D was a traitor and finally let Dark City get the ownership of the reserve. Every time he thought of this matter, he was upset. Zhang, not only Hisoka, but the Rockets have 2 other targets, Yu and Morrison from Hoenn region, Reiji and Shinji from Sinnoh region. Where are these 3 players now? Officer Jenny couldn't help asking. Hisoka originally lived in room 307 on the 3rd floor of Rainbow Hotel, but then he disappeared. Yu and Morrison are still in Pokemon Center. Reiji and Shinji rented a house in the western suburbs of the city. Go and notify the 4 contestants immediately, Miyamoto said sternly. Send all police forces to conduct a carpet search of Rainbow City. I will never allow any vicious attack to occur in Rainbow City. Understood. Jenny stood at attention and saluted, then left the office and walked quickly to the command room. 0. At the same time, Hisoka had already left the suburbs of Rainbow City on the Divine Bird motorcycle, speeding alone on the road. The cold night wind made people feel cold. When a motorcycle drove into the road surrounded by the woods ahead, an inexplicable crisis came to his mind. Hisoka pressed the brakes and slowly stopped. Snap! Hisoka snapped his fingers, and the next second, the air on his right-hand side became blurred. Contest condition, Lulu's elegant and tall figure instantly appeared beside him. Lulu had been hanging behind Hisoka with teleport to prevent some possible accidents. Come out. Hiso suddenly laughed. The branches swayed, and a human-shaped black shadow appeared silently on a tree trunk. You are very smart and, of course, very kind. The slightly hoarse female voice made people feel a little trembling in this environment. Let me guess which one of the 3 beast warriors you are. Hisoka was not afraid at all, but looked indifferent. Although it is a bit unpleasant, it is indeed a woman's voice. Only one member of the 3 beast warriors is a woman. You are the ghost Surd. Surd, the ghost, Zakla, the explosive genius, and ORM, the potion maniac. Among the 3 beast warriors, Surd, the ghost, is the most mysterious, performs the least number of missions, and his main activity area is Chengdu region. Huh. The laughter was sharp and piercing. Surd jumped down from the tree trunk and walked slowly onto the road. The light of the motorcycle shone directly over him. It was an extremely pale face with narrow eyes like a red fox and black lips. It was simply a leech-life ghost from a horror movie. Aren't you afraid? Surd asked curiously. Hisoka smiled warmly and said, You are the only one within a kilometer around you. We are one-on-one. Why should we be afraid? Surd, 900, narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I forgot to say that you are also very novice. Hisoka shrugged. I am curious which idiot thought of attacking the contestants after the doubles match, snatched their Pokémon. Does that idiot really think that the Alliance and the police are all dead? Surd was speechless. His eyes flashed. Has he guessed something? But one thing is right. Proton is indeed an idiot. For internal fighting, Proton will definitely oppose anything Ariana wants to do. That guy is the weakest among the 4 generals, not even as good as Petrol, but he is jealous of others' talents. He can't even convince his own subordinates, and he still wants to overthrow Lady Ariana, which is simply wishful thinking. Proton, give the order to stop the action. Petrol said solemnly, I have recalled the 3 beast warriors, and this action has failed. Why did the boss stop us? Proton's face was ferocious, and he slammed his fist on the table and said sternly, They are just 3 ordinary trainers. When did our rocket team have to be afraid of those 3 little ghosts? Radicate shook his head. It's not their problem. Alliance has intervened, and the special forces are on the way. Rainbow City is currently under martial law, and the police are conducting a carpet search. Unless you want to expose the game center, you'd better keep your tail between your legs. You have to understand that this matter has become a big deal. Now the whole city is in turmoil. You don't have any chance. Proton took a deep breath, stepped back, sat weakly on the sofa, looked up at the ceiling, and said lightly, Petre, you are right. Withdraw all members of the organization and behave yourself during this period. I don't want to hear about anyone being arrested by the police again. Seeing Proton regain his sanity, Petrol couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but he was really afraid that his partner would lose his mind and insist on arresting the 3 trainers. Team Rocket has never lacked rare Pokémon. For some Pokémon, Game Center was exposed, and the loss afterwards would be too great. Petrol understood that Proton's original intention was not for those Pokémon. He just wanted to disrupt Ariana's recruitment, because an excellent trainer talent is no less valuable than a powerful and rare Pokémon. Lulu Lee. On the empty and silent road, the lights of a motorcycle flashed. Lulu stretched her hands forward, The blue light in her eyes faded, and the invisible confusion surged out, and soon she caught the two little mice hiding in the dark. Hands back, confusion recovered. Two black Pokémon that looked like rag dolls were pulled out of the air, with a pair of red vertical pupils that looked extremely evil. Their mouths were locked from left to right by a zipper. Banette, a ghost Pokémon from the Hoenn region. There is no record of this Pokémon appearing in the Midong region. This is what you call sincerity. Hisso's mouth curled up, and he looked at Surd with a playful look. The two Banettes were hidden in the air. When Hisso came here, he had already discovered that Lulu's mental power swept through them, and there was nothing to hide. Surd stuck out his tongue and lightly licked his black lips, smiling. I am a weak woman. I have to be careful when I go out to meet a strange man at night. If Zakla and ORM were here, they would be shocked to hear this. When did Surd, an iceberg-faced paralyzed woman, actually joke with a man? You can go back and think about it. You don't have to join Team Rocket. Cooperation is a win-win situation. Surd said slowly, your main job is a bounty hunter. We pay and you do the work. Saiso didn't respond. He just looked at the notorious three beast warriors quietly. The expected battle did not break out. The other party seemed to come just to recruit him to join Team Rocket. He is not the kind of hyena who is willing to do anything for money. Joining Team Rocket is definitely not a good choice. Once exposed, the consequences will be disastrous, and this handle will be firmly grasped by the other party. Of course, everything has 0.62 sides. There are disadvantages and advantages. If I become an undercover under Ariana, the fourth general of Team Rocket, at least I don't have to worry about funding issues. As long as I perform well enough, I think some rare Pokémon will be indispensable. Surd took out the Pokémon ball and took back the two Banettes who kept struggling, turned around, and walked into the woods. Lady Ariana is very optimistic about you. By the way, thanks to you, the whole city of Rainbow City is now under martial law, and the idiot you mentioned has given up the attack mission. The voice gradually faded away, leaving Shisua alone looking up at the starry sky. The North Star is really bright tonight. What do you think, Lulu? Bowsy Mountain, a medium-sized foothill located in the south of Pallet Town, stretching for hundreds of miles, with an unknown depth, rich in products and abundant mineral resources. Pallet Town can become a well-known developed town, and Bowsy Mountain has made a great contribution. People often say that you live by the mountain and you live by the water. This is nothing more than this. Bowsy Mountain is surrounded by forests. In the early morning, the forest is foggy. In order to better protect the Pokémon in the forest, the residents of Pallet Town did not build paths in this forest. Therefore, if ordinary people choose to enter the mountain in the early morning, it is easy to get lost. At this time, in the woods, a tall young man with a black ponytail was walking slowly towards the depths of the forest. He was very flexible and could walk on rugged rocks or shrubs and vines as if they were flat ground. A brown Pokémon that looked like a rabbit followed closely at his feet. One of the rabbit's ears was straight and the other was folded. The tip of the ear and the lower body were covered with milky white curly hair. Bioniri was more agile and could jump 3 meters high with a single jump. After about a quarter of an hour, the trees in front gradually disappeared and a valley entrance came into view. This was the real main body of Bowsy Mountain, a large mine composed of rocks and valleys. Walking into the valley, you can see rocks more than 1 person tall everywhere, except for some strong grass that can be seen occasionally in the cracks of the rocks. This place is completely a world of stone. With this geographical environment, I think there must be a lot of rock Pokémon living in this Bowsy Mountain. Hisoka looked around and found a lot of Geodude traces. When I came here, I heard from the forest ranger at the entrance of the town that most of the rock Pokémon in Bowsy Mountain are gentle in nature. As long as you don't attack them intentionally, the rock Pokémon here are not dangerous compared to other places. It has been a week since the last Rocket Team incident. Hisoka became famous in the doubles match, and now people on the internet say that he has won glory for Kanto. Especially when his gym leader identity was dug out and posted online, it immediately caused an uproar. In the past week, The dark gym has welcomed countless challengers who came here to admire his reputation. These challengers mostly wanted to defeat him and make themselves famous. Of course, some challengers really admired Hisoka and came to meet their idol. For some reason, most of these challengers were female trainers. For a while, Hisoka was overwhelmed. He had to play more than 10 or even 20 gym challenges a day and had no time to do his own things. Most of them were rookies who were defeated in one move, and they were not even qualified to help their Pokémon accumulate practical experience. Finally, after persisting for a week, he handed the gym to Lando for management, accepted a task at random from the Bounty Hunter official website, and then ran to this uninhabited place. The task he accepted this time was just an ordinary escort task, protecting an archaeological team for scientific research and excavation. The reward was not high, only 80,000 Alliance coins. Hisoka didn't take this mission for money. First, he wanted to relax and unwind. Second, the 3D Dragonite had not responded at all, as if it was a dead thing. In desperation, he could only go to Pallet Town to ask for help from Oak. The last time they got along in the Fossil Pokemon Nature Reserve, Professor Oak had a good impression of this young man. Besides, the professor himself was full of curiosity about the so-called first 3D Dragonite. Without saying anything, he directly agreed to Hisoka to help study why this happened to the 0th unit. I heard that Ash and his friends also came to Bowsy Mountain for special training in order to welcome the upcoming Indigo Plateau Conference. Hisoka didn't see Ash and his group in Pallet Town. Aunt Delia said that the day before he came to Pallet Town, Ash, Xiaojiang, and Xiaobian had already gone to Bowsy Mountain. Asterisk. Bioniri was jumping not far away, with an excited expression, as if he had discovered something. Shisuo walked over quickly and turned the corner. He saw a deep pit about 2 meters wide and endless in front of him. The width of this deep pit was enough for 4 people to stand at the same time. Looking forward, there was no end in sight. 3 Geodudes were hiding in the deep pit and trembling. Seeing Bioniri approaching them, they immediately changed their zones and used the rollout skill to escape forward. Asterisk. Bioniri looked aggrieved, but she had no ill intentions. Shisuo stepped forward and rubbed the little girl's head, put her on his shoulders, and squatted down to observe this strange deep pit carefully. At first glance, he thought it was a tunnel left by miners when they were digging for veins. But thinking about it carefully, it was more like the traces of some giant creature moving. And this creature is not only huge in size, but also might be even more amazing in weight. What kind of creature's movement can leave a deep pit with a height of more than 50 centimeters? I remember it. Hisoka slapped his forehead. This is Snake Road. Combining the few memories from his previous life, he remembered that a giant onyx had appeared in Bowsy Mountain in the animation. Ash and his friends went into the mountain for special training because they heard that Bruno, one of the Elite Four, a fighting elite, was training in Bowsy Mountain. And that giant onyx seems to have been subdued by she in the end. The widest part of the snake path is 2.25 meters, and the narrowest part is 1.14 meters, which can accommodate 2 people standing. It can be inferred that the length of this giant onyx will not be less than 30 meters, or even longer. Its body size is nearly 4 times that of an ordinary onyx, and it can leave such a deep pit snake path. It must weigh more than 12 tons, a real megagiant. Even Hisoka's own giant super iron Tyrannosaurus is dwarfed in front of it. Of course, in terms of combat power, Hisoka thinks that if the 2 giants fight head-on, the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus has a greater chance of winning, and its full-strength arm punch is enough to seriously injure Onyx. Hisoka is temporarily preparing to follow along the snake path to see whether it can be subdued or not. Such a giant Onyx may be the only one in the world. It's rare to come to Bowsy Mountain. It's really a pity in life if you don't see this giant Onyx. The snake path spreads to the south. Bioniri stands on Hisoka's shoulder and waves his little hand forward. Hisoka flicked Bioniri's head. The little guy covered his head with his hands, smiled, and walked quickly toward the south. He did not take the snake path, but walked along the right side of the snake path. Because if the giant onyx dives into the ground and you walk on the snake path, the vibration of the ground may make the onyx sense it. Once it breaks out of the ground, even if the opponent has no intention of attacking, the subsequent impact caused by such a huge body is extremely terrifying. Just think about it. A giant with a body length of 30 meters and a weight of more than 12 tons. It can cause a small earthquake just by stretching and twitching its tail. Master Bruno, is he really practicing in a place like this? Xiao Jiang climbed up the hill weakly. I heard that I was sweating profusely. Since entering the mountain yesterday, they have been searching Bowsy Mountain for a whole day. There are only stones here. Ash is still so energetic, leading the way. Pikachu grabbed Ash's hat and lay on his head. Hey, look, there's a big road over there. Ash suddenly pointed forward. This doesn't look like a road, but looks like a trace left by some big thing passing by. The three of them stood in the middle of the tunnel. Xiao Jiang touched his chin. His tone was a little puzzled. Big thing. Misty looked curious. Do you think it's a trace left by some Pokémon? Impossible. How can there be such a big Pokémon? Ash opened his hands as much as possible and exaggeratedly said, Look, in addition to the three of us, there could be 2 more people standing on this road. It must be the engineering team's big car. They want to build a track on Bowsy Mountain. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 of them felt a tremor coming from the ground. What's that sound? Misty's face was tense. The vibration of the ground became more and more violent. The 3 of them held hands to prevent themselves from falling. Look over there. Xiao Gang pointed forward and saw a cloud of yellow smoke spreading at the end of his sight, and in the smoke, a huge black shadow was looming. The black shadow approached at high speed, and Ash and others finally saw the appearance of the person coming. Ash swallowed and exclaimed, Wow, what a big onyx! It's coming this way. Run quickly. We will be crushed by it. The 3 were frightened by the appearance of the giant onyx, lost their calmness, and did the most irrational thing. They actually ran back along the snake path, and Onyx followed closely behind. There were 2 scars on its right face, and its brows were furrowed, revealing a painful expression. Onyx seemed to have lost its mind, but it did not use its skills to attack Ash and the other 2 who were running in front of it. It just ran forward blindly, as if only in this way could it delay the pain. Humans can't even run faster than Rattata. This giant onyx was running fast on the snake path, like a full-powered earth roller. After a minute, it was less than 20 meters away from Ash and the other 2. In just 10 more seconds, the wood snake will directly crush over its owner. With a weight of more than 12 tons, if you are crushed, you will die, and it will be a miserable death. The constant vibrations behind them made the 3 people pale, especially Misty. Tears kept dripping from the corners of her eyes. She was still a 12-year-old girl, and she didn't want to die so young. Crushed into a ball of meat paste, just thinking about this way of death makes her shudder. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, arm strength punch. With a flash of white light, a giant horned Tyrannosaurus with black and red armor fell to the ground with a bang. Its head tilted forward, and it stepped forward with its bull feet. With an invincible attitude, it rushed towards the giant onyx. Cannon Normal raised his right arm high, first using his shoulder covered with red armor to hit Onyx hard. Bang! With a loud bang, the giant onyx was pushed out of the snake path by this Machamp. Without waiting for it to react, the arm strength punch chopped down, and there was another loud bang, and the giant onyx fell directly to the ground this time. Shaking its big head comparable to the front of a bridge car, the giant onyx did not fight back as expected, but just looked back at the Pokémon that attacked it. Head to the ground collided and its body spun. Almost in the blink of an eye, a hole with a diameter of more than 2 meters appeared on the ground. The Sunction-type snake had disappeared without a trace. Save! Seeing the crisis resolved, Ash breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Xiaojiang and Misty also sat down with weak legs. They were just a little bit away from being crushed by the overdeveloped onyx. There was great fear between life and death. The 3 of them gasped, and their pupils could not focus for a while. They did not react until the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus slowly walked in front of the 3 people. There is no doubt that this is also a behemoth, with a body of 5 meters high, a sturdy figure, huge horns, pillar arms, and a hammer tail. It looks more visually impactful than the 30-meter-long onyx. Ash's pupils focused, scratched the back of his head, and said blankly, "Hey, I seem to have seen this Pokémon. By the way, Shisui used the same Pokémon in the final of the doubles match." Ash and his friends did not participate in the doubles match, but watched all the games on their own TV. Xiaojing also recorded some exciting games on videotape. In the final match, the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus detonated the Rock Imprison formation, which shocked the three for a long time. Ash put himself in the situation and found that he had no means to defeat the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. The gap in strength between the two sides was really too big. "Thank you so much." The three bowed together and saluted. No matter who it is being saved twice by the same person, the gratitude in my heart cannot be described in words. Misty looked at the figure sitting on the rock, her eyes almost turned into a heart shape. This is the real Prince Charming. Every time she is in danger, he can appear in time to save her from the water and fire. He is handsome and smart, and Trainer is so strong. I really want to be his girlfriend. Looking at the familiar trio in front of him, Hisoka was a little emotional. The last time they met was half a year ago. They met on the St. Anu. The passenger ship sank and drifted to the sea. Finally, they were separated by the group Dragon Rage of the Gyarados group. During this period, he also made a video call to Ash and the others, mainly to report safety and let them not worry too much. "Say, Brother Hisoka, your Super Iron Tyrannosaurus is so cool." Ash came forward and looked at the big guy playing with Buniri with envy. The other person is the oldest, 2 months older than Xiaojing, and he's also his lifesaver, so it is not excessive to respect him as a brother. Ever since the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus was sent out in the doubles finals, the whole Kanto has been arguing about this Pokémon that has never been seen before. Some people say it is a Pokémon from other regions, and some say it may be a new type of evolutionary branch. Some experts and researchers have also released their opinions and speculations on TV and the internet. There is never a shortage of smart people in this world. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, right on. If the 5-meter-tall beast is shrunk by 2 times, combined with the iconic drill horns. Now, there are a large number of people on the internet who support the speculation that Super Iron Tyrannosaurus evolved from Rhydon. Hisoka got up from the rock, walked in front of Ash, and shook his head repeatedly. "What you did just now was simply looking for death, and it's fortunate that the Onix didn't intend to attack you." 1. Onix is a Pokémon that can sprint very fast in a straight line, but it lacks flexibility. Its huge weight makes it difficult for it to turn when sprinting. You should know this very well, Xiaojing. Hisoka looked directly at Xiaojing, who blushed and stammered. "I'm sorry, I was too nervous just now and didn't have time to consider that aspect." To be honest, it's not their fault. The 3 of them were born in wealthy families and have been tailwinds since childhood. They have never experienced any hardships. Their experience in surviving in the wild can only be said to be at the most superficial stage. Once they encounter a life-threatening situation, it is difficult to deal with it in time. Xiaojing's Earl Dervish Pokémon is Onix. He even calls himself a Pokémon breeder. Although the giant Onix is more than 5 times larger than the ordinary Onix, its instinct is still. Even if Hisoka didn't come to the rescue just now, they should never run back the moment they saw the giant Onix. They could just crawl out of the snake path and hide in the rocks on both sides. The giant Onix had no tendency to attack people, otherwise it would not have rushed forward and killed all 3 people with a rock throw. Fortunately, the incident was a close call. Ash was naturally a bit nervous, and as soon as the life-and-death crisis was over, he pestered Hisoka with questions. "Brother Hisoka, are you really a gym leader now? Will you go to the Indigo Plateau Conference? I know a good way. As long as you pass the Pokemon identification test, you don't need to collect 8 badges to participate. By the way, Brother Hisoka, I want to challenge you. I have made great progress in the past 6 months." Hisoka pretended to be silent, and Ash choked and covered his mouth awkwardly. "Come out. You have been following us all the way," Hisoka said lightly to the air. Ash and the others looked around when they heard it, but did not see anyone else. With a loud laugh, a sturdy man with his hair standing up and a hairstyle that was 70% similar to Xiaojing walked out slowly from the corner of the rock. To call him a sturdy man was an insult. He was simply a giant. Hisso and others had to look up at him. His muscles were like rocks piled up all over his body, and one of his arms was even thicker than Hisoka's buttocks. "Hi, Master Bruno." Xiaojing was excited, raised his right finger, pointed at the person, and shouted, "You are not mistaken, Master Bruno. One of the Elite Four has appeared. The biggest purpose of Ash's trip into the mountains is to find fighting elite Master Bruno and ask Bruno to teach them the secrets of trainer. This face, this hair, and the muscles are more terrifying than Macamp. As a resident of Kanto, no one can fail to recognize Bruno, one of the Elite Four in Kanto. Bruno is the most low-key one among the Elite Four. He has been practicing like an ascetic in the wild environment for many years and has never accepted interviews from TV station. The few battle videos of 077 are also regarded as classics by many trainers. His good friend, Ice Elite Lorelei, once joked that Bruno is no different from fighting Pokemon. Hisoka had also watched Bruno's match videos. Bruno in the Elite Challenge was calm and composed, full of offensive desire. And although the man in front of him looked exactly the same, his hair-scratching action and his simple smile made him look like a typical big fool. Judging from his appearance, his height would not be less than 2.1 meters. His skin was bronze and very rough due to the wind and sun. His upper body was naked, and his lower body was wearing a pair of white fighting pants, and he was barefoot. The most eye-catching thing was undoubtedly Bruno's wrists and ankles, which were fixed with a circle of iron rings. Hisoka had a good eye and could tell at a glance that the purpose of these iron rings was the same as the mechanical rings he used when he gave Weevil weight training before. I think the iron rings in the Elite Four might be even heavier. Even with the weight rings, he still walked silently. In the Rocky Mountain area full of rock smash, walking barefoot, Master Bruno deserved to be called the world's mightiest man. The video of fighting with Macamp with bare hands shocked a lot of people at the time. It is true that the Macamp did not use the fighting skill. It was just the simplest muscle confrontation, but you have to know that the Macamp was the strongest main force of Master Bruno. A pervert who can treat a heavy excavator as a toy and toss it with one hand. Ordinary people can't even fight against it. If Macamp flicks his finger lightly, an adult will probably be thrown out. Bruno's physical function has already exceeded the limit of human beings. Perhaps he also has other incredible powers, because no matter how a human trains, he can't beat a fighting Pokemon. This is a huge gap at the genetic level, which cannot be made up by human power. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, those warriors and generals of the Warring States period could defeat powerful Pokemon by themselves. However, legends are also legends because there has never been a real description of a case of a single human fighting Pokemon in official historical records. These legends are mainly passed down by word of mouth in some ancient villages and towns. Modern researchers generally believe that this may be an exaggeration. After all, the ancients had limited knowledge and often regarded certain natural disasters as the anger of gods. "Excuse me, can you give me some food? I haven't eaten for almost 3 days." Bruno squatted on the ground, holding his stomach with both hands, looking at the 4 people in front of him with a pleading face. Ash. Xiaojing's heart seemed to be shattered by a piece of glass. Why would an Elite Four be hungry? If Bruno knew what they were thinking, he would definitely complain. Why couldn't the Elite Four be hungry? He should blame this broken place. It was nothing but rocks. There was no river. It was impossible to catch a few fish and grill them. Seeing how pitiful he was, Misty took out a box of homemade chocolate cookies from her backpack, walked up to Bruno, and handed them over. "I only brought these cookies. Why don't you take them to fill your stomach first?" Sniff. Bruno moved his nose and smelled the unique sweetness of chocolate. His eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, the box disappeared. Misty looked at the empty hand and didn't react for a while. What a fast hand speed. Seeing this scene, Xiaojing's hope was rekindled. A master is a master. even if he is hungry. This is so handsome, it's hard to talk about it. Tear open the paper box and pour a large box of chocolate biscuits directly into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The big white teeth are like a grinder, easily crushing these biscuits. Misty swallowed her saliva and kept backing away. The way he ate was too horrible. This box of biscuits was 2 kilograms. She could eat it slowly for 3 or 4 days, but the man in front of her finished it in one bite. It tastes okay, but it's a pity that it's not meat. Bruno sat cross-legged on the ground, smacking his lips. His tone was a bit regretful. I have 0.0 beef here. Do you want it? Hisso walked in front of Bruno and squatted down. Instead of looking at him straight in the eye, it was the first time he really saw Bruno in person. His facial features were rough and tough, as if he had been chopped by an axe or a knife, and his black hair was tied behind his head, adding a bit of wildness to him. His eyes were pure and clear, and it was hard to imagine that such a slovenly man without the slightest air of a big shot would be the Elite Four of Kanto. There is currently no regional champion in Kanto region, which means that Bruno has already stood at the top of the pyramid of Kanto trainers. The Elite Four have different strengths, but equal status. The 4 elites in Kanto restrain each other, and it is hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker. The word dragon represents rarity and power in the eyes of ordinary people. Therefore, the Dragon Elite, who has the highest appearance rate and is often active on TV screens, has become the strongest elite in the eyes of Kanto people. But in fact, Mr. Lance often loses more than he wins in the duel with the Ice Elite Lorelei. And in the duel between Lorelei and Bruno, he also loses more. Bruno faces the Ghost Elite Agatha, but is completely suppressed. After all, Ghost Pokemon can be immune to the skills of fighting and normal. I love barbecue. Barbecue is delicious. In front of the stone cave, a fire was lit. Bruno took the beef that Hisoka gave him just now, pierced it with a wooden stick, and smoked it on the fire without adding any seasoning or even washing it. 22 Bruno didn't care about the half-cooked beef, which was still stained with blood. He tore and chewed the 3-pound beef with his big white teeth. He didn't last long. People who practice martial arts all year round have tight muscles and good teeth. They can eat half a pig in one meal. Whether a person is healthy and strong can be seen from his teeth. Ash and the others stared at it. If it were them, they would not even want to smell the beef without seasoning and not cooked. Xiaojiang remembered the purpose of this trip. Seeing that Bruno was full and satisfied, he hurried forward and then fell to the ground with a plop under Bruno's doubtful eyes. Master Bruno, this kid, Xiaojiang pointed to Ash, who was still in a daze behind him, and said, he will soon participate in this year's Indigo Plateau Conference. Although he is silly and impulsive, he is a very serious person. Please teach him the secrets of the trainer. I am willing to do anything. Ash, you also come to ask for help. It is definitely a great blessing in your life to get the guidance of Master Bruno. Xiaojiang said anxiously. Who is he asking so hard for? Why didn't this brat have any vision at all? Oh. Ash came to his senses, nodded, rushed to Xiaojiang's side, and knelt down. Master, please. Please, Master Noisy. Misty and Hisoka were just watching the fun. They looked at each other and wondered if the two guys were out of their minds. If the Elite Four really accepted apprentices so easily, then the next day, the Alliance building in Indigo Plateau would be crowded with trainers from all over the world. But surprisingly, the Fighting Elite did not refuse directly. Bruno slowly stood up. His expression gradually became serious, and said in a deep voice, Are you two really willing to do anything? Master, please don't doubt our determination. Xiaojiang and Ash bowed their heads even lower. Brother Hisoka, are you really going to leave? Ash held a wooden barrel in both hands, which was full of spring water. His small arms, without a few muscles, were shaking with 2 barrels. Hisoka gently shook his head and said with a smile, You should train well with Master Bruno. I have accepted a mission and need to go to the ruins area east of Bowsy Mountain to protect an archaeological team. I have to do what I promised to others. Originally, Hisoka wanted to invite Bruno to a Pokemon battle, but unfortunately, Bruno disappeared before he could open his mouth. He understood that the master was probably going for the 30-meter-long Onix. There is no doubt that the giant onyx's qualifications should be very good, otherwise Bruno, who specializes in fighting Pokémon, would not be so fond of the 10-song stone Pokémon. He already has a super iron Tyrannosaurus, and the attributes of the two Pokémon are exactly the same. Besides, he does not have so much energy and funds to cultivate such a behemoth. The super iron Tyrannosaurus may not be as big as this onyx, but he believes that the super iron Tyrannosaurus has better qualifications than it, and the skills it can master are also outstanding than Onyx. At least Onyx definitely can't learn Rock Heavy Cannon, nor can he learn Fighting's Arm Punch. I'm just east of Bowsy Mountain. You can go and see it when you have time after training. After saying this, Hisoka tightened his tactical backpack and strode towards the valley in front of him under the reluctant gaze of the three people. As long as he crossed this large rift valley, he could directly reach the East Mountain Range. In the large rift valley, stalagmites were densely covered, and rock smash was clustered. On the cliffs on both sides, because of the mining of ore, some stones had cracks and were shaky. A gust of wind blew through the hall, and it seemed that they might fall at any time. This route is closest to the East Mountain Range. If you don't go this way, you have to climb the Rock Mountain, go around a long circle, and then move from above. Hisoka is skilled and brave, and there is a super iron Tyrannosaurus to lead the way. He only needs to sit on the thick shoulders and look at the map leisurely. From time to time, he also took out a bite stick from his arms and handed it to Charms Bioniri in his arms. The chewing sticks were originally planned to last for a month, but after just 2 weeks, there's already very little left. Bioniri's appetite is getting bigger and bigger, and she needs more nutrition. Her weight and height are soaring. The height of an average adult Bioniri is about 40 centimeters, and a well-developed one will not exceed 50 centimeters, and the weight is about 5.5 kilograms to 7.2 kilograms. Shisuo pinched Bioniri's belly, but there was no sign of bloating, which proved that there was no indigestion. The little girl really digested all the food. Then he lifted her in front of him. Bioniri thought her father was playing with her. She stared at Shisuo with her big black eyes. Then her left ear popped up, and her 2 ears clapped vigorously. Her little feet kicked around, having a lot of fun. Be quiet. Shisuo's tone was a little heavy. Meow. The little girl was very sensitive, and her 2 long ears immediately drooped down. She lowered her head and felt wronged. Shisuo smiled bitterly. He just had a whim and thought about Bioniri's height. He stroked Bioniri's plush head to comfort the little girl's depressed mood. Middle finger, thumb open, 1 stroke, 2 strokes. Bioniri, who was just 2 weeks old, was about 38 centimeters tall. Weight, estimated by hand measurement, is also more than 5 kilograms. It can be said that Bioniri, who is still in the juvenile stage, has actually developed to the same level as an adult Bioniri. It seems that I still underestimated the energy radiation of the 7-colored gem. Will Bioniri grow into a giant, like the predecessor, Super Iron Tyrannosaurus in the future? Think about Bioniri's evolution. Lopunny, who is slender and slim, and then enlarged several times. This picture makes people wonder how to describe it. However, being big also has its advantages. As long as the muscle content does not decrease, supplemented by a lot of body training, then once the giant Lopunny forms combat power, her long legs will immediately become her strongest weapon. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus strode along peacefully, simply breaking through mountains and splitting rocks when it encountered them. It is the best land tank. Hi! Just as the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus was about to step out of the Great Rift Valley, a loud explosion was heard in the distance, and the sound wave caused the already shaky rocks on the cliffs on both sides to fall down instantly. Hisoka reacted very quickly, picked up Bioniri and jumped down, while the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus immediately opened his arms, propped up his limbs, and crawled on the ground. His broad and solid body became the best shield. Rock throws of different sizes hit the back of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus one after another, and for a while, the dull rumble continued. Someone is blowing up the mountain in front, and they used high explosives. Hisoka frowned. and he could still hear the sound of explosives and Pokémon skills. In this world, explosives are strictly controlled items, and illegal possession of explosives will be sentenced to 20 years in prison. Didn't you see that even the weapons used by the police are just net guns, and even the revolver in Officer Jenny's hand is just a special paralysis bullet? When it hits a person, it will produce a paralysis effect for 15 minutes, and it will not directly shoot into the flesh like gunpowder weapons. Normal is to carry out large-scale urban reconstruction or build bridges and highways. Alliance will approve those construction companies to use high explosives in moderation. Roar! The super iron Tyrannosaurus stood up suddenly, first smashed the huge rock in front of it with a heavy punch, then lifted the half-human-high rock smashes in one hand, and quickly cleared a clean area. Shisuo stood at the feet of the super iron Tyrannosaurus, looked up at the direction where the explosion just came from, and saw black smoke lingering in the northeastern sky. What is that archaeological team doing? Because the northeast direction is the location mark of the mission, if there is no accident, it is very likely that the explosion just now was caused by that archaeological team. Shisuo's face was unhappy. The power of this explosion was almost as powerful as the value used to demolish a building. Super ancient civilization, ancient base. Captain, are you okay? A young girl with purple-blue hair and mountaineering clothes walked over slowly. There were some obvious scratches on her face, which are the marks left by the broken pebbles when the mountain was blasted just now. I'm fine. The middle-aged fat man with a pair of round glasses and gray hair waved his hand. Professor White, your face. Just a little scratch. It's okay. White shook his head. Doctor, someone is injured here. There was a cry of surprise. Walter and the team leader looked at each other and hurried to the detonation point. Ajuin, hold on, you'll be fine. There were more than a dozen young people wearing uniform archaeological uniforms around. Most of them were disheveled, and obvious scars could be seen on their faces, arms, and legs. My legs, Ajuin spoke with difficulty, looking up and looking forward. His legs were pressed by a piece of rock, Zhao Qian, and blood spread from both sides. It was a severe pain before, and he almost fainted from the pain, but now even the pain is gradually disappearing. What should I do? What should I do? The middle-aged fat man was squeezed around. At the critical moment, such a big leak occurred. Once the Alliance investigated, he might have to go to jail. The only team doctor in the group shook his head and said, the current medical conditions are not enough to provide effective treatment. If you want to save Ajuin's life, there's only one choice: saw off his legs. After these words came out, Ajuin's face, which was already pale due to excessive blood loss, became even paler. He is still so young. If he loses his 2 legs and becomes disabled for life, what is the point of living? It's all your fault. If you hadn't miscalculated the amount of explosives, this wouldn't have happened. Ahai is Ajuin's brother. Seeing that his brother might lose his legs and feet, he lost his mind. Ahai let go of his brother's hand, his eyes were red, and he rushed forward, raised his fist, and wanted to teach this fat man who always drank. It was all because of him, because he was eager for quick success, that this accident happened. Seeing this, other archaeological members stepped forward to intercept, hugged Ahai tightly, and shouted, Ahai, calm down. The leader doesn't want any accidents to happen. The most important thing now is to save your brother. Don't be impulsive. I'm sorry. The fat leader bowed repeatedly. If this matter cannot be resolved, then the archaeological team will not be far from falling apart. He will also face huge compensation and be accused of concealing the amount of explosives. The archaeological team is qualified to apply to the local police station for the right to use a certain amount of explosives, because archaeological work may encounter the situation where the ruins are buried in the mountains of 067, and then explosives will definitely be needed for blasting. Should he amputate his legs to save his life, or risk his life and go down the mountain to send him to the local Pokémon Center? When everyone was at a loss, a boy with black hair and ponytail had already walked into the archaeological base. Shisuo looked around and saw that the field tents that should have been neatly standing were smashed to pieces by rocks, tables and chairs were tilted, and various archaeological instruments were scattered on the ground. The only ones who survived were the 3 thickened off-road RVs. "Brother, I don't want to lose my legs." Ajuin burst into tears and grabbed Ahai's right hand tightly. This incident had not happened to him, and no one would understand Ajuin's feelings. For a young man, it is definitely more difficult to accept than death to lose his legs. "Let's not amputate his legs." Seeing his brother like this, Ahai felt even more uncomfortable. The 2 brothers depended on each other and joined the archaeological team to make a living together. Who would have thought that this natural disaster would befall his younger brother? "Doctor, is there really no other way?" Ahai did not give up and looked up and asked. The female team doctor shook her head. "We really don't have the conditions here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of this method. Now, I don't even dare to lift the stone pressing on my thigh, for fear of causing secondary injury." "Lululi," a strange voice came, and the team members turned their heads to see a tall boy who looked only about 16 or 17 years old standing more than 10 meters behind them. A humanoid Pokémon that was almost as tall as him stood beside him with a fluttering dress. A blue light flashed in Lulu's eyes, and she grasped the boulder with her right hand. Confusion micromanipulation wrapped every point of rock, preventing the boulder from lifting up and causing secondary damage. The boulder that pressed down the archaeologist's legs slowly floated up. At this time, Hisoka touched his waist with his right hand and threw the Pokémon ball into the air. With a flash of white light, Chansey's round body appeared right next to the teammate. "Work up," Hisoka shouted. "Lucky." Chansey made a light sound, and a short hand drew a circle on the forehead of the injured. Ajuin, who was originally dazed due to excessive blood loss, immediately felt his mind clear up, and the endless fear in his heart seemed to be disappearing. Work the skill up has 2 effects. Using it on yourself will increase your attack power and make you enter an excited contest condition. Using it on others will affect your emotions and make people's original fear, loss, and other negative emotions gradually disappear. Seeing the wounded regain consciousness, Chansey squinted her eyes happily, and her round and cute body swayed to the bloody legs of the archaeologists. 2 short hands opened, and the pink halo wrapped around the palms. Chansey's face became serious, leaned down, and carefully pressed the injured leg with both hands. The pink halo became more and more dazzling, and then the halo spread, covering Ajuin's entire lower body. The blood stopped flowing, and the granulation tissue at the wound recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ajuin felt that his legs became itchy, and at the same time, a cool and comfortable feeling kept coming. The expression on his face was frowning and breathing, which made the people around him confused. "Lucky." Chansey stood up, touched the non-existent sweat on his forehead, and then held the egg bag on his abdomen with both hands, and a small belly of good luck eggs fell. "Mr. Hisoka, thank you so much." In a tent that was re-erected, the fat captain bowed repeatedly, nodded and bowed, and looked at the young man in front of him with excitement. The young archaeologist named Ajuin has recovered after Chansey's treatment. Except for his body being a little weak, his legs are basically saved. His brother Ahai almost knelt down to this lifesaver. "Professor White, how much reward did you write when you posted the task on the Bounty Hunter official website?" The blue-haired girl who had been silent all the time first looked at the fat captain with contempt and then said 80,000 yuan, including food and accommodation. The fat man didn't care about the girl's gaze, cleared his throat, and said loudly, 80,000 yuan is too little. This gentleman is the lifesaver of our entire team. In this case, I will personally contribute 20,000 yuan, which is not included in the funds, to make up 100,000 yuan. Shisua couldn't help shaking his head and laughing when he heard this, and suddenly felt that this fat man was a bit interesting. Stephanie's wife loves beauty. Now she met 2 beauties who are better than her in both figure and appearance, and the other party is so familiar with the boss. Lando couldn't help but feel a little inferior. Her name is Lando, a staff member of my gym, and also my disciple. Shisua took the initiative to help her out, so that she would not be so embarrassed. Lando took a deep breath, plucked up the courage, raised her head, and smiled. Hello, I am Lando. Nice to meet you. Hello, I am Vivi. Please give me your advice for our first meeting. Vivi nodded. So he's just a disciple. Meichi thought to herself. She is well informed. Meichi, who comes from a poor family, has been living out since she was a child. She worked as a waitress on the Saint, and for 2 years, and has been to many regions. People like Banduo are from a small place and can't pose much threat to her, and she is prettier than the other party. After she has learned enough and passed the Junior Qualification Certificate of Breeder, Meichi will ask Shisuo to join his team and overcome this difficulty step by step in the name of taking care of Pokemon. It's delicious. The southern dishes here are really top-notch. Morrison ate happily with ham in one hand and prawns in the other. While eating, he shouted, "Yu, why don't you eat? Anyway, I'm treating you today, so eat as much as you want." Yu was helpless and blushed a little. He whispered, "Morrison, eat quietly and don't disturb other guests." In the whole restaurant, their table was the noisiest. Yu had seen several times the eyes of the guests at the neighboring tables. The chewing sound, the noise, the constant noise from behind made Meichi's forehead pop up. She couldn't help it anymore. She looked back and saw a little fat man with orange hair and wearing a rustic kimono eating and drinking. His eating manner was ugly and unheard of. Meichi clenched her pink fists and shouted in a delicate voice, "Hey, little fat man, do you know that you should keep quiet in public? You are making so much noise that we can't eat." Seeing this, Yu quickly stood up and said apologetically, "Miss, I'm so sorry. My friend has a straightforward personality. When eating, he didn't know how to continue. He could only pull Morrison's clothes quickly, hoping that this guy would be restrained. It was too embarrassing for him to be caught in the middle. I should not have eaten here. I might as well have gone to the street to get some snacks. Yu, why do you care what they do?" Morrison looked indifferent, sucked his greasy fingers, and then slowly said, "Hey, little girl, don't call me fat. I just look a little more plump than ordinary people, not fat. And besides, we paid. We can eat whatever we want. You have no right to control." Meichi stood up angrily, put her hands on her waist, and wanted to curse, but when she thought of Shisuo, brother next to her, she couldn't do anything that would damage her demeanor. Yu. Shisuo felt that the name was familiar. By the way, during the day, after the game, he heard some tourists talking about this name. He used the 3 major families of Hoenn region, Blaziken, and his partner Morrison was also the 3 major families of Hoenn, Swampert. In his previous life, Hisoka didn't watch much of the anime Pokemon. He only finished the first chapter when he was young. After that, he entered society and started his own business. He had no time to watch those anime, and most of the plots were already very vague. The name Yu, plus the use of Blaziken, some of the past plot memories emerged from his mind. It seems that this trainer from the Hoenn region will use his Blaziken to compete with Ash's Charizard in the future Chengdu MT Silver Conference. I remember that in the end, it seemed that Yiyu's Blaziken won the game and successfully advanced to the finals. But later, Blaziken seemed to be too seriously injured and did not participate in the finals. Yiyu did not become the champion of that MT Silver Conference. 5. I'm so angry, this fat guy. After leaving the restaurant, Meichi was still indignant. Would that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D, like pig behind her? She was so angry. Pig is an animal similar to a pig. It is stupid and dirty, but it is the main meat animal for most people in this world. It's not as expensive as Wagyu beef. The price is affordable. Similarly, pig words are also commonly used to insult people, especially those fat people who overeat. Brother Shisuo, since you are participating in the double competition, you promised me that if you meet that fat guy in the competition, you must teach him a lesson slowly. Women love to hold grudges, regardless of age. Shisuo could only go along with her and nodded in response. No problem. If we are assigned to compete together, I will definitely help you teach him a lesson. Vivi and Meichi wanted to invite Shisuo and others to stay in the breeding house, but considering that the other party was a Stephanie family, it was not convenient for a grown man, and he had already booked a single room in the Rainbow Hotel. If he didn't stay there, Wouldn't it be a waste of more than 20,000 yuan? Lando didn't want to go to Meichi's place. To be honest, she didn't like this Stephanie who was prettier than herself, and she felt that the way she looked at the boss was a little wrong. Late at night, lying on a luxurious bed in the hotel, Lando was not sleepy at all. She tossed and turned, but could not fall asleep. She didn't know why she always felt a sense of crisis in her heart. She felt that she was useless. She was just a bystander in the games during the day. She could only rely on the boss's strength to crush rival. The boss could 1v2. It didn't make much difference whether she was there or not. She picked up the bank card on the bedside table. Inside was a red envelope of 200,000 yuan that Suo had given her, which was counted as a bonus for the day's winnings. Lando originally wanted to use the money to buy beautiful clothes and some brand-name cosmetics. But now she changed her mind. It was still a distant luxury to expect Ponyta to evolve into Rapidash. She planned to use the money to buy a Pokémon with good potential to enrich the team. 200,000 was undoubtedly a huge sum of money in the eyes of this little girl from a poor city, but she didn't know that it was impossible to buy any rare Pokémon with only 200,000. Even if someone was willing to sell it, they were either scammers or the Pokémon had some kind of physical defect. The Kanto Pokémon, Charmander, Squirtle, Ivysaur, even if they have ordinary qualifications, the lowest price will not be less than 200W, because this Pokémon has 2 stages of evolution. As long as they can complete the final evolution, their strength will not be weak. 250. And some senior breeders have been evaluated as the Pokémon with outstanding potential, excellent qualifications, and intelligence, or other rare Pokémon. Then sorry, this sentence can double their value. In this world, one of the most profitable professions, senior breeders are one of them. And to become a senior breeder, you must pass the 7th level qualification certificate, such as Miss Vivi. She's a senior breeder with a 7th level qualification certificate. Vivi is a regular breeder, and she is not willing to make those black money, so she never agrees to some black market merchants to identify the qualifications and potential of those Pokémon of unknown origin. Nothing can be eternal. Planets will die over time, and the universe has a limited lifespan. Perhaps some disaster will happen one day, causing modern civilization to be destroyed overnight. Future humans will discover the remains of modern civilization, and in their eyes, this is another kind of super ancient civilization. The Fat Captain introduced a lot of information about the golden civilization to Suo, including golden antiques, black lines, and ancient characters carved on stone slabs. According to the relics found in the mountains here, it can be inferred that the golden civilization can only be regarded as a smaller branch of the super ancient civilization. They worship some powerful 397 Pokémon power and shape that Pokémon into gods and worship them. Professor White put on white gloves and took out an oval stone slab engraved with strange characters from the safe next to him. This is the stone slab we found that records why the golden civilization was destroyed. 1. These characters? Suo glanced at it. The characters on it were very different from ordinary ancient characters. They looked like oracle bones, but they also had the flavor of Egyptian pharaoh characters. The Fat Captain knew that Hisoka would not understand, so he could not help but show off. Our Professor White had cracked many secrets of super ancient texts when he was 10 years old, which caused a sensation in the academic world. So he had the title of professor at such a young age. White blushed when he heard this, glared at the captain, then looked at Hisoka and said softly, "I will translate it for you." Hisoka nodded. To be honest, he is now also full of interest in the so-called super ancient civilization, especially the power to destroy a civilization. White cleared his throat and recited confidently. 2 forces that destroyed the world, black's darkness, blackened soaring in the sky. Golden eyes, messed up luck. The dispute that divided the world into 2 left people helpless. Soaring in the sky opened the door to the other world, and at this time, the power to calm everything appeared, turned into a sphere, and everything was buried deep in the earth. Suo frowned slightly and asked in confusion. According to the inscription, the disaster was finally calmed down by some kind of power. So why did this so-called golden civilization disappear in the end? White was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Shisua to ask this question. She shook her head with a wry smile. This inscription is incomplete, and some important places have been damaged. As she said that, she tore off the red cloth wrapped underneath. There were indeed obvious signs of fractures under the stone tablet, and the bottom few lines of text were seriously damaged. We speculate that the golden civilization did not disappear in the end, the fat captain said solemnly. According to what you said, if the disaster was quelled, the people of the golden civilization might have just left this mountain range and went to other places to continue to reproduce and thrive. What the fat captain said is not unreasonable, because there was a huge disaster. Even if it was finally quelled, the golden civilization must have suffered heavy losses at that time, and then the tribes moved their settlements and went to other places that they thought were safe to live. This possibility is indeed very high. When it came to the second half of the night, Shisua became very interested in the super ancient text and asked Professor White for coaching. Professor White was already very fond of the lifesaver of the archaeological team, and it was a handsome guy who asked in person, so he naturally agreed with his chest pumping. Seeing this, the fat captain slipped out early. He didn't want to stay and be a light bulb. Knowledge is power. Shisua firmly believes in this sentence. If you can understand the super ancient text well, maybe one day you can use it when you're adventuring outside. Anyway, more skills are better. One is willing to teach, the other is willing to learn. That night, Shisua learned a lot of skills about identifying super ancient characters from Professor White. She is indeed a genius. This girl, who is only 17 years old, is very sensitive to ancient characters. In addition to the obscure super ancient characters, Warring States characters, Ping-san characters, and more distant bronze inscriptions, she has also been involved. A ray of morning sun sprinkled in from the gap of the tent, and the footsteps of the team members came from outside. And from time to time, the sound of birds spreading their wings could be heard flying over. The camp selected by the archaeological team is very good. It is next to a stream, and there is a forest 500 meters to the south. The team members will go to the forest in the morning to pick some wild fruits, and then catch 2 fish, so that there will be 5.7 breakfast for the day. Staying in the wild for a long time and conducting archaeological research is a very hard thing. Moreover, most of the family conditions of ordinary team members are not good. Otherwise, they would not come to the archaeological team to live. Shisua stretched his waist, twisted his neck left and right, and made 2 crisp clicks. He put down the 10-centimeter thick notebook in his hand and spent the whole night reading the ancient text record given to him by White. He gained a lot. Having lived 2 lives, his memory is very good. After reading it twice, he has almost memorized the general idea. For the more obscure parts, he directly scanned them into his computer and studied them carefully later. After tidying up the things on the table, the stone slab was put back into the safe. With Hisoka's current physical condition, he could still maintain his strength even if he didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, let alone 1 night. Professor White was just an ordinary Stephanie. After teaching for most of the night, she couldn't suppress her sleepiness and fell asleep on the table. Hisoka took the black coat behind the chair and covered White with it. He walked out of the tent quietly. Anyway, it was only dawn, so let her sleep a little longer. Take a deep breath, let the cool and fresh air enter your lungs, and then slowly exhale. Good morning, Mr. Inshin. A familiar voice came from behind. Turning back, it turned out to be Jun's brother, Ahai. There was also a Mankey following him. Mankey was holding a plastic bag with some tree fruits in it. Good morning. Hisoka nodded in response. 22 Jun squatted down, rubbed Mankey's head, and picked 2 sweet peaches from the plastic bag in his hand. I just picked this from a forest in front. Please try it. Shisua naturally would not refuse. When getting along with others, it is a good exchange. He took the sweet peach readily. It was large and clean. Although it was a wild sweet peach, it was really good. When he took a bite, it was sweet and fragrant, full and juicy. Thank you for the sweet peach. Shisua only ate 1, and the remaining 1 was left for his little teacher who was still resting. Seeing that the other party was not arrogant at all, Ahai was completely relieved. He shook the homemade, bamboo fishing rod in his hand and smiled. "I'm going to go fishing in the creek. Wait for me to invite you and Whitebow to drink fish soup together." After saying that, the young man, who was over 18 years old, held his head high and walked towards the stream happily. His younger brother, Ajuin, was still a little weak, but he had fully recovered. His younger brother was no longer disabled, and the happiest person was undoubtedly his older brother. Hyso came to the forest in the south, found an open grassland, and released all the Pokémon. He wanted to provide breakfast for his friends today. Lulu, Weevil, Milotic, Ultra Iron Tyrannosaurus, Chansey, Buniri lined up in front in turn. Of course, there was also the little ghost who always liked to hide on his neck. Hyso pinched the back of his neck, feeling the familiar cotton touch, grabbed the little thing and threw it forward, and the white Miss Drevis emerged for the hidden figure and swung several circles in the air, then slowly stopped. The big amber-green eyes stared at Hisoka resentfully, as if to say, "I was sleeping soundly. Why did you throw me out?" There was no need for Lulu's telepathy to translate. Hisoka completely understood Miss Drevis's thoughts, because this scene in front of him is not the first or second time. Wanting to enjoy, but not willing to work, this little thing is quite cunning. 3D Dragon Unit 0 is still in Professor Oak's laboratory. As an artificial Pokemon, 3D Dragon does not need to eat, just charge it every day. Now in the wild, breakfast is relatively simple, mainly high-quality energy cubes, supplemented by some fruits and vegetables and meat. Weevil and Super Iron Tyrannosaurus are the kind that can't live without meat. Lulu, Milotic, and Chansey are vegetarians. Buniri is still in the infant stage and needs to be fed by Hisoka himself. Hisoka sat on a dead tree, holding Buniri in one hand and a bottle filled with Miltank milk in the other. As growth develops, Buniri's appetite is getting bigger and bigger. She drinks 4 bottles of Miltank milk a day. Not counting the morning, noon, and evening, she has to get up to feed once in the middle of the night. In addition, the little guy especially likes lumberry, a kind of tree fruit that looks very similar to walnuts, tastes bitter, but has high nutritional value and promotes brain development. Lumberry belongs to the category of high-end tree fruit. The planting conditions are harsh and the breeder cost is high. It has never been possible to produce it on a large scale. Therefore, the market price remains high. Because it promotes brain development, normal families with good conditions will buy some lumberry, grind it into powder, and soak it in milk for their children to drink, hoping that the children will be smarter in the future. In the peaceful morning, holding the cute Buniri in his arms, looking at the friends who are leisurely eating breakfast in front of him, for 180 Hisoka feels inexplicably relaxed, as if all his troubles have disappeared. Lulu is the most elegant. With a light tap of her fingers, a white mango immediately peels automatically, revealing the milky white flesh. The little mouth opens and the flesh slowly floats in. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus is huge in size, and its appetite is even more terrifying than Snorlax. Hisoka calculated that if there were no highly concentrated energy cubes and it only ate ordinary food, it would need to be provided with 400 kilograms of meat and 200 kilograms of fruits and vegetables a day. Although Snorlax also needs to eat food that is about the same as its own weight a day, which is about 400 kilograms, it does not eat meat. Some ordinary thorns can satisfy Snorlax's appetite. In contrast, the cost of Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, which needs a cow a day, is huge. It is mainly because as Hisoka's Pokemon, Super Iron Tyrannosaurus needs a certain amount of training every day. As the performance consumption increases, it will naturally need more food. In the past, when I was on the uninhabited island and was still Rhydon, I could eat a lot, but after a full meal, I could sleep for a week, using sleep to slow down physical consumption. White Miss Drevis returned to Hisoka's shoulder and transformed 2 tentacles with the curly hair on both sides of her eyebrows, holding up the colorful gems and sucking them happily. As more energy radiation was absorbed, the golden bead string on her neck became more and more shining, and 2 lifelike pumpkin ghost heads could be vaguely seen floating inside the beads. Hisoka opened the notes he made last night and read them carefully to see if there was anything he missed. The fat leader said that when they were doing archaeological research here before, they found something very similar to the function of the Pokemon ball. Although it was severely damaged, some of the technology used in it was indeed roughly the same as the most primitive Pokemon ball. Boom! Be careful! Lulu reacted the fastest. Her pretty figure disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Hisoka the next second, with a blue light flashing in her eyes and her right hand raised, and the suddenly fallen tree was fixed in midair by confusion. Duh! A loud roar, the ground trembled, first a flat horn like a wing emerged, and then the gray rock body suddenly rushed out. The head was as big as the front of a car, and the thickest part of the rock was more than 3 meters in diameter. The iconic cross scar on the left face. It was the giant onyx that met in Bowsy Mountain yesterday. Lulu used confusion to take Hisoka to the back, trying to stay away from this behemoth, because the mood of the giant onyx was obviously wrong, and it seemed to become more violent. Why did it appear here? Hisoka was puzzled. This area is located at the easternmost part of Bowsy Mountain, and the living environment is completely unsuitable for onyx. Why bother running from the mineral vein region of here? The iron Tyrannosaurus roared and snorted disdainfully. The pillar arm was afraid of getting hurt, so it took the lead and walked to the front, blocking Hisoka and many Pokemon. The defeated opponent yesterday actually dared to jump out today. Onyx is more than 30 meters long. Even the iron Tyrannosaurus is just like a dwarf in front of it. There is no comparison. The iron Tyrannosaurus is not afraid of Onyx's terrifying size at all, and it is full of confidence in its own strength. It only waits for Hisoka's order to teach this stone snake how to be a good snake. It ran out early in the morning to scare people, and it hasn't finished its breakfast yet. Roar! Yesterday's giant onyx was impulsive, but it still had no tendency to attack humans. If it weren't for Ash and the others lost their minds due to fear and made a wrong judgment, there should not be any danger. The originally white snake eyes were now bloodshot, making it look extremely ferocious. White air came out of its huge mouth, and its eyes were fixed on the 6 pets and 1 person in front of it. Hisoka's muscles were tense. He had no doubt that a giant onyx of this size would be so destructive once it lost all its mind. As the saying goes, the stupid ones are afraid of the arrogant ones, and the arrogant ones are afraid of the ones who don't care about their lives. He wondered if he had a fate with this giant onyx. He would meet it even when he came out to feed Pokemon breakfast. He shook his snake head vigorously. Onyx seemed to recognize the super iron Tyrannosaurus in front of him. The ferocious snake eyes, full of bloodshot, showed a brief clarity, remembering that he seemed to have been punched away by the other party yesterday. Onyx did not move, and Hisoka did not move either. The man and the beast stared at each other. Unexpectedly, the giant onyx did not attack. It was in pain and wanted to vent, but in the end it did not vent its anger on Hisoka. With a flick of its giant tail, Onyx went back into the cave. There was a slight tremor on his feet, and Hisoka knew that the giant snake was moving from deep underground under his feet, and the direction it was moving was not good. Hisoka looked at the south side of the forest, and the direction Onyx was moving was exactly the archaeological team's camp. He quickly used the Pokemon ball to retrieve the other companions, leaving only the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus and Lulu. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus lowered its body and stretched out its pillar arms. Hisoka jumped hard and sat on its shoulders, while Lulu used confusion to float her body and stood on her right shoulder. With its giant feet, like a mad bull charging, the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus ran towards the archaeological camp along the traces of Onyx's movement. The ground rumbled, and every step it took would leave a deep pit on the grass. At the same time, at the archaeological camp, 2 archaeological team members received orders from the team leader and led their respective Pokemon to clean up the mountain wall that collapsed yesterday due to excessive explosions. Tauros, work harder. The team members cheered loudly. 14. Tauros raised his head and howled. His muscles swelled. A thick hemp rope tied a 5-meter-high boulder behind him. Wang Zhao. The bull's hooves stepped hard on the ground and pulled it forward. Seeing this, Another team member patted Mac on the shoulder and said, "Go help Tauros." "Ha, duh." Mac nodded and trotted behind Tauros. Mac has the same palms as humans. He clenched the thick hemp rope with both hands. The veins on his arms gradually bulged. He leaned back and helped Tauros pull the last boulder. Although Mac is short and less than 1 meter tall, the muscle strength of this little guy is amazing. And because it does not secrete lactic acid in its body, no matter how intense the exercise is, Mac will not feel muscle soreness like humans. Tauros is a famous superpower Pokémon, and is also the favorite Pokémon for farmers and ranchers to breed. Whether it is used as a rototiller or to transport supplies from deep mountains without roads, Tauros is the most suitable Pokémon. Mac has very low body fat and amazing muscle content. It can easily pull down 20 adult men in a tug-of-war with one hand. Tauros worked hard to open the way in front, and Mac gritted his teeth and pulled back desperately. 10 seconds later, the 5-meter-high, nearly 10-ton boulder loosened a little. Tilda. The 3 thin tails behind Tauros snapped like whips, and the tail whips whipped hard at the buttocks, using the pain of the flesh. Tauros' eyes turned red, and white air came out of his nostrils. The brown hair on his neck stood up. From a distance, he didn't look like a cow, but a mad lion. Hada. Mac put the thick hemp rope on his right shoulder, and his feet stuck to the rock under him, and his biceps swelled terribly. 677. With the cooperation of the 2 Pokémon, the boulder finally fell forward with a click. The 2 archaeologists who had been observing the movement of the boulder immediately took out the Pokémon ball and took back Tauros and Macamp. Bang! The boulder fell to the ground with a bang, and dust was scattered everywhere. The loud noise woke up Professor White, who was sleeping peacefully. He twisted his hazy eyes and looked to his side reflexively. The boy who was supposed to be sitting here had disappeared. With his shoulders slumped, Professor White reached behind him and found a black coat with a hint of inexplicable fragrance. White's pretty face turned red. She looked around and saw that there was no one around. She took the clothes in front of her and sniffed the collar secretly. It was not the smell of perfume, but rather like... Professor White covered her red face and shook her head. She put her coat back on the chair. White stood up, looked at the morning sun outside the window, and stretched happily. A very gentle boy. A simple and careful action made White's favor increase greatly. Professor White, Professor White. Excited shouts came from outside the tent. The fat captain rolled in like a ball, rushed to the table, and shouted, "Great discovery, Professor White! We found another shrine, and there is a passage directly to the underground behind this shrine." Shrine? A passage directly to the underground? White was shocked when he heard this, and then he couldn't help feeling happy. Come on, take me to see it. Although she's a young girl who just turned 18, White has been engaged in archaeology for 4 years. She is vigorous and decisive. She picked up an archaeological coat from the hanger and walked out of the tent. The fat leader wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly followed. Professor White is the greatest treasure for him and the archaeological team. Without Professor White, many documents, ancient texts, and ancient carvings cannot be translated. The place where the shrine was found is the place where Tauros, Mac pulled down the boulder and appeared on the cliff behind. Originally, this cliff should have been a hole, but yesterday, due to the miscalculation of high explosives, the explosion was too powerful, the rock slid down, and the cliff cracked. This 5-meter-high boulder was blocking the front of the shrine before, so it was not discovered until the 2 archaeological team members cleaned up the scene. More than a dozen archaeological team members gathered in front of the shrine, looking at the things on it in amazement. Not long after the archaeological team came to this mountain range to work, they also discovered shrine. The distance between the 2 shrines that appeared in front of them was about 1,200 meters, just on the other side of the left side of the cliff. Psyduck clay dolls, golden black-patterned soup spoons, and a series of other cultural relics were found in the first shrine discovered. Compared with the first shrine, the one in front of us is undoubtedly several times taller. On the top of the shrine, a bronze bell stands on the top, and the ancient and solemn atmosphere blows in the face. Bronzong, bronze tripods, are often symbols of nobles and princes in ancient civilizations. The weight of a bell and tripod is as heavy as the world. It is conceivable how high the status of the shrine dedicated to Bronzong was in the Golden Civilization at that time. The members of the group did not dare to act rashly. Everyone knew that this large shrine was a priceless treasure, but if the leader, Professor White, did not come, they would never touch the cultural relics. If they accidentally broke it, they would not be able to pay for it, even if they lost everything. It's here. The fat leader was panting, almost exhausted from running all the way here. The team members automatically made a path for Professor White. White walked forward quickly, clenched her fists, and her eyes flashed with excitement. Her life goal was to solve the mystery of why the super ancient civilization suddenly disappeared. The huge shrine that was discovered now seemed to have made a big step forward in her goal. The shrine has 2 floors. The top floor is Bronzong, and the second floor is placed with a golden pestle-shaped object and a golden spoon normal. The surface of the golden pestle is also covered with black patterns. Professor White put on white gloves, took a deep breath, and picked up the golden pestle with a serious face. His hand sank, and the weight of this golden pestle, which is only the length of an adult's palm, is really not light. Both ends of the golden pestle are pointed cones, and at the handshake point, which is the middle part of the golden pestle, a sapphire with a half-moon groove is embedded in it, which looks like the eye of some creature. This is... Professor White gently stroked the grooved gem that resembled an eye, and a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. Could this be the golden eye described in the inscription? Asterisk, what's the sound? The fat captain looked around and looked at the team members beside him and asked, "Ahai, did you hear the kind of bang-bang sound?" Ahai nodded. "I heard it. The sound seems to come from under our feet." Under our feet. The fat captain looked down, and suddenly the ground trembled, and he didn't stand firmly for a while and fell down. Before he could curse, the land arched up, and a winding snake road emerged on the surface. The team members were shocked and scattered in all directions. The snake road stretched forward all the way to the shrine. "Professor White, get out of there quickly." The fat captain shouted loudly. White was still immersed in his thoughts about the golden eye. Hearing the leader's shout behind him, he couldn't help but smelling salts over. Just as he was about to turn around to ask, he felt his feet shaking violently, and then the force surged out, and his body rushed up uncontrollably. With a scream, White's face turned pale instantly. His legs couldn't be controlled, and he slowly knelt down, looking stiffly at the ground below. It was a gray stone snake as big as a car, and she was kneeling on the other's head. White hugged the horn and didn't dare to let go. Looking around, he was more than 30 meters away from the ground. If he was thrown down, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. The fat leader swallowed his saliva and retreated repeatedly. He saw the appearance of the monster clearly. This was a giant onyx that was magnified more than 5 times, and there was a cross scar on the left side of his face. The white eyes were full of bloodshot, the eyes were bulging, and the whole body was full of violent feelings. This giant onyx has lost its mind and may attack us at any time. This thought came to the fat leader's mind. He couldn't imagine how many of his group members would survive if this monster-level Pokémon launched an attack. At this moment, he didn't dare to care about Professor White, who was on top of the monster. The key was to save his life and the lives of the remaining members. In an instant, the fat body showed a completely different flexibility. The thick legs stretched out and ran back desperately. While running, he shouted, "Get out of here quickly. If you don't want to die, Tur." Upon hearing this, the group members all scattered like birds and beasts. Now no one could take care of anyone. The best choice was to run away before the monster launched an attack. Ahai didn't run far. He released his Mankey. The man and his pet hid in a mountain crevice on the side, just blocking the sight of the giant onyx. He whispered to Mankey, "You climb up the cliff first. I will attract Onyx's attention. You find a chance to rescue Professor White, get it?" "Woo." Mankey groaned, raised his arms, and jumped left and right a few times, then used his hands and legs to quickly climb up the cliff. Roar! The members fleeing seemed to anger Onyx even more. The severe pain from his body made him lose his last bit of reason. He raised his giant tail high. The tip of the tail flashed with metallic luster, and then lashed at the ground fiercely. Bang! A deafening roar. Smoke and dust surged 3 feet high. With a body size of more than 30 meters and a weight of more than 10 tons, such an unprecedented behemoth, a full-strength orbird tail, how destructive it must be. The ground behind the giant onyx's tail sank a large area, and a violent impact of potential energy caused a large earthquake comparable to level 7 in the archaeological camp. The fat leader and his team members who had not yet run far could not keep their balance under such a shock. They swayed left and right and fell to the ground. 0-7. Onyx raised his huge tail again, but this time the target was no longer ground but the shrine behind him. No! White, who had been holding the horn tightly to prevent himself from falling, could not help but shout when he saw Onyx's behavior. This was the most precious relic of the Golden Civilization, and the other party's tail would definitely destroy it. But Onyx, who had lost his mind, how could he listen to White's words? The next second, the huge tail hit the shrine with a bang, and rock exploded. As expected, the shrine was shattered, and the bronzong at the top of the shrine was blown away by this huge force. I don't know what kind of material bronzong was made of. It didn't deform at all in such a collision. The shout just now had let the giant onyx know that there was a human being above its head. Its snake eyes floated up and spotted Professor White. It began to shake its snake head vigorously, trying to throw the human off. White screamed continuously, and her arms struggled to wrap around Onyx's horn. Even if her skin was torn due to the intense friction, she did not dare to loosen her strength, because she knew that if Onyx threw her down more than 30 meters high, and the ground was all rock smash hard stone, she would die very quickly if she fell vertically. When people encounter life-threatening situations, they only care about running away. It is not right or wrong. It is human nature. After all, few people are willing to put themselves in danger for the safety of others. And those who can stand up in critical moments are often called heroes. Hey, big guy, look here. The tremor of the ground stopped, and Ahai crawled out of the mountain crevice, picked up a piece of gravel in his hand, and smashed it hard at the giant onyx. Boom! The gravel successfully hit the head of Onyx. For Onyx, this attack did not feel anything. In normal times, it would be difficult to open its eyes. Now it is different from 917. The severe pain in the body makes Onyx in a furious contest condition. Ahai's action of throwing stones is undoubtedly the biggest taunt behavior. Onyx temporarily gave up, shaking off the little ant on his head, and turned to look at the human who had just attacked it. The huge snake eyes that were bloodshot and like a disc. Ahai couldn't help but take a step back. At this moment, saying that he was not afraid in his heart was fart. He was just an ordinary person. If an ordinary person faced a beast over 30 meters tall and in a furious contest condition head-on, and could not run away, he was already considered courageous. The giant onyx did not make any move, but opened its huge mouth and roared, making Ahai's ears ring. "You're looking for death, get out of there quickly." The fat captain saw clearly from behind. After the onyx roared, a huge rock more than 1 person tall appeared right above Ahai, about 30 meters away from him, and fell vertically. Ahai reacted in time. When he heard the captain's voice, he immediately rolled on the ground. The next moment, the huge rock fell to the ground with a bang, and the broken stones splashed everywhere, hitting Ahai's arms and face, leaving blood marks. Ahem! Ahai spit out the dust he had inhaled and looked sideways. The boulder was only 20 centimeters away from him, which means that he was almost smashed into a pulp by the rock. Mankey, save Mr. White now. Ahai's adrenaline was surging after surviving a disaster. He quickly got up from the ground and ran back, shouting loudly. The giant onyx was completely attracted by Ahai. He didn't expect that the little ant was not killed by rock throw. It swung its giant tail and swam forward with its thick snake body. The giant onyx swam very fast on the ground, especially for such a huge alien. One step forward was enough for a high to run 5 steps. In less than 10 seconds, the onyx was already close at hand. Wuka. At the same time, Mankey, who had been lying in ambush on the cliff, took this opportunity and jumped hard, successfully jumping onto the back of the giant onyx. Mankey was quite agile, using both his hands and feet to climb up, and in the blink of an eye he had already climbed to the top of Onyx's head. Onyx was so focused on chasing a high in front that he didn't notice that there was another Pokémon on his head. Wuka, Wuka. Mankey patted Professor White's shoulder, and when he saw that he ignored him, he couldn't help scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously. A series of stimulations made White fall into a huge panic. She had completely lost her mind and only knew that she couldn't let go of the only straw in her hand. High levels of fear can make people stop thinking in contest condition, which is commonly known as being scared silly. Several rocks fell from the sky, blocking the only entrance to the valley. Aha was panting and sweating all over. He couldn't run anymore. The fat captain and the other dozen members were also confused. How could they run when the entrance was blocked? There was a giant beast behind them, and the road ahead was blocked. They might be wiped out this time. Although the giant onyx lost its mind, it still relied on its instinct to use skills. It has lived in Bowsy Mountain for decades, and is the only totem in this mountain range. It has rich combat experience. Knowing that the opponent could not escape, Onyx did not rush to attack, because it finally realized that there was another little ant on its head. Mankey squeaked anxiously. It did not dare to pull White hard for fear of hurting the opponent. But no matter how it reminded him, White still held the horn and refused to let go. Onyx turned his head and crashed into the mountain wall. Bang! The rock collapsed, and a crack was 2 meters deep. With Onyx's defense, this level of tackle was completely painless. But the strong impact force caused by the violent tackle of the hard object made White on the top of his head unable to hold the horn anymore. He felt a tearing pain in his arm muscles, and then his body floated in the air and fell to the bottom. Mankey suffered the same fate. His body tilted back and fell suddenly. The fat captain covered his eyes, not daring to see what happened next. Mankey might be able to survive with the strong physical fitness of the magical 0.0 baby, but it would be a miserable situation for an ordinary young girl to fall from a roof of a building that was more than 10 stories high to the rock ground. Professor White screamed loudly and stretched her arms upward. She didn't want to die yet. Her life had just begun. She didn't even have a boyfriend, her life goals had not been achieved, and she hadn't told her parents that she had always loved them. Countless images flashed in her mind, and finally stopped at the moment when she taught the ponytail boy ancient characters last night. Goodbye. A teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, rock in prison. Milotic Scald. Lulu, confusion saves people. After 3 orders, the several rocks blocking the entrance of the valley were broken by a monster with black and red armor and a huge horn on the tip of its nose. That's right, in the eyes of the fat captain and many members, the 5-meter-tall Super Iron Tyrannosaurus is undoubtedly another monster-level existence. Although it is much smaller than the giant onyx behind, its hideous and aggressive appearance looks much more ferocious. Fortunately, the existence of the young man on the shoulder of this giant beast made the members completely relieved. The Super Iron Tyrannosaurus leaned down, and 2 rock pillar arms as thick as giant trees hammered the ground violently. With a burst of earthquakes, countless 6-meter-high rock pillars broke out of the ground and surrounded the giant onyx, who wanted to continue moving forward. The Milotic floating in the back poked its head out, revealing its graceful and charming snake body. Its mouth slightly opened, 22 streams of water gathered, and streams of hot air boiled. The huge size gave these giant beasts far more power than their peers, performance, defense. But at the same time, whether it is the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus or the giant onyx, they all have an unavoidable disadvantage, that is, they're living targets. Milotic does not need to aim at all. As long as he attacks in that direction, he will definitely hit the giant onyx. The boiling water column passed through the air and sprayed directly on the lower abdomen of Onyx. Onyx has the dual attributes of rock and ground. and its water skills can cause 4 times restraint. It is not like the super iron Tyrannosaurus, which once learned to swim on an uninhabited island and greatly improved its water resistance. Therefore, even if it is huge, Milotic's gulp still caused considerable damage. Onyx first closed his eyes and groaned in pain, and then the pain that had been tearing and piercing in his body seemed to have weakened a lot. Lulu stood on the right shoulder of the super iron Tyrannosaurus, raised her hands, and then clenched her fists. Confusion surged forward rapidly, and Professor White and Hokae, who were about to fall to the ground, immediately stopped falling. One person and one pet. At this moment, the distance to the ground was only 5 meters high. The body was faintly gleaming with a light red fluorescence, which was a sign that the spiritual power was transformed into confusion. The spiritual power was recovered, and Professor White and Mankey immediately flew back, one person and one pet, landing safely. Squeak. Mankey was so scared that Growl changed his voice. Seeing that his master was not far ahead, he rushed over, grabbed Ahai's trouser legs, and climbed up the mountain, hugged his neck tightly, hung on his back, and refused to come down no matter what. Ahai breathed a sigh of relief and didn't care about Mankey's actions at all. He understood that the child was really scared, and he stroked Mankey's palm again and again, comforting him softly. "Professor White, are you okay?" The fat captain strode over and helped the girl who was still half kneeling on the ground. White waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. Although he was still a little frightened, he had basically recovered. The fat captain wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked excitedly at Hisoka standing on the shoulder of the giant beast. He almost knelt down to this great benefactor. 100,000 yuan was so damn worth it. First, he saved Liam's life, and now he saved the biggest treasure of the archaeological team. If Professor White really got into trouble, his future would be completely ruined. White's father, Professor Stein, is a leader in the archaeological world and has a lot of say in the Kanto Alliance. He is a top archaeologist in the country who is famous for his research on super ancient civilizations, medieval civilizations, and warring state civilizations. "You hide first. Leave this matter to me." Hisoka crossed his arms and stood proudly on the shoulders of the giant beast. His back, as straight as pine and cypress, gave everyone unlimited confidence. Some people are like this. Their words and deeds are full of convincing charm. They are often full of leadership style and can always stand up at the most dangerous moments. Roar! Onyx swung his giant tail frantically. The pain in the 7-inch part that had been slightly relieved broke out again, even more intense than any time before. The living creature hidden in the body seemed to become even crazier and desperately pierced into the inside. The metallic luster of the tip of the giant tail suddenly appeared. It was the Orberg tail again, rotating 360 degrees on the spot. The giant tail swept across. The dozens of cloth stakes in front of the Tai Shi were instantly blown up. "Da!" Onyx lowered his giant head, exhaled white air, and stared at the super iron Tyrannosaurus with bloodshot eyes. His body suddenly rushed forward. At this moment, nothing could stop him. Onyx. It was like a high-speed train, crushing all the rocks and gravel in front of it. Seeing this, Hisoka immediately jumped back from the shoulder of the super iron Tyrannosaurus and landed safely with a somersault. "Stop it for me." Hearing the order, the super iron Tyrannosaurus pounded hard, bared its fangs, and had a strong fighting spirit on its face. It hammered the ground with its tail and was still fearless, running forward with all its strength. The two beasts attacked each other. This amazing picture will probably remain in the minds of everyone present for a lifetime, deeply engraved. Bang! With a loud noise that made people's ears tremble, the giant Onyx and the super iron Tyrannosaurus fiercely tackled each other. That was the fierce tackle between a high-speed train and a heavy tank. The terrifying tackle seemed to make the whole valley tremble at this moment. The super iron Tyrannosaurus gritted its teeth and hugged the lower abdomen of the giant Onyx with its arms. Infinite power came from the opponent, and the legs of the super iron Tyrannosaurus sank deeply into the rock and soil, and the hammer tail sank to the ground. There was no competition of skills. It was purely a competition of physical strength. Ah! The super iron Tyrannosaurus frowned and roared. In an instant, the two pillar arms expanded rapidly, which was very similar to the scene when it used the rock-heavy artillery. However, this was not a sign of the rock-heavy artillery firing. It was purely the muscle strength that reached the limit. The giant onyx was also unwilling to be outdone, raised its snake head, and then suddenly hit the super iron Tyrannosaurus under it. The surface of its head flashed a metallic luster under the sunlight. With the orbird tail normal, this time Onyx used a skill called Iron Head. It is also a steel skill. With the support of the giant onyx, the power it exerts is enough to knock down a small mountain. Boom! With a dull roar, the super iron Tyrannosaurus was almost knocked down by Onyx. He endured the pain from his shoulder and snorted with anger from his nostrils. Ah! The muscle power exploded completely. Because the explosion was too fierce, the red rock armor above the super iron Tyrannosaurus had some fine cracks. The body of the giant onyx was slowly lifted up. The super iron Tyrannosaurus hugged the thinnest end of the opponent. Superpower surged and actually grabbed Onyx and spun on the spot. This scene made the team members stunned, and also made Bruno, who had just heard the movement and rushed to the top of the cliff, stop. Looking down at the scene below, Bruno spread his hands, shrugged, and said to himself, "It seems that I don't need to help. It's a waste of time." The expression of the super iron Tyrannosaurus became more and more excited. After grabbing Onyx's tail and spinning in the air for a few circles, he suddenly let go of his hands. The huge potential energy made Onyx shoot straight into the sky like a rocket. Finally, accompanied by a loud bang, Onyx hit the cliff in front of him head-on. Most of his head fell into it, and his tail swayed wildly, trying to break free from it. It is not an easy task to beat such a giant beast to lose its combat ability and fall into a coma in a short period of time. It is really a huge body that gives it incomparable physical strength. To solve the problem, Onyx must be calmed down first. The big guy in the violent contest condition can't be reasoned with at all. Hisoka walked to the super iron Tyrannosaurus and patted its right leg. "How is it? Do you still have strength?" Hearing this, the super iron Tyrannosaurus, which was a little out of breath due to excessive force, immediately straightened its body and hit its chest with its right arm to show that it was fine and that its performance was sufficient. "Rock-heavy artillery ready." Hisoka suddenly looked serious and shouted loudly, "Ah!" The super iron Tyrannosaurus reacted quickly and immediately raised its right arm high. The palm cannon barrel was aimed at Onyx on the cliff. As soon as the big snake's head broke free, it would be fired immediately. After saying this, Hisoka returned to Lulu and asked softly, "Did you find it?" "Yes." Lulu nodded and then connected with Hisoka through telepathy. "I just used my mental power to scan the whole body of the Onyx. There is a biological magnetic field in its 7-inch position. Melodic Scald skill just now happened to hit the 7-inch position of Onyx, attacking Onyx and hurting the creature at the same time." Hisoka almost understood it. The reason why the giant Onyx was so violent was that the creature that existed only in its body was the culprit. All creatures have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Scald made the other party feel threatened, so it frantically hid deeper. Its movement made the giant Onyx even more miserable. Onyx is the totem of Bowsy Mountain. Its power is invincible and unstoppable, but it is helpless against the harm inside its body. As time goes by, the pain continues to accumulate, making the big guy who should have a gentle personality become more and more violent. The super iron Tyrannosaurus now has its turret raised high and its body sinking. After many experiments with the rock-heavy cannon, a super powerful skill, it has learned that this posture can better unload the powerful recoil generated during firing. It can also shorten the stiffness time of the body. At this moment, its right arm is more than twice as thick, and a stone bullet with a diameter of more than 1 meter is ready at the mouth of the gun barrel in the palm of its hand, ready to be fired at any time. It It just waits for the target to show its forehead. Bruno half-crouched, looking at the scene in the valley with interest. To be honest, this was also the first time he saw a live super iron Tyrannosaurus. I heard that Sinnoh had released information on how to evolve Rhydon into super iron Tyrannosaurus. Palmer seemed to have found an evolution item a few days ago, which allowed his Rhydon to evolve into super iron Tyrannosaurus. Although Bruno likes to practice in the wild like an ascetic all year round, it does not mean that he is oblivious to the outside world. The information channels of the elite are unimaginable to ordinary people. Except for the lack of a Dragonite, the Pokémon choices of this kid in front of him and Palmer are simply too similar. Both sides have super iron Tyrannosaurus and Milotic. Roar! With a roar, Onyx finally broke free and slid down the cliff. Just as he was about to turn around and fight back, he saw a stone bullet hit him on the head. Dwonk! Without giving any chance, the rock-heavy cannon hit Onyx's forehead head-on, and waves of dizziness rose from the bottom of his heart. Although the rock-heavy cannon was extremely powerful, as a rock-type skill, attacking Onyx, who also had rock-type, would reduce the damage. The stone bullet shattered, and a crack appeared on the top of Onyx's head. He shook his huge head, but the dizziness remained. He was still full of physical strength, so he would not lose his combat ability immediately. The bombardment of the rock-heavy cannon put Onyx into a dizzy contest condition. After 2 minutes of hard work, Onyx did not faint. The sequelae of the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus Rex using the rock-heavy cannon had long disappeared. It was afraid that it would not be able to stun Onyx with one shot, so it raised its left-hand column arm and prepared to make up for it with another shot. DF. This roar was already weak. Onyx slowly closed his eyes. The snake head leaned forward, and the huge body fell down. Sisso was close to him, and the moment Onyx fell, his whole body was shocked and jumped up. Some brave archaeological team members saw that Onyx seemed to have lost consciousness and actually forgot the previous horror and slowly walked over here. Such a huge Pokémon was rare to see, and they wanted to take a photo with it so that they could brag to their family and friends after returning home. "Don't get close here. It just fainted and may wake up at any time," Hisoka said in a deep voice. After these words came out, these team members stopped moving forward. At this moment, they finally remembered the fear of being dominated by the giant Onyx a moment ago. Hisoka was not threatening them, but this Onyx would really wake up suddenly. He had Lulu to protect him and could leave at any time, but the team members were different. Once the distance was too close, Onyx could just turn over and crush a group of people. The 7-inch position of Onyx is easy to find. Counting from the rock of the neck, the 7th rock is the 7-inch position, not counting the head. The giant Onyx is more than 5 times the size of its peers, but its body structure has not changed. It is composed of 15 limestones from the head to the tip of the tail. The body is too large, so the gap in the rock of this Onyx is large enough for one person to get in. Found it. Lulu's voice sounded in his mind. You use confusion to control it, and I'll catch it out. Understood. Lulu closed her eyes and pressed her hands on the seam between the 7th and 6th rock bodies. Her mental power spread, and she soon found the creature. Confusion locked it and prevented it from getting deeper. Hisoka rolled up his sleeves and slowly stretched his arms into the seam. After fiddling with it for a long time, he finally touched a foreign object, which seemed to be the leg of some creature. The other party was controlled by confusion and could not move, so Hisoka did not have to worry about it suddenly attacking him. See, his arms suddenly exerted force, his muscles tensed, his biceps bulged. Hisoka grabbed the creature's legs and began to move outside. He could already hear the sound of chirping coming from inside. His left foot pressed on the rock surface of Onyx. This thing was stuck a little bit. He had to use some superpower, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and pulled hard. Crash! As a yellow creature was pulled out, some gravel and rocks fell from the gap. Huge 2-fingered claws, rodent-specific pointed cheeks. The back was covered with brown steel bristles, and bright black eyes looked at Hisoka. No wonder Onyx was in so much pain, with such a big living thing running around in his body. It was equivalent to having a live mouse tearing inside the human muscle tissue. The pain was chilling just thinking about it. This was a sand slash, a skinny sand slash, with scratches all over his body. It looked very weak, and no one knew how long it had lived in Onyx. It had no food or water, and its body was stuck. It just knew to force its head to drill inside. Fortunately, Sandslash didn't need to drink too much water. It was an omnivorous Pokémon, and its main food was roots and fruits. Sometimes it would hunt Caterpie and wheedle as meat. Hisoka took out some energy cubes made by Salakberry. The energy cubes were easy to absorb and were just right for the weak Sandslash to eat. Oh, Sandslash dragged his weak body, bowed his head to think, and then took the energy cube and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. He didn't want to subdue this Sandslash, but just as a basic morality of an ordinary person. If he didn't help Sandslash and let it return to nature with a weak body, it would probably cause its death. After eating, Sandslash, who had recovered most of his strength, bowed his head again to think. Most Pokémon are very spiritual and know how to repay kindness. Go home quickly. Be careful of this big guy. When he wakes up, he will come after you. Hisoka pointed at the dizzy giant Onyx and made a joke. Sandslash scratched the back of his head, hummed softly, bowed his head 3 times again, and then turned and ran out of the valley. Scientific research shows that Onyx's body structure is mainly composed of about 70% calcium carbonate, 22% iron, 5% carbon, and 3% myofibrils. Although Onyx's appearance seems to be made up of pieces of rock, in fact, part of its internal tissue is similar to human muscle. The wound drilled by Sandslash has become infected due to long-term lack of treatment. Hiso just reached in and touched some water stains. Now he must clean out the broken stones and infected water stains. With Lulu's help, it becomes very simple to deal with these things. The fragments stuck deep in Onyx's body were found by confusion and then excreted. Hisoka applied a layer of rock Pokémon Special Care Oil, which is usually used to maintain the body of Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, to the wound of Rock Snake. With the strong physique of Giant Onyx and the medicinal effect of the Care Oil, it will recover in a day at most. While Onyx was still asleep, the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus dragged its tail and walked out of the valley. This area was the site of the remains of the Golden Civilization. The riot just now had destroyed many of the remains. At least the newly discovered number 2 shrine was blown into pieces by Onyx's tail. The Bronzong, who was worshipped on the top, was blown away to who knows where. The golden eye had been firmly protected in Professor White's arms, so it was not lost. The fat captain commanded the members to start cleaning up the messy camp again. These 2 days were really full of disasters. First, there was an excessive explosion of high explosives, which caused many injuries. Before I could catch my breath, another giant Onyx appeared the next day and attacked the camp. Roar! The eyes that had been closed suddenly opened, and Hisoka stood on the snake head of Onyx with his arms clasped, looking at the pair of open white eyes indifferently. Lulu couldn't help but move forward and put her right shoulder in front of Hisoka. She didn't want any accidents to happen. The safety of Hisoka was the only thing she cared about. Onyx opened its huge mouth, and a gust of wind blew on its face. It was breathing. It had been a long time since its body felt so relaxed. The pain that had been biting its flesh at the 7-inch position had disappeared. The pain was gone, and reason was restored. Onyx slowly raised its huge head and looked at the man and 2 pets in front of it, especially the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Onyx still vaguely remembered that this guy beat it twice. Hisoka walked to the 7-inch position of Onyx and patted the rock hard. This action made Lulu's eyelids jump, and her jade hands secretly opened. If the giant beast suddenly attacked, she would immediately use magic to teach it a lesson. Grass-type skills also quadruple the damage bonus for Onyx with rock and ground attributes. Your body is fine now. There's a Sandslash stuck in your body, so you're in so much pain. Big guy, be careful in the future, exercise well, and don't let other Pokémon get in again. Hiso's words made Onyx understand what happened, and the snakehead repeatedly choked his head. The white eyes narrowed, showing gratitude. The disease disappeared, although the position was still a little uncomfortable. But compared to before, it was like rebirth from the ashes. Don't be too comfortable. Hiso and the giant onyx said their final goodbyes. He also thought about whether to take advantage of the grace of saving his life and take advantage of the opportunity to subdue the other party. But think about it carefully to raise such a behemoth. The financial investment must be huge. Please give me flowers. Currently, there are only 12 million Alliance coins in the account, which seems a lot, but to ensure the daily consumption of 6 Pokémon, as well as training equipment, a lot of money will be spent. After all, Hisoka not only has to feed many Pokémon, but also makes them stronger and stronger. High-quality energy cubes, nutritious Pokémon food, expensive medicinal plants, and customized training equipment are all indispensable. Calculated in this way, 12 million is actually only enough for 1.5 years of consumption. Moreover, Onyx attribute is consistent with Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. If he has never captured Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, then this Onyx must be the first choice for tankers. The giant Onyx looked up and stared at the back outside the valley until Hisoka turned around and waved his hand. Onyx nodded, swung its tail, and hit the ground headfirst, using the dig trick. There was a rumble, and the huge body disappeared in the blink of an eye. The fat captain walked around in the tent, sighing from time to time. The Bronzong was the largest antique found so far, and it was the only one that was not made of gold. The research value was huge. If it was lost like this, he would walk for days and nights without sleep. Captain, Captain! Ahai's voice suddenly came from outside the tent. The fat captain's face lit up, and he hurried out of the tent and asked loudly, "Did you find the bronze bell?" Ahai's face froze, and then he shook his head. "Since Bronzong has not been found, why are you so excited?" The fat captain was like a deflated ball after hearing this, which was really a waste of time. Scientific research shows that Onyx's body structure is mainly composed of about 70% calcium carbonate, 22% iron, 5% carbon, and 3% myofibrils. Although Onyx's appearance seems to be made up of pieces of rock, in fact, part of its internal tissue is similar to human muscle. The wound drilled by Sandslash has become infected due to long-term lack of treatment. Hiso just reached in and touched some water stains. Now he must clean out the broken stones and infected water stains. With Lulu's help, it becomes very simple to deal with these things. The fragments stuck deep in Onyx's body were found by confusion and then excreted. Hisoka applied a layer of rock Pokémon Special Care Oil, which is usually used to maintain the body of Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, to the wound of Rock Snake. With the strong physique of Giant Onyx and the medicinal effect of the Care Oil, it will recover in a day at most. While Onyx was still asleep, the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus dragged its tail and walked out of the valley. This area was the site of the remains of the Golden Civilization. The riot just now had destroyed many of the remains. At least the newly discovered number 2 shrine was blown into pieces by Onyx's tail. The Bronzong, who was worshipped on the top, was blown away to who knows where. The golden eye had been firmly protected in Professor White's arms, so it was not lost. The fat captain commanded the members to start cleaning up the messy camp again. These 2 days were really full of disasters. First, there was an excessive explosion of high explosives, which caused many injuries. Before I could catch my breath, another giant onyx appeared the next day and attacked the camp. Roar! The eyes that had been closed suddenly opened, and Hisoka stood on the snake head of Onyx with his arms clasped, looking at the pair of open white eyes indifferently. Lulu couldn't help but move forward and put her right shoulder in front of Hisoka. She didn't want any accidents to happen. The safety of Hisoka was the only thing she cared about. Onyx opened its huge mouth, and a gust of wind blew on its face. It was breathing. It had been a long time since its body felt so relaxed. The pain that had been biting its flesh at the 7-inch position had disappeared. The pain was gone, and reason was restored. Onyx slowly raised its huge head and looked at the man and 2 pets in front of it, especially the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. Onyx still vaguely remembered that this guy beat it twice. Hisoka walked to the 7-inch position of Onyx and patted the rock hard. This action made Lulu's eyelids jump, and her jade hands secretly opened. If the giant beast suddenly attacked, she would immediately use magic to teach it a lesson. Grass-type skills also quadruple the damage bonus for Onyx with rock and ground attributes. Your body is fine now. There's a sand slash stuck in your body, so you're in so much pain. Big guy, be careful in the future, exercise well, and don't let other Pokemon get in again. Hiso's words made Onyx understand what happened, and the snakehead repeatedly choked his head. The white eyes narrowed, showing gratitude. The disease disappeared, although the position was still a little uncomfortable. But compared to before, it was like rebirth from the ashes. Don't be too comfortable. Hiso and the giant Onyx said their final goodbyes. He also thought about whether to take advantage of the grace of saving his life and take advantage of the opportunity to subdue the other party. But think about it carefully to raise such a behemoth. The financial investment must be huge. Please give me flowers. Currently, there are only 12 million Alliance coins in the account, which seems a lot, but to ensure the daily consumption of 6 Pokemon, as well as training equipment, a lot of money will be spent. After all, Hisoka not only has to feed many Pokemon, but also makes them stronger and stronger. High-quality energy cubes, nutritious Pokemon food, expensive medicinal plants, and customized training equipment are all indispensable. Calculated in this way, 12 million is actually only enough for 1.5 years of consumption. Moreover, Onyx attribute is consistent with Super Iron Tyrannosaurus. If he has never captured Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, then this Onyx must be the first choice for tankers. The giant Onyx looked up and stared at the back outside the valley until Hisoka turned around and waved his hand. Onyx nodded, swung its tail, and hit the ground head first, using the dig trick. There was a rumble, and the huge body disappeared in the blink of an eye. The fat captain walked around in the tent, sighing from time to time. The Bronzong was the largest antique found so far, and it was the only one that was not made of gold. The research value was huge. If it was lost like this, he would walk for days and nights without sleep. Captain, Captain! Ahai's voice suddenly came from outside the tent. The fat captain's face lit up, and he hurried out of the tent and asked loudly, "Did you find a bronze bell?" Ahai's face froze, and then he shook his head. "Since Bronzong has not been found, why are you so excited?" The fat captain was like a deflated ball after hearing this, which was really a waste of time. Bronzong was not found, but we found a new passage in the hole that Onyx drilled out. Professor White and his team have already gone down to check it out. Ahai explained the purpose of his visit. Originally, there was a backdoor passage behind the second large shrine, but after entering, he found that it was a fake door. The internal length was only 10 meters, and it seemed to be just a trick deliberately built by the ancients. "Take me to see it." The fat captain stopped thinking about Bronzong for the time being, and only hoped that there would be more valuable things in the new cave. The hole that Onyx broke out of the ground was more than 3 meters in diameter, and the real entrance to the tunnel was actually under the 643 shrine. The inside of the hole collapsed, revealing the stairs on the side. At this time, the outer perimeter of the hole had been surrounded by warning strips by the team members. To enter this kind of cave that has been closed all year round, you must be fully prepared. The fat team leader put on an oxygen mask, and under the leadership of Ahai and another team member, the 3 of them entered the cave together, climbed down the folding ladder, and then found the stairs on the right. Along the ancient Yellowstone stairs, the 3 walked all the way down, and the flashlights shone around. The murals dazzled the 3 people. Chaos. The murals record how the humans of this super ancient civilization lived, and how they worshipped gods. A winding river, a group of naked people wearing only white pants and skirts and wearing a lot of gold ornaments standing downstream, and upstream is an extremely tall, sky-high giant creature. The body is yellow, standing on 2 feet, with 2 sharp long horns, a pair of long beards extending to the knees and chest, and the shoulders seem to be wrapped in brown armor. Each of the 3 fingers of the hands holds a soup spoon. The fat leader touched his chin and thought, "What Pokemon do you think this god worshipped by people looks like?" Another member of the team couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Captain, although the murals are somewhat abstract, several specific features can still be seen. This should be an alakazam. Ahai nodded and said, yes, the beard, the spoon, the sharp horns, it is indeed an alakazam. And you see, the black lines on the surface of the huge alakazam in the mural are very similar to the black lines on the gold artifacts we found. The fat captain laughed awkwardly and patted his head. When I get old, I always forget things easily. Oh, let's not study this for now. Ahai, you said Professor White has come down. Why can't I see her? Professor White came with Mr. She Saw, and should be not far ahead. Then let's go find Professor White first. She is very good at super ancient characters and may have made some major discoveries. This is an underground river, but why is all this water black? White squatted down and took out a metal water cup from the small bag she carried with her. She wanted to scoop some black water and do research after returning to the camp. Shi-Suo stood behind White and looked at the scene in front of him. The light of the assist flashlight showed that a black river was divided into 4 parts by a cross ramp, and in the center, a pyramid-like building stood tall. This is a whole-body black's pyramid, is estimated to be about 12 meters high. The top part was cut horizontally to form a plane. White screamed and let go of the cup in her hand. The metal cup fell on the ramp, making a crisp tackle sound. Hearing the sound, Hisoka quickly pressed her shoulder and asked in a deep voice, what happened? Look at the cup. White patted her chest, looking frightened. She was too careless just now and almost accidentally touched the black water cup. Hisoka shone the flashlight at the metal cup that fell on the ramp, and the coldness in his eyes faded slightly. He saw that the metal cup had been corroded by the black water for most of the time, and the remaining black water flowed into the back stairs, making a hissing corrosion sound. At this moment, the seemingly harmless underground pyramid suddenly became full of dangers. The cross ramp leading to the pyramid is very narrow and can only accommodate one person. If you accidentally fall into the black water, look at the ability to corrode metal. Once a person falls, you will definitely not even be able to find his bones. Professor White, White Professor. The fat captain and Ahai shouted from behind. We are here. White responded. The footsteps became closer and closer. After a while, the lights shone. The fat captain and his 3 companions had reached the end of the stairs. How is it? Any major discovery? The fat captain couldn't help asking as soon as he arrived. White pointed to the front and shone the flashlight at the same time. We found a pyramid over there. Before White finished speaking, the fat captain interrupted and said, then what are we waiting for? Let's go take a look. Although it is just a small underground pyramid, there must be something hidden under the surface. White had no choice but to take a metal cup out of the bag and threw it into the black water in front of them. In 3 seconds, accompanied by a tooth-grinding hissing sound, the metal cup was corroded. The fat captain's face turned pale, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva and hesitatingly said, let's wait a while and think about it in the long run. Think about it in the long run. The black water is more corrosive than industrial aqua regia, and the only passage is so narrow. No one knows whether the people who built this pyramid will have any backup plans. In the field of archaeology, there are many people who have suffered accidents due to ruined traps. I'll go and see the situation. At this time, Hisoka stood up. He had Lulu's teleport, so he didn't need to go through the narrow cross ramp at all. White wanted to dissuade him, but after a little explanation from Hisoka, she understood. Indeed, with the teleport of psychic Pokémon, there will be no danger as long as the reaction is timely. 1 person and 1 pet held hands. Lulu closed her eyes, and her mental power quickly locked on the black pyramid 800 meters in front of her. The next second, her eyes opened, and the air around her body became fuzzy. The figure disappeared, and when he appeared again, he was already standing in front of the pyramid. According to the previous agreement, Hisoka waved the flashlight in his hand and signaled to Professor White and others that he was fine. I hate the atmosphere here. There's a breath of death and ghosts. Lulu's voice sounded in his mind. Death, ghost. Shi-Suo remembered these 2 words. 1 person and 1 pet. first circled the pyramid, but did not find the entrance to the interior. Lulu's mental power also scanned along each stone brick and did not find any mechanism. This black flat-top pyramid is solid. Back to the front, walk slowly up along the steps of the pyramid. The touch of the soles of the shoes and the stone bricks made a crisp tapping sound in the empty and calm underground. 12 meters high, 33 steps, Shi-Suo counted each staircase in his mind until he reached the top platform. A cube-shaped black altar stood on the top of the pyramid. Shi-Suo walked over Systlight. He could clearly see 3 black spheres placed on the altar. The black spheres were closely connected. The 2 sections of the spheres were large, and the middle sphere was obviously more than half smaller. It looks a bit like a dumbbell. Shi-Suo wanted to pick up this strange object, but Lulu suddenly pressed his shoulder with one hand, restrained his body with confusion, and pulled back. "Don't touch it. I feel danger from it." Lulu stared at Shi-Suo's eyes and shook her head. If you want to say the person you trust most in this world, it is undoubtedly Lulu. If she said it is dangerous, then the strange object formed by the 3 black balls in front of her must be extremely risky. Can you use confusion to control it? Since he couldn't touch it with his hands, Shi-Suo thought of letting Lulu use confusion to move the strange object. As Gardevoir, who is known as the queen of superpower, Lulu has a strong mental power and often has a foresight of danger. She felt a great threat from the inside of the black ball. With constant warnings in her heart, Lulu felt fear for the first time. "You said you saw a black ball on the top of the pyramid, but you didn't take it because it was dangerous." The fat captain couldn't accept this reason. The strange object that allowed the super ancient civilization to build a pyramid underground for sacrifice must be priceless. Shi-Suo said calmly, "I advise you not to take that thing. It's better to fill the entrance quickly. The other antiques are enough for you to study. There are definitely risks in the archaeological business, but we are not afraid. History is a mirror for modern people. We can get a lot of useful things from the wisdom of the ancients." "Professor White, what do you think?" The fat captain did not give up the idea because of Shi-Suo's words. Instead, he wanted to pull White together to prove that his words were right. If the secret of the golden civilization can be solved, then he and his archaeological team will become famous overnight and become a celebrity in the archaeological world. At that time, various sponsorships and alliance support will surely come in an endless stream. White was caught in the middle and was in a dilemma for a while. Her life goal was to solve the secret of why the super ancient civilization was destroyed, and on the other hand, her savior opposed to obtaining the black ball. "I believe Mr. Shi-Suo," Ahai suddenly said. "He saved my brother's life and Professor White's life. It can even be said that our entire archaeological team was saved by Mr. Shi-Suo. Without him, do you think you can survive from the giant onyx that lost its mind?" "That's 2 different things." The fat captain looked unhappy. Maybe all the secrets about the golden civilization are in that black ball. It would be a pity to give it up like this. So, which is more important, life or research? Ahai is a passionate young man. For him, Shi-Suo, who saved his brother Ajuin, is his greatest benefactor. What the benefactor said is absolutely correct. "Don't quarrel," White shouted in a delicate voice. "Everyone go back to the camp first and discuss what to do. I'm going to call the alliance government and ask them to send more professional people over. Then who will get the research results later." The fat captain was unwilling to give up. It would be fine if the alliance sent people here and didn't find anything useful. Once there is a major discovery, they will definitely have nothing to do with it. White is Professor Stein's daughter, and she is gifted in translating super ancient texts. She can definitely join the research later. Late at night, the moonlight is like water. First, a giant onyx attacked the camp, and then they had to rearrange the damaged equipment and tents. After a day, the team members were exhausted and returned to their tents, made their beds, and fell into a deep sleep. In the camp, everything was quiet, except for the sound of some bug buzzes that echoed in the valley. Shi-Suo was lying on a hammock, holding a yellow tennis ball in his hand, playing a ball-tossing game with Buniri on the table. He threw it, and Buniri immediately jumped and hit it back with her long ears. The little girl likes to play this game the most. After Shisuo's training, she can control her strength well and will not use too much force to cause the tennis ball to fly out. Snap! Shisuo reacted quickly, stretched out his hand, and easily caught the tennis ball, flying at high speed. Lulu sat on a wooden chair, with a complete set of tea-making tools in front of her, and a can of milk powder extracted from Miltank milk. She was to make milk tea, one for Hisoka and one for Buniri. This was a necessary drink before they rested every night. The cordyceps was crushed with a pestle, and then some bone-strengthening powder was added. This bone-strengthening powder was actually scraped from the bone stick of Marowak. As a rare Pokémon in the Kanto region, Marowak's bone powder was not cheap. The metal measuring bottle used for cocktails, hot mountain spring water was poured into one end, and the cordyceps powder, bone-strengthening powder, and Miltank milk powder were mixed in proportion at the other end. After tightening the two ends, Lulu threw the metal bottle with her jade hand, and it stayed in the air. A blue light appeared in her eyes. Under the control of confusion, the bottle began to rapid spin, rolling up and down, shaking left and right. The series of difficult operations dazzled the people. With a wave of her left hand, a glass cup and a milk bottle cup came along, and the spout of the wine was opened, and the strong aroma lingered for a while. Filled 2 large cups, not a drop more, not a drop less. Cut 2 slices of mental herb into shreds and sprinkle them on the surface of the milk tea. Buniri couldn't wait any longer and jumped to Lulu's feet. Games and such were not as important as milk tea. Be careful of the heat. Lulu was a completely good wife and mother Pokémon. As the leader of the team, she liked Buniri, the youngest in the big family. She touched the right ear of the little guy and handed the bottle over. Buniri didn't take the bottle immediately, but first bowed politely, then took the bottle, bit the nipple, sucked the milk tea hard, and showed a happy expression on his face. Long-term drinking of milk tea with native mental herb will be very beneficial to the development of Buniri's future intelligence. No matter how smart Pokémon is, its intelligence will not exceed that of humans. Otherwise, humans would not be the masters of this world. The intelligence of a wild adult Buniri is roughly equivalent to that of a 10-year-old child. After trainer-breeder, its intelligence will be developed, but not too much. With the help of mental herb and the unique energy radiation from the Pokémon egg period, Buniri's intelligence and spirituality in the future will never be lower than that of psychic Pokémon and dragon Pokémon. It was the second half of the night, and the lights in the entire camp were almost extinguished, except for Professor White's tent, which was still lit. Dax! White twisted her sleepy eyes. She felt her upper eyelids were particularly heavy, as if a 1,000-pound stone was hanging on them and could fall at any time. In front of her, there were 2 oval glass covers with black bases, which looked a bit like incubators. Inside them were a spoon with golden black stripes and the golden eye that she had just discovered during the day. The white paper was densely written, filling one sheet after another. White felt that there might be some connection between the golden spoon and the golden eye, because she found that the front end of the gin and tonic was just inserted into the pupil of the golden eye. Even under a microscope, you can't see the slightest gap in the insertion port. This is a notch technology that is difficult to achieve with modern technology. It is hard to imagine how the super ancient civilization tens of thousands of years ago did it. Forget it. Let's stop here today and rest first. We have to get up early tomorrow. White covered his mouth and couldn't help but yawn. He took off his coat, revealing the black vest and slippers inside. Solation threw it to the side of the folding bed and lay on it with his head raised. In the camp, the last light went out. However, 2 figures sneaked out of their tents, assist the faint moonlight, and barely saw that they were one thin and one fat, one taller and one shorter. There was only one fat man in the archaeological camp, the fat leader, and the thin man was another member who went to the underground pyramid during the day. Captain, why do you have to secretly take it in the middle of the night? You are the leader, and that guy is just a hired bodyguard. Why should we be afraid of him? The thin man said indignantly. The fat leader raised his finger to make a silence gesture. You speak softly, don't wake up others. It's not a question of whether you are afraid or not. After all, he is the lifesaver of the team. There is no need to have a conflict over such a small matter. We went to take it in the middle of the night, without anyone knowing, and the matter is settled. Do you understand? The thin man raised his thumb and smiled. Captain, you are still smart. Nonsense. Otherwise, how can I be your leader? There are risks in any industry, and archaeology is considered a high-risk industry among many industries. After all, most of the valuable relics are tombs of ancient nobles or kings, or shrines and temples. Shrines exposed on the surface are fine. Most of them will not be dangerous, but tombs and temples buried underground, then you have to be careful because no one wants their tombs to be robbed by tomb robbers 100 years later. Therefore, the ancients often set up deadly traps in large tombs and temples. The two returned to the entrance of the underground pyramid. The cross ramps went up and down. The black water on both sides that could easily corrode metal did not ripple. The narrow passage led directly to the flat-topped pyramid. They did not have psychic Pokémon. If they wanted to get the rare objects for sacrifice at the top of the pyramid, one of them had to walk through the narrow passage in person. The fat leader patted the tall and thin member on the shoulder and said with a smile, Aegean, it's up to you next. As long as you get that thing, your salary will be increased 5-fold after this archaeological excavation, and when you publish a research paper, the 3rd summer title will also be yours. If you want to make your hands work hard, you have to promise them a lot of money, especially for such a mission that may be life-threatening. The fat leader did not dare to walk on the narrow passage. He was fat and wide. If he was not careful, he might fall into the black water from the narrow passage. The unknown liquid was more corrosive than industrial aqua regia. Once he fell, his 200 pounds of flesh would probably not last for even a few seconds. These promises were made as early as when they were discussing in the tent. Aegean is just a commoner, and he is lazy and greedy. The monthly salary of the archaeological team is barely enough for him to live, and he can't even afford to support a Pokémon for auxiliary work. Now, there is finally an opportunity, although it is a bit dangerous. As long as he is careful and ensures that he will not fall from the narrow road, he will gain both fame and fortune after completing the task. With this idea in mind, Aegean took a deep breath and walked slowly towards the narrow road. The width of a narrow road is about 20 centimeters, which can barely allow one person to stand. He was relatively cautious and did not stand on it immediately. Instead, he stomped on the narrow road with his right foot twice to test the hardness of the narrow road to prevent the risk of collapse due to disrepair. The narrow road did not shake at all, and the bricks and stones used for paving the road were still hard. Aegean was thin and gently opened his hands to maintain his balance. This narrow road was about 600 meters long, equivalent to a 600-meter single-plank bridge. However, there were no cliffs on both sides, but highly corrosive black water that could make people disappear in an instant. The underground space was pitch black. Aegean relied on the headlight of his helmet to illuminate the road ahead. There was no other light source to assist him. He had to be absolutely careful every step of the way. Time passed by minute. The fat captain was sweating. At this moment, he was very nervous, fearing that something unexpected would happen. He looked up and could not see Aegean's figure except for a flickering light on the narrow road. He did not dare to shine the flashlight directly over, because if the sudden strong light flashed, Aegean's eyes might be stimulated by accident, which might make him unable to maintain his balance and cause an accident. Aegean's muscles were tense. The pressure he was under was countless times greater than that of the fat captain. After all, if he failed, his life would be in danger. His back was already soaked, and sticking to his body was very uncomfortable. Step by step, he tried to move forward. The outline of the pyramid was already vaguely visible. He suppressed his excitement. The more at this time, the more careful he had to be. Tap! A crisp sound of footsteps sounded in the empty underground palace, and Aegean stepped onto the steps of the pyramid. At this moment, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief and take a good look at this 12-meter-high black pyramid used to worship some strange objects. During the day, the guy named Shisuo had already come to explore the pyramid, so he could rest assured that there would be no other traps. Along the steps, he strode to the top of the pyramid. The 12-meter height only took half a minute. When he came to the top that seemed to be cut by a knife, The half-human high cube altar came into Aegeon's eyes. The headlight shone over it, and the strange object composed of 3 black balls of different sizes was quietly sitting on the altar. Aegeon grinned. It's just an antique. What's the danger? It's really rare. It's also that the kid is timid. This is not a bargain for me. As long as he takes this thing out and hands it over to the team leader, his salary will increase 5-fold in the future, and he can also sign his name in the archaeological research paper on super ancient civilization. For a moment, Aegeon was completely immersed in the beautiful imagination of the future. He didn't dare to waste time. He had to go back along the original route later, so he had to be more careful. Moreover, it was already late at night. If he delayed any longer, it would be dawn. Aegeon shook his head and walked to the altar. Without any fear, he immediately reached out and picked up the black ball-shaped object that looked like a dumbbell. Aegeon curiously brought the object in his hand close to his eyes and observed it carefully. This thing was so light. He originally thought it would be heavy, but strangely, this thing was as light as a feather. It was obviously metal with a normal feel. Why was it so light? He didn't bother to care. He was not an expert in studying antiques. He should go back and give it to the team leader. He carefully put the black wonder in his waist bag, but he didn't notice that a pair of extremely evil blood-red eyes flashed in the black ball. Returning along the original route, because Aegeon was particularly careful, although the time was delayed a little, fortunately no accidents happened. The fat captain couldn't wait any longer. Seeing Aegeon just return to the entrance, he rushed forward and asked anxiously, "How is it? Did you get that thing?" Aegeon nodded with a smile on his face and took out the dumbbell-shaped wonder from his waist bag. "That's it. That kid is also stupid. What's the danger of this thing? It's not easy for me to get it back." The fat captain solemnly took the wonder, then his face tightened, and said, "Why is this thing so light? It feels like holding a ball of cotton in my hand. Tomorrow you arrange to do what that kid said and block the entrance here." The two returned to the surface. The fat captain played with this black wonder and couldn't let it go. It was made of metal, but it was as light as a feather. It might be a special alloy that modern technology has not yet discovered. If this thing is handed over to a laboratory to deduce the alloy formula, then I will make a lot of money. The various rare alloy formulas used in modern industry are all priceless. Like airplanes, large cruise ships, and engines of luxury cars, there are a lot of rare alloys added in them. Pokémon teleporters, high-end medical equipment, mega computers, etc. The top technology of modern humans cannot do without various alloys with special properties. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, the moon soaring in the sky became brighter. The moon in this world is comparable to the size of the Earth in the previous life. Looking up at the starry sky, a big round moon seems to be within reach. The two did not notice that when the wonder appeared on the surface, groups of haze spread out on both sides of the sphere. The night was dark, and they were unaware. A pair of blood-red eyes kept spinning in the 2 large black balls. Finally, it slowly stopped, and the blood-red pupils focused on the fat captain holding the strange object. Aegeon was sharp-eyed. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief at first, and then looked back, only to find that the blood-red pupils were already staring at him. In an instant, his face turned pale with fear. Aegeon pointed at the strange object and said in a trembling voice, "Captain, look at that thing. That thing has grown eyes." "What eyes?" the fat man asked in confusion. As soon as the voice fell, the fat captain suddenly rushed forward and almost fell to his death, because he felt a huge force coming from his hand just now, and he couldn't hold the black dumbbell-shaped thing. The black dumbbell floated in the air. At this moment, he finally saw the eyes that Aegeon said clearly. In soaring in the sky, a haze emerged, blocking the bright moonlight. In an instant, the area around the camp became extremely dark. 17494 so, and so. An evil laugh sounded, and the black balls at both ends of the dumbbell suddenly shot out 2 red lights. The team leader and Aegeon wanted to flee, but the red light was extremely fast, and sparks successfully hit the 2 people. The bodies of the 2 people instantly turned into red light, and then they were absorbed into the sphere by the black dumbbell. Two terrified faces flashed on the small ball in the middle of the dumbbell, and then disappeared. The black dumbbell moved forward in the air, and deep pits of footprints appeared on the rock soil that was originally empty. The footprints were 3-finger, and its target was Professor White's tent. Before it got close to the tent, a colorful glare shot out from the tent and hit the black dumbbell. The huge footprints retreated again and again. After the dumbbell shook in the air for a while, it slowly fell to the ground. The haze and soaring in the sky dissipated, the bright moon remained, and the camp returned to peace. A strong Pidgeotto flew over the camp, and under its powerful claws was a fat caterpie struggling in pain. The law of the jungle and nature, no one can interfere. Mr. Hisoka, good morning. Hisoka nodded to every member he met. He got up early, and the tent he stayed in was near the valley entrance, so he had already run around the forest for a few laps. He wiped the sweat on his face with a white towel around his neck, then buried his head in the cool stream. When he opened his eyes, he found a silly Magikarp staring at him in a daze at the bottom of the water. Comfortable. Hisoka lay leisurely on the grass by the stream, with his hands behind his head, enjoying the beautiful morning time. Lulu prepared breakfast in the tent, and after a rest, she could go back for a good meal. Asterisk. Ahai, have you seen the leader? No. Ahai shook his head, and then said, Shouldn't the leader be in his tent? Professor White frowned. I just went to his tent and saw that the quilt was not even opened. He clearly said that he had important things to discuss today. So where did he go? It shouldn't be. Ahai scratched the back of his head and smiled. The leader usually doesn't get up until 9 o'clock. It's only 7 o'clock now. How could he bear to leave his bed? A Jien is missing too. At this time, another voice came, and the two looked back, only to see Ahai's younger brother, Jun, walking slowly towards them. Seeing this, Ahai looked unhappy and said in a deep voice, You haven't fully recovered yet. Go back and rest. I'm not a woman. Do I have to lie down for a few months if I get hurt? Jun said with a smile, then looked at Professor White and saw that she frowned, and quickly explained, Professor White, I'm sorry, I didn't mean you. You just said that Jien is missing too. Why sure didn't care about Aho's sexist words. Yes. Jun nodded. Late last night, I got up to go to the bathroom and found that Jien's bed was empty. I thought he went to the bathroom too, so I didn't care. As a result, when I got up in the morning, his bed was still untouched. I asked other people, but they didn't know where Jien had gone. These two guys, White thought to herself, Hideki, she is not an idiot. She can see from yesterday that these two people are still unwilling to give up. Combined with what Jun said, I'm afraid that the two bastards ran to the underground pyramid overnight to get the so-called rare items. They didn't come back all night. Did they accidentally fall into the black water? White couldn't deny that some worse thoughts emerged. Look, there are a lot of giant footprints here. In front of the entrance to the ruins, the group members gathered here and found the footprints left by the mysterious creature last night. The footprints are more than 10 feet long, and 2 adult men can lie down without appearing crowded. The footprints started from the entrance to the ruins and walked forward for about 10 steps, because there were only 10 giant 3-finger footprints on the ground. It won't be haunted, right? One of the team members suddenly had a wild idea, and he was still frightened after he finished speaking. He scared himself. Think about it carefully. 1 zhang is 3 meters, and a 3-meter-long footprint. How big must the creature that left the footprint be? Logically, such a huge creature, walking should be earth-shaking. But last night, the camp was silent, and no team member heard any movement outside. In the rubble, a black dumbbell-shaped object was vaguely visible. A passing team member happened to see it. With curiosity, he moved the stone pressing on the dumbbell and took the thing out. This thing is so light. After tossing in his hand for a few times, this team member also made the same exclamation as the fat team leader and Aegean last night. Put that thing down. The team member looked up and found that not far away, White Professor, Jun, Hai, and the savior of the archaeological team, Mr. Hisoka, were walking towards him. Hisoka shouted loudly, leaving the team member confused. Did he want him to throw away the black ball? 174 of 94. The cold, evil laugh sounded again. The team member who was playing with the black dumbbell suddenly felt his body stiffen, and then his limbs became weak. The dumbbell thrown into the air did not fall down but floated in the air. The pair of blood-red eyes locked on the team member under him, and a red light shot out, quickly spreading all over the team member. In full view of everyone, the team member also turned into a red light, and then was sucked into the black dumbbell. This scene was astonishing. June and High were at a loss. A living person was gone in a second. Hisoka felt that the red light was very familiar. Isn't this the red ray emitted when the Pokémon is recovered by the Pokeball? But this time the target is Pokémon turned into humans. After absorbing a member, Black Dumbbell turned back, and his blood-red eyes locked on White and others. Puff, puff! 2 red rays streaked through the air at the same time and attacked directly. My body can't move. Ahai shouted loudly. He gritted his teeth and struggled to break free, but his limbs had no strength at all. Ajuin and his brother normal. Because they used too much force, their necks turned red, but their bodies remained motionless. The targets of the 2 red rays were Ahai and Ajuin. When the rays hit them, they took the same path as the previous member, turned into red light, and were sucked in by Black Dumbbell. This is the feeling of confusion. Hisoka closed his eyes and felt it carefully. Every part of his body was constantly oppressive. He was very familiar with this feeling. Lulu. He called out this name in his heart. The next second, the air was blurred and a hurricane suddenly rose. She was wearing a luxurious white dress and a slender and tall figure. The slender green arms slashed in the air, and a transparent film appeared immediately. He stretched out his hands, and the transparent film expanded instantly, blocking Hisoka and White. The red rays from both ends of the black dumbbells were emitted again, breaking through the air and hitting the transparent film. The film shrank back as if it could not support it. Lulu's face was calm, and she stretched her hands forward and pressed in front of the film. The blue light in her eyes gradually turned into virtual purple, and her mental power surged. After the film shrank to a certain extent, it rebounded back. This is Magic Coat, which is different from Light Screen. It reduces physical attack and special attack damage by half. Magic Coat is as effective as its name and can rebound some transformation skills. This skill is perfect for this place. The red ray shot back and hit the surface of the black dumbbell. Unfortunately, this red light, similar to the Pokeball ray, has no effect on the instigator. Lulu turned around and lightly touched Shisuo and White. The powerful mental power instantly broke through the confusion attack that bound the two. What on earth is this? Why was still in shock? Just now, the brothers Ahai and the team member, 3 living people, disappeared in front of him. Shisuo sighed and said, I said yesterday that this thing is very dangerous. People from the super ancient civilization put it in the pyramid, not for sacrifice, but for sealing. White now understood what happened. The black dumbbell originally placed in the pyramid appeared in the camp, proving that the team leader and Aegean did not fall into the black water. They took the black dumbbell back, and then they were sucked into this strange object like Ahai and 0.1. Black Dumbbell seemed to realize that these creatures in front of him were not easy to deal with, so he stopped emitting red rays. He had already sensed that there were 13 life forms not far behind him. The dumbbell floated higher and higher, changed direction, and flew at high speed towards the underground entrance behind him. Not good. White was shocked when he saw this, and looked at Shisuo and said anxiously, I told the team members yesterday to gather at the shrine after getting up in the morning, and then fill up the hole together. The direction where the black dumbbell flew was exactly the shrine. There was no doubt about its purpose. This strange thing wanted to use red rays to suck all the team members into it. The 13 members were divided into several groups, squatting around the giant footprints to observe carefully. Some of the more nervous ones even lay down directly in them. Some members took out their cameras and took photos quickly. These materials are very valuable. They can make extra money by selling them to some newspapers and TV stations. "Do you think this place is a bit weird?" A member suddenly said, "Yesterday, during the day, an onyx taller than a 10-story building appeared, and this morning such a large footprint appeared inexplicably. Why don't we go back and talk to Professor White and the leader and just leave it alone? Who can stand such a giant beast coming every 3 or 5 days? We are all civilians, and the Alliance government should handle it." As soon as these words came out, the members responded one after another. After all, no one wanted to stay in a dangerous place for a long time. These footprints should have been left in the middle of the night yesterday. Fortunately, the unknown giant beast had no intention of attacking. Otherwise, it would have kicked into the tents while everyone was sleeping. 22 survived. The team members were talking about it, but they didn't realize that danger was coming. Black dumbbell appeared above the shrine that was collapsed by the giant onyx. Bronzong, who could imprison it, had long disappeared. It was now invincible. Blood-red eyes appeared on the surface of the black ball, and the evil eyes stared at the prey below. "Get out of there quickly, don't gather together." Professor White ran over, shouting as he ran. "There is danger there. You guys run quickly." "It's Professor White." All the team members stood up, and some of the team members who were taking pictures quickly hid their cameras behind their backs. They all signed an agreement with the archaeological team. If this behavior is really investigated, it can be regarded as leaking secrets. At that time, not only will they be fined, but they will also face 30 days of imprisonment. It was too late. When the team members stood up and looked at Professor White, their backs were completely exposed to Black Dumbbell. The red rays continued to attack the 13 members. Their bodies were stiff and they could not move at all, so they could only endure it. In just a few seconds, the 13 figures all turned in a red light and were absorbed by the Black Dumbbell. Frightened and pale faces kept emerging from the surface of the small black ball in the middle. They screamed and slapped, but it was useless. The figures and faces gradually disappeared. A burst of red light enveloped the Black Dumbbell. An endless black fog gushed out from the black balls at both ends of the dumbbell. Haze gradually covered the entire archaeological camp and continued to rise towards soaring in the sky. Hisoka blocked White behind him, took out 2 oxygen masks, handed one to White, and asked her to wear it because she was not sure whether this black would cause harm to the human body. Lulu stood side by side with Hisoka, drawing circles in the air with both hands, and formed a circle around her body with blue confusion. Confusion is the most basic and versatile move for every psychic Pokémon. Powerful psychic Pokémon can use confusion to their advantage. The spherical blue confusion enveloped the 3 people, separating them from Haze. Haze became increasingly intense, almost to the point where you couldn't see your hand in front of you. At this moment, a pair of red eyes comparable to the moon suddenly appeared and soaring in the sky. The red eyes, the black pupils, and the extremely evil intentions made Shidu feel a little fear from the bottom of his heart. He has lived 2 lives, with outstanding intelligence and strong perseverance. As a materialist, he is not afraid of ghosts and gods, but this fear comes from the lower-level creatures, and they are naturally afraid of higher-level creatures. Professor White was even more unbearable. She was just an ordinary 17-year-old girl. Being stared at by the pair of blood-red eyes, endless fear filled her heart. Her legs trembled, and she hid behind Hisoka, holding the corner of his clothes tightly so that she could feel a little comfort. "It's laughing." Hiso's eyes were solemn, and his right hand slowly reached his waist. Once the 2 sides started fighting, Lulu alone would not be able to defeat the giant beast in the fog. All members were dispatched. If they still couldn't win, they could only run away. People should know how to adapt. If they still fought when they couldn't win, they were not brave but foolish. This kind of thing should have been handled by Alliance. He was unlucky and happened to be in the face of it. When the haze spread to a certain limit, it suddenly shrank back quickly. The haze rolled up and down around the 297 pairs of giant blood pupils, and then began to reorganize regularly. When there was no haze left around the camp, a giant monster stood up with a black body, double-pointed ears, a pointed tail, and thorn-like protrusions on the back. The blood eyes were ferocious, and the corners of the mouth were grinning, revealing a mouthful of white giant teeth. The sinister and terrifying smile made people shudder. Although the size was magnified countless times, anyone who was a local in Kanto would recognize this giant monster. Ghastly's final evolution, Gengar, a powerful Pokémon with both ghost and poison attributes. Grandma Agatha, one of the Kanto Elite Four, is a ghost elite. Her trump card Pokémon is a Gengar. A normal Gengar is 1.5 meters tall and purple in color. The giant Gengar in front of us is even bigger than the previous giant Onix. It is no less than 50 meters tall. Its color is also different from other Gengars, as black as carbon ink. At the same time, its body is covered with strange dark patterns. The shape of the patterns is similar to the black inscription on gold, but the style is more rugged. It was still growing 50 meters, 60 meters, 70 meters, until it surpassed the cliff of the valley. The blood-red eyes were like a giant vat, and the half-moon-shaped mouth was curved in a large arc, revealing an extremely evil and weird smile. In front of this super ancient Gengar, Hisoka and Lulu were like two ants. If the other party stepped on them, half of the camp would probably collapse. When the size of the organism reaches a certain level, it has undergone a qualitative change. 1/94/94 inch. The sound of evil laughter spread throughout the valley and then spread to the other side of the forest. Ash was directing Pikachu and Xiaojiang's Geodude to conduct actual combat training. The two Pokemon of similar size were fighting in full swing. Did you hear a strange laugh? Misty was holding Togepi in one hand and a fishing rod in the other. She just heard a very strange laugh, a kind of weird laugh that made people tremble in their hearts. Xiaojing nodded and said, "I seem to have heard it just now, but it was not very clear, so I didn't pay attention to it." Ash was confused. "What are you talking about? What strange sound?" Once this guy enters the battle contest condition, he will not care about anything else. "Look over there." Misty was shocked and pointed the fishing rod in her hand to the east. Xiaojiang and Ash looked over there and saw that the whole forest was covered by dark clouds as black as carbon ink. The dark clouds covered the valley and the foothills and continued to spread around. Just a minute ago, it was still blue sky and white clouds. The color of these dark clouds was very dark, not like they were formed naturally. The dark clouds pressed down on the city, making people feel very depressed. There was no lightning and thunder, no storms, only endless silence. Black's darkness dyed black soaring in the sky. The first sentence in the inscription turned out to refer to this. White muttered to himself, and the Gengar in front of him opened his arms, and the camp sky had been completely dyed black. Being able to change the weather conditions in an area, the ancient Gengar is no longer something that humans can resist. The red eyes of the ancient Gengar finally locked on the two little ants below. It remembered that not long ago, it was they who resisted the ray attack and bounced the ray back. With a palm spread out, black particles quickly condensed in the palm. The next second, a black ball with a diameter of more than 5 meters was formed, and the sphere was surrounded by black lightning that pulled up and down. Although it has become countless times larger, this skill is undoubtedly the signature move of the ghost Pokémon, Shadow Ball. The official power value is rated at 80 CAC, and the characteristics are extremely fast. The Shadow Ball is silent and comes from the sky. The terrifying pressure is enough to make ordinary people emotionally collapse. Hisoka no longer has any idea of counterattack. He grabs White's right hand behind him, and at the same time reaches forward with his left hand to hold the exposed palm. Teleport. Almost at the moment when the huge Shadow Ball attacked, Lulu's teleport was activated, and the figures of the two people and the pet became blurred and then disappeared from the spot with a whoosh. The Shadow Ball lost its target and hit the rock head-on. The unique corrosion effect of the Ghost series skills was revealed, and the green grass on the ground and the surrounding trees immediately withered. When the wind blew, normal dissipated in the air like smoke. Boom! The Shadow Ball exploded completely, And with the violent vibration, the energy storm swept the entire camp, and the archaeological equipment, camping tents, and the 3 large RVs were blown to pieces by the aftermath. The archaeological team's nearly several months of hard work turned into bubbles in an instant, and the precious relics and antiques could not escape the invasion of corrosive energy and disappeared with the camp. The surroundings of the camp suddenly became a deadly place. You can't see a trace of green, and even the rock and soil are dyed black by the corrosive energy. The figures of Shiso, White, and Lulu did not go far. They appeared on the top of the cliff, facing the super ancient Jengar's back. The hideous black barbs on the back wall reach all the way to the sharp tail. The ancient Jengar didn't care whether his skills hit the ants or not. After a shadow ball, he turned around and walked slowly towards the forest on the right. His pace was not fast, but each step was several meters away. Professor Oak's laboratory. Professor Oak was feeding many Pokémon in the backyard of the laboratory. This kind of thing did not need Professor Oak to do it himself, but the old man believed that only by feeding by himself could he establish a more trusting relationship with Pokémon. No good. It has been more than 10 years day after day, and I have long been accustomed to it. Suddenly, the Pokémon who were originally enjoying the food quietly became agitated for no reason. The Tauros group running on the grassland stopped one after another, and fear appeared on their faces. They immediately turned around and ran to the back, hiding in the cowshed. Mook, Krabby, Eevee, Bulbasaur, Raticate, Pidgeotto, etc., all the Pokémon gathered together, hid in the corner, and trembled. Professor Oak put his right hand between his eyebrows and looked up. In the distance, Bowsy Mountain sky was covered by a strange black cloud, which was swirling and spreading around. This is a big trouble. Bruno Assist used the elasticity of the tree branches to flip and jump, following closely behind this super ancient Jengar. He had a solemn expression on his face because Jengar was moving down the mountain. The nearest town to here was Pallet Town, not far from the foot of the mountain. Bruno knew how important Pallet Town was to the Kanto Alliance. Professor Oak's laboratory was in Pallet Town, and that old man was the biggest treasure in the Kanto region. He was a leader in the Pokémon research community, with countless students, including many famous scholars from other regions. Professor Oak had to call him teacher when he saw him. If a person of this level had any mishap, he would be responsible. If it was a Pokémon of other attributes, it would be fine, but why was it a Jengar? Bruno is a fighting master, specializing in fighting Pokémon. If it is an ordinary elite-level ghost Pokémon, he can still fight it, but the Jengar in front of him is almost over 100 meters tall, and the energy that drifts around his body easily corrodes trees, flowers, and plants. It is conceivable how terrifying its strength is. Crackling, the high-voltage power tower built in the mountains was easily knocked down by Jengar. Nothing can stop it. The high-voltage current hits Jengar's body, but it can't even damage 10 hairs. I can't wait any longer. Bruno calculated the route. At the current speed, in another 15 minutes, this super-large Jengar will be able to walk out of Bowsy Mountain and approach Pallet Town. He has already notified the Alliance officials. The government has urgently arranged a group of special forces, led by Grandma Agatha and Lorelei, to come and solve the problem here. And he himself must stop the Jengar from going down the mountain before the support arrives. Macamp, Shavarang, Hitmonchan. 3 white lights flashed on the ground. This time he came to Bowsy Mountain for special training. He only brought 3 main forces. Bruno's Macamp is more than 1.8 meters tall, with 4 arms as thick as solid wood, muscles tight and hard as steel. A pair of sharp eyes does not have the offensive desire of ordinary Macamp, but has a little more calmness and calmness. Hitmonchan, Shavarang is also 1 size larger than its peers, with streamlined muscles, calm, and quiet personality. Even when facing the super ancient Jengar that is 100 meters long, they do not have the slightest fear in their eyes. Bruno jumped down from the tree and walked next to Macamp. He patted its shoulder and said with a smile, "Old buddy, take off the belt. You can't hold back your strength this time. Rival is too strong. The 3 of you try to move sideways and make a detour." You must hold back Jengar and never let it leave the mountain. Li Ko. Macamp choked his head and took off the golden belt around his waist. He was only wearing a pair of black, trident shorts. Macamp and Machoke, two Pokemon, need to carry a fighting belt to suppress their physical strength because of their own strong muscle strength to prevent muscle tearing due to excessive force. Bruno's Macamp always wears the belt from the Machoke period in training or fighting to limit his own strength to the maximum extent. When facing a rival that is evenly matched or stronger than himself, it will take off the belt. Macamp waved to Hitmonchan and Shawarang. It is the boss of Bruno's team, the strongest, and also Bruno's first Pokemon. It put its hands on the shoulders of the two brothers and kept making sounds. Macamp was arranging the next battle plan, with it pulling the enemy from the front, Hitmonchan attacking from the left, and Shawarang making a detour from the right. The fighting skills that Jengar is best at must not be used. After all, as a ghost Pokemon, Jengar is completely immune to normal and fighting skills. The planned tasks were assigned. Macamp, Hitmonchan, and Shawarang bumped their fists hard. The three pets each grabbed their heads, then jumped up and ran quickly to Jengar not far ahead. Hisso, along with Professor White, also followed Jengar from a distance. The two walked out of the forest and could only watch Jengar getting closer and closer to the foot of the mountain. I really don't know. I'm just interested. I want to know. Professor White looked more and more self-blaming, and his speech became incoherent. Hisso didn't comfort her. The most important thing at the moment was how to find a way to stop Jengar from leaving the mountain. At the foot of the mountain was Pallet Town. Once Jengar broke into Pallet Town, the consequences would be disastrous. Brother Hisoka, a familiar voice, came from behind. Looking back, Ash and the other two were running towards this side. You've come just in time. Hisoka looked at the three people and said loudly, Ash, hurry down the mountain and inform Professor Oak to evacuate the residents of Pallet Town. They must not gather all of them in the town. What's the matter with that oversized Jengar? Xiaojang waved his hand and gestured with a shocked tone. The giant Onyx, not long ago, had already refreshed his cognition. Now there is a Jengar taller than the mountain. Li Ko. Macamp used a giant tree as a springboard and stepped on the tree trunk horizontally. His leg muscles swelled, and with a squeak, the whole tree was slowly falling backwards. Suddenly retracting his strength, Macamp stood up, put his hands on his waist. Swoosh! A gray-blue shadow shot into the sky, like a human-shaped bullet, hitting Jengar directly. Macamp landed on Jengar's left shoulder without any pause, squatted down, then jumped into the air, raised his right fist high, and then the flames of 10 years old wrapped around Hwasong's fist. The flames rose, and the flames of self-ignition spread over Machamp's entire right arm. At this moment, it did not hold back at all, and had to hurt the opponent with one move to attract Jengar's attention. Bang! The heavy punch hit, and the fireworks splashed. Machamp's right arm expanded nearly twice. Under normal circumstances, its punch could easily penetrate a 20-centimeter thick marble slab, but only made a slight muffled sound when it landed on Jengar. Li Ko. Machamp's eyes were solemn. The body of the super-ancient Jengar was like a ball of cotton. After a punch, half of his arms sank into it, and there was a suction force that was constantly stretching itself. While it was not deeply sunk, Macamp tried his best to retract his right arm, jumped into the air, twisted his waist, and spread out his four arms at the same time. The silver metallic luster appeared on the surface of the fist. Bullet Punch, a steel-type skill, has neither immunity nor damage bonus for ghost-type Pokemon. Most of Machamp's special moves are fighting skills, which are completely countered by the ancient Jengar. The rest of the moves that are not fighting skills are only these few. DBU, DBU, DBU. The sound of breaking through the air is continuous. Machamp's four fists attack alternately. He can punch 800 times in 1 second. The wind of the fists tears the air and forms a small gray-blue area. The human eye can no longer see the speed of the monster's punches. The 4 consecutive bullet punches made the ancient Jengar retreat again and again. Its blood-red eyes glanced at the little ant on its shoulder, and the corners of its mouth were curved, with malicious intent. The finger pointed at Macamp, and the red light in his eyes was bright. Macamp, who was originally attacking hard, stopped immediately. Its body was suspended in midair, and a light red glow appeared on the surface of its skin. Just like the psychic Alakazam can learn Shadow Ball, Jengar, whose IQ is no less than Alakazam, can also learn Confusion and even Illusion. The power of the ancient Jengar is far greater than that of its peers, and Confusion is just a call for it. Macamp gritted his teeth, and his muscles squirmed and tightened, trying to free himself from the restraints. However, he still underestimated the mental power of the ancient Jengar. Even though Macamp was the strongest main force under Bruno, and his individual strength even reached the peak of Dia. But in front of the ancient Jengar who destroyed a civilization, these powers were not enough. The ancient Jengar controlled Confusion and moved Macamp in front of him. He stared at the little ant, grinning evilly, and his eyes were full of playfulness. Damn it! Bruno, who was observing the battle not far away, punched the tree next to him, and the tree shook, and the green leaves kept falling. 10 deep fist marks were clearly visible when the fist was put down. Bruno had had friendly sparring with Granny Agatha many times, and at that time he often felt a sense of powerlessness. He had great strength, but he was powerless in the face of the soft Granny Agatha. Both of them were elite trainers, and their Pokémon were almost the same in strength. At this time, whoever had the better overall attribute of the team would have the upper hand in the game. Hitmonchan and Shawarang saw this, and immediately ran out of the forest on both sides. The two fighting Pokémon targeted the legs of the ancient Jengar, one on the left and one on the right, and attacked together. Hitmonchan's gloves were cold, and his fighting moves were ineffective. He could only use the Ice-type Freezing Punch. Shawarang's spring-like long legs were blazing, and a blaze kick came at the touch of finger. Ice punches and fire kicks hit the legs of the ancient Jengar one after another, and before they could stop, they continued to attack. A black vortex appeared on the surface of Jengar's body, tightly wrapping Hitmonchan and Shawarang's fists and legs. Please give me flowers, Zero. A strong suction came, and Hitmonchan was careless for a moment, and his whole arm was sucked into the vortex. Shawarang retracted his legs quickly, and he broke free from the restraints in an instant, and quickly ran to Hitmonchan's side, grabbed its waist, and pulled back with all his strength. 3 elite-level, strong, tie-fighting Pokémon were helpless in the face of the ancient Jengar in front of them. There was no way to fight it. If it was the giant Onix, any of the 3 brothers could kill Onix in one punch or one kick. Seemingly feeling that it was meaningless, the ancient Jengar stretched out his right hand, pointed a finger at Macamp floating in the air, and then flicked it lightly. Puff! Macamp only felt a huge force that could collapse the mountains and crack the earth, and then his body flew backwards uncontrollably. Hitmonchan and Shawarang on the ground could only watch their boss turn into a blue-gray meteor and disappear in the forest ahead. Lulu, Illusion. Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, Rock Cannon. Milotic Scald. Weevil, Street Knife Test. Hisoka commanded his 4 main Pokémon to use their strongest skills at the same time. While Macamp and the others were attracting the attention of the ancient Jengar, Weevil had already done Sword Dance twice. His hair stood up, his eyes were bloodshot, his arms were muscular, and his veins were protruding. The evil Pokémon's inherent malicious magnetic field became even stronger with the blessing of Sword Dance, making Ash and others feel the deep malice from the bottom of their hearts. The colorful illusion technique, the 1-meter caliber rock cannon, the boiling water, and the half-formed Weevil and Taka Black turned into a phantom and rushed forward. The attacks of 4 Pokémon followed one after another. The stone bullet with a diameter of 1 meter hit the back of the ancient Jengar with a loud sound of breaking through the air. The gilded necklace that Lulu had been wearing on her neck, the pink diamond in the middle flashed a dazzling purple light, and the energy of the purple light quickly merged into the illusion. The super necklace is an exclusive magical item made by Hisoka for Lulu. It can increase the power of Lulu's psychic skills by about 50%. But after using it once, it takes a certain amount of time for Lulu to recharge it. And the recharging contest condition requires concentration of mental power, so the super necklace can only be recharged in non-combat situations. This is also the biggest 010 regret of this magical item. With the power of the super necklace, the colorful light of the illusion has become more and more prosperous, and the diameter of the light has increased from the original 80 centimeters to the current 1.2 meters. After Sword Dance twice, Weevil's physical attack increased to the limit it can currently bear. The tip of the claws, haze emerged and gradually formed a black hole during its galloping. The archaeological camp was already in a mess. The shadow ball shot by the super ancient Jengar turned this valley into a deadly place. The corrosive energy wrapped around the rock and soil. This kind of serious pollution attack will prevent any plants from growing in the region for 100 years. The crushed parts of tents, instruments, RVs, were scattered everywhere, and many precious artifacts found in the shrine were also corroded, leaving only the black-striped golden pestle. The black-striped golden pestle was also called the Golden Eye by Professor White. However, this artifact found in the Great Shrine was not corroded by the shadow energy of the Shadow Ball, and it was still golden. But, without any warning, the Golden Eye emitted a dazzling golden light. For a moment, the surrounding gravel and debris covered by the golden light floated into the air. However, the golden light only lasted for a few seconds, and then suddenly returned to calm. Crack! The debris floating in the air was crushed into powder under the influence of some powerful force. The golden eye floated up and slowly moved forward. Every time it arrived at a place, the remaining vehicle parts and antique fragments were crushed into powder as before. It seemed to have wisdom and seemed to be looking for something. Finally, the golden eye stopped in front of the broken shrine. Rock automatically moved to both sides, and a black-patterned golden guard of the same color shot from ground. The shadow ball attack of the ancient Jengar caused the camp to explode. The golden eye and the black-striped golden spoon, which were originally placed together by Professor White, disappeared in the aftermath of the explosion. The black-striped golden spoon tilted up its front edge and perfectly fit into the sapphire in the middle of the golden eye. Click! The golden spoon, under the control of some force, first turned clockwise 3 times, and then turned counterclockwise 4 times. After doing all this, the dazzling golden light appeared in the golden eye again, and it was more intense than before. The golden light radiated and illuminated the entire valley. Finally, several golden rays of light gathered together, and a beam of light shot straight into the sky. At this moment, the soaring in the sky covered by the haze of the ancient Jengar was broken by the light column, and the diameter of the light column continued to expand. In the light column, a huge monster with a hunched waist, sharp horns, and long beard, holding a soup spoon, loomed, and as the golden light column spread, the size of the monster became larger and larger. Weevil jumped up. With such a huge target, it didn't need to lock on at all. There were attack points all over the body. Swish! The street knife slashed the lower abdomen of the ancient Jengar. Seeing this, Weevil's body immediately sank. With the unique cutting ability of the street knife, the amazing attack power after Sword Dance twice, and the double restraint of the evil system Ghost, a large wound of more than 4 meters in length was pulled out by it. The middle of the wound was dark, and groups of haze kept surging, and the 4-meter-long blade was closing quickly. The ancient Jengar didn't care about Weevil's attack at all. At this time, its attention was completely attracted by the golden light column rushing in from behind. 17494. The ancient Jengar smiled again and spread his hands. Black particles gathered in his palms. The next second, 2 shadow balls with a diameter of 5 meters suddenly took shape. He stretched out his hands and pushed them. The shadow balls silently attacked the golden light column 1,000 meters away. Ooh! With a roar, the giant in the light column raised his hands and waved them twice in a row. 2 half-moon-shaped purple energy blades broke through the air and perfectly hit the shadow ball that attacked it. The energy blade and the shadow ball collided in midair. The power of the two was almost the same. After a few seconds of resistance, an explosion occurred in the air. The energy hurricane generated by the explosion swept the entire forest. Hisoka reacted quickly and threw White and the others to the ground. The super iron Tyrannosaurus was just in front of him. Milotic's tail was bent, and it turned around and tied tightly to the arm of the super iron Tyrannosaurus to prevent itself from being hit by the hurricane whirlwind. After reaching a certain limit, the golden light column began to retract. Two giant arms stretched out from the light column, and then two thighs as big as mountains also stepped out. The upper body was covered with brown armor. The long golden beard reached the knees, and there was the iconic two-handed soup spoon. Yojira! Ash couldn't help but blurt out when he saw another 100-meter-long monster appear. When he challenged gyms in various cities, he was deeply impressed by the Yojira of Sabrina, the gym leader of Saffron City. No, that's Alakazam. Hisoka explained. It's true that Yojira and Alakazam look very similar, but Yojira only has a super soup spoon, and his beard is not as long as Alakazam's. Alakazam also doesn't have a long tail like Yojira, but it's too big. Ash complained, then took out the Pokémon Pokédex and pointed the camera on it at the Mega Alakazam behind. Alakazam, Confusion Pokémon, can freely control its own psychic, likes to use his brain, and doesn't like to rely on superpower to solve problems. Are all ancient Pokémon this large? 22-inch. According to the Pokédex, the height of an ordinary Alakazam is only about 1.5 meters, but the ancient Alakazam in front of him is similar in size to Gengar, both of which are about 100 meters. The only thing in common between the two is that starting from the head, the whole body is covered with those strange black crescent patterns. When Bruno saw the ancient Alakazam appear, his face turned green. Can he still play well? First, there was a ghost-type Gengar, and now there is a psychic-type Alakazam. It turns out that they are all targeting him. His main force is all fighting Pokemon. Fighting special moves are completely ineffective against the ancient Gengar. Facing the ancient Alakazam, it is completely countered by the opponent's psychic attribute. Psychic type versus fighting type has double damage bonus, so what if it is region elite? Even if Bruno suddenly becomes the champion at this moment, it is useless. He can't beat it. It's so F***king depressing. Since his debut, Bruno has never been as cowardly as today. When the ancient Alakazam and the ancient Gengar met, it was like an enemy meeting. Gengar was too lazy to care about the little ants that attacked him just now. His attention was all attracted by Alakazam. He took a big step forward, and Alakazam did the same. With one step, the distance of 20 meters passed in an instant, and all the trees and bushes along the way were trampled down by the two giant beasts. What are you still in a daze? Get out of here quickly. Bruno suddenly appeared beside Ash and others, picked up Ash with his right hand, picked up Xiaojing with his left hand, and threw Misty on his shoulder. For this strong man who is more than 2.1 meters tall, the weight of 3 ordinary boys and girls is not as good as a weight ring in his hand. The title of the strongest man in the fighting world is not exaggerated. By the way, your name is Hisoka, right? Take the little girl next to you and run away quickly. What happens next has nothing to do with you. Alliance has sent someone here. This level of battle is not for you to participate in. After saying this, Bruno quickly ran towards the forest on the side, jumping, and disappeared in a short while. He knew Hisoka's strength, so he was not worried that the little guy would make a mistake. Although they had only met twice, Bruno had a good impression of the other party's calmness that was inconsistent with his age. Master Bruno was powerless to stop him. As an ordinary trainer, he had to run away. He must know himself. Run away, run away. Taking out the Pokemon ball and taking back Milotic and Weevil, Hisoka put his arm around White's waist, assist the arm of the super Iron Tyrannosaurus, and climbed onto his left shoulder. White Professor's face was slightly red, and he lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Lulu slowly floated to the right shoulder of the super Iron Tyrannosaurus and looked at Hisoka quietly. Her attention was always focused on this young man, and her mental power spread out in all directions to prevent any accidents from happening. Patting the big guy's head, the super iron Tyrannosaurus understood and drove at full speed. The thick and strong body rushed forward to the dense forest, ignoring all kinds of road obstacles, hitting trees and rocks, and raising a cloud of dust behind him. The two super ancient Pokémon finally met in a river valley. The long river was not even as good as a stream under their feet. Bang! The giant beasts hit each other with both hands. Jengar reached out and tightly grasped Alakazam's 2 soup spoons. Alakazam's beard was slightly raised, and the blue light in his eyes turned. 3 red, blue, and yellow light beads formed on his chest. Buzz! The 3 light beads had 3 corners, each of which derived a light of different colors, connecting the beads to form a 3-corner pattern. Red, blue, and yellow, 3-color light entangled and rotated in the triangle pattern. The next second, it was ignited with a bang. The 3-color light column, with a diameter of more than 3 meters, hit Jengar's chest almost at 0 distance. Jengar was beaten back again, and his back hit a foothill, and then he stopped. Burning, freezing, and lightning, 3 energies intertwined with each other, lingering in his chest for a long time. The ancient Alakazam and the ancient Jengar check and balance each other. The psychic type restrains the poison type, but the ghost type restrains the psychic type. Jengar, who suffered the first loss, was unwilling to be outdone. He opened his huge mouth, and the red spear stretched out. The long spear stretched out dozens of meters and licked Alakazam's right face fiercely. The licking tongue of the ghost type will cause all Pokémon except the ghost type to fall into the paralysis contest condition. Alakazam frowned after being licked. It was unknown whether it was because of disgust or because of the paralysis effect. It flashed white light all over its body, and then its body blurred and disappeared. It reappeared behind Jengar. Stephanie's wife loves beauty. Now she met 2 beauties who were better than her in both figure and appearance. And the other party is so familiar with the boss. Lando couldn't help but feel a little inferior. Her name is Lando, a staff member of my gym, and also my disciple. Shisua took the initiative to help her out, so that she would not be so embarrassed. Lando took a deep breath, plucked up the courage, raised her head, and smiled. "Hello, I am Lando. Nice to meet you." "Hello, I am Vivi. Please give me your advice for our first meeting." Vivi nodded. So he's just a disciple. Meichi thought to herself. She is well informed. Meichi, who comes from a poor family, has been living out since she was a child. She worked as a waitress on the Saint, and for 2 years, and has been to many regions. People like Banduo are from a small place and can't pose much threat to her, and she is prettier than the other party. After she has learned enough and passed the Junior Qualification Certificate of Breeder, Meichi will ask Shisua to join his team and overcome this difficulty step by step in the name of taking care of Pokemon. It's delicious. The southern dishes here are really top-notch. Morrison ate happily with ham in one hand and prawns in the other. While eating, he shouted, "Yiyu, why don't you eat? Anyway, I'm treating you today, so eat as much as you want." Yiyu was helpless and blushed a little. He whispered, "Morrison, eat quietly and don't disturb other guests." In the whole restaurant, their table was the noisiest. Huiyu had seen several times the eyes of the guests at the neighboring tables. The chewing sound, the noise, the constant noise from behind made Meichi's forehead pop up. She couldn't help it anymore. She looked back and saw a little fat man with orange hair and wearing a rustic kimono eating and drinking. His eating manner was ugly and unheard of. Meichi clenched her pink fists and shouted in a delicate voice, "Hey, little fat man, do you know that you should keep quiet in public? You are making so much noise that we can't eat." Seeing this, Yiyu quickly stood up and said apologetically, "Miss, I'm so sorry. My friend has a straightforward personality. When eating, he didn't know how to continue. He could only pull Morrison's clothes quickly, hoping that this guy would be restrained. It was too embarrassing for him to be caught in the middle. I should not have eaten here. I might as well have gone to the street to get some snacks. Yiyu, why do you care what they do?" Morrison looked indifferent, sucked his greasy fingers, and then slowly said, "Hey, little girl, Don't call me fat. I just look a little more plump than ordinary people, not fat. And besides, we paid. We can eat whatever we want. You have no right to control. You. Meichi stood up angrily, put her hands on her waist, and wanted to curse. But when she thought of Shisua's brother next to her, she couldn't do anything that would damage her demeanor. Yiyu. Shisua felt that the name was familiar. By the way, during the day, after the game, he heard some tourists talking about this name. He used the three major families of Hoenn region, Blaziken, and his partner Morrison was also the three major families of Hoenn, Swampert. In his previous life, Hisoka didn't watch much of the anime Pokémon. He only finished the first chapter when he was young. After that, he entered society and started his own business. He had no time to watch those anime, and most of the plots were already very vague. The name Yiyu, plus the use of Blaziken, some of the past plot memories emerged from his mind. It seems that this trainer from the Hoenn region will use his Blaziken to compete with Ash's Charizard in the future Chengdu MT Silver Conference. I remember that in the end, it seemed that Yiyu's Blaziken won the game and successfully advanced to the finals. But later, Blaziken seemed to be too seriously injured and did not participate in the finals. Yiyu did not become the champion of that MT Silver Conference. 5. I'm so angry, this fat guy. After leaving the restaurant, Meichi was still indignant. Would that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D, like pig behind her? She was so angry. Pig is an animal similar to a pig. It is stupid and dirty, but it is the main meat animal for most people in this world. It's not as expensive as Wagyu beef. The price is affordable. Similarly, pig words are also commonly used to insult people, especially those fat people who overeat. Brother Shisua, since you are participating in the double competition, you promised me that if you meet that fat guy in the competition, you must teach him a lesson slowly. Women love to hold grudges, regardless of age. Shisua could only go along with her and nodded in response. No problem. If we are assigned to compete together, I will definitely help you teach him a lesson. Vivi and Meichi wanted to invite Shisua and others to stay in the breeding house, but considering that the other party was a Stephanie family, it was not convenient for a grown man, and he had already booked a single room in the Rainbow Hotel. If he didn't stay there, wouldn't it be a waste of more than 20,000 yuan? Lando didn't want to go to Meichi's place. To be honest, she didn't like this Stephanie who was prettier than herself, and she felt that the way she looked at the boss was a little wrong. Late at night, lying on a luxurious bed in the hotel, Lando was not sleepy at all. She tossed and turned, but could not fall asleep. She didn't know why she always felt a sense of crisis in her heart. She felt that she was useless. She was just a bystander in the games during the day. She could only rely on the boss's strength to crush rival. The boss could 1v2. It didn't make much difference whether she was there or not. She picked up the bank card on the bedside table. Inside was a red envelope of 200,000 yuan that Shisua had given her, which was counted as a bonus for the day's winnings. Lando originally wanted to use the money to buy beautiful clothes and some brand-name cosmetics. But now she changed her mind. It was still a distant luxury to expect Ponyta to evolve into Rapidash. She planned to use the money to buy a Pokémon with good potential to enrich the team. 200,000 was undoubtedly a huge sum of money in the eyes of this little girl from a poor city, but she didn't know that it was impossible to buy any rare Pokémon with only 200,000. Even if someone was willing to sell it, they were either scammers or the Pokémon had some kind of physical defect. The Kanto Pokémon, Charmander, Squirtle, Ivysaur, even if they have ordinary qualifications, the lowest price will not be less than 200W, because this Pokémon has 2 stages of evolution. As long as they can complete the final evolution, their strength will not be weak. 250. And some senior breeders have been evaluated as the Pokémon with outstanding potential, excellent qualifications, and intelligence, or other rare Pokémon. Then sorry, this sentence can double their value. In this world, one of the most profitable professions, senior breeders are one of them. And to become a senior breeder, you must pass the 7th level qualification certificate, such as Miss Vivi. She's a senior breeder with a 7th level qualification certificate. Vivi is a regular breeder, and she is not willing to make those black money, so she never agrees to some black market merchants to identify the qualifications and potential of those Pokémon of unknown origin.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.